Are you ready for it? I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
What the? I don't know what it's doing. StreamYard started doing something super weird lately, and it's pissing me the F off. StreamYard, please stop changing stuff. Every time you change stuff, it messes us up on this side of the fence, okay? Just saying, like it clicks buttons and makes things happen that shouldn't be happening. And it makes me really, really, really mad because the shit that's supposed to work doesn't work. Because whatever you did changed it. So please stop doing that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. I am the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. This is a last minute, what's that called? Hail Mary, last minute Hail Mary of something that I had to put together last minute, which super annoys me sometimes. I love working across the board and networking with lots of people, but I do despise last minute cancellations. Just ask Flow State. Flow State has to listen to me bitch and moan about last minute cancellations or people that are late and so on. And so I vent to him. I'm very thankful and grateful. He lets me call him and vent for like a good hot minute. But it's not a selfish concept, right? To me, it's just very, I understand things happen. People get sick, grandma's in the hospital, your dog's throwing up on the floor. I don't know, whatever. I know things happen, but it still doesn't negate the fact that it irritates me. And I say that because I am obligated to bringing you content. And so I provide, and then you get excited. I get excited. We all scream for ice cream. And then there's this beautiful letdown. And then I have to disappoint you all. Yes, I'm going to trauma dump. Damn that. It shits like throws me off screen when I hate it. I don't know. Let me try something different. Let me try this one. Maybe this will work. No, I'm still disappearing. I don't know. It's fucking irritating. It's irritating. Speaker view. I'm in. I don't know. Well, see, I disappear. What the? I don't understand. What the fuck? I click this and I disappear. What is going on? This is pissing me off. Media assets. Overlay. There's no overlay on. Background. Maybe if I take away the background. I don't know. This is annoying. What is this? StreamYard. Fix your shit. I'll add a group discussion, show on stage, go here. What is this doing? Sorry, guys. I'm very irritable already. Let me see if I can click some buttons back here. Layout. Shift videos up for comments, and maybe if I just turn that off. I'm still I'm just gonna end the stream and go home. Settings. Mirror my camera, general. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Maybe if I make a new one. Oh, it's working there. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is absolutely terrible. So cancel. Need to like maybe I can cinema. I'm little big, bigger, bigger. Does that work? That works. Not particularly fond of being really, really big on the screen, but it works. I could still click this stuff. Okay, anyway, so unfortunately Eurodite had to cancel. And I have very busy days between day job number 1, kids sports number 2, and then streaming number 3. So trying to recreate a whole new thumbnail and go in between all of that gets really tough. So, all right. Are we done listening to me vent now? Are we done? Somebody please tell AB56 everything that I just said. I don't feel like repeating myself at this point. I apologize, but I'm not in the mood. Anyways, all right, 140 of you watching out there. That's exciting. Is Andrew still doing the grift train? Is he still making them pay for content in advance? I think that's hilarious. I paid my dues in the beginning. I knew what was up before it even happened. I knew better. All right, no. I don't she showed up for the last one, so I don't know what her I honestly I don't know. I don't know what her trail is like in terms of reliability, and I don't um I'm not upset by it. Speaking of grift, if you could oblige me and make me a happy tomato, I'm going to make a goal. Turn that frown upside down or feel the wrath of the tomato. Yeah, you can make me a happy tomato. All right, grift goal started. All is well. All right. So I don't know what her track record is for showing up or not showing up. I'm not mad at her. I'm just mad at the situation. Only because it like right now I have a lot going on between work and home and streaming, and it just kind of makes it difficult. There was like 10 million other things I could have prepared 3 hours, 5 hours ago. All right. So Jake, I believe, is doing his own stream. I don't know what he's doing. We did connect, and hopefully he's making something of it tonight. We're gonna make the best of it. Gender wars. I want to talk about gender wars because let me see who's here first. There's a lot. I'm actually I'm actually kind of impressed. Okay, this is very what word do I want to use? Flattering. I remember, sometimes starting a stream and only having like 20 viewers, and there's like 160 of you watching. That makes me feel really good. I'm really excited that you're all here and you support the show and curiosity, or you here because you're a simp, or you're here because it's a fun platform. I enjoy all of, you know, those factors. And kicking off with the grift. The Wilsons missing out. Did you mean missing out? Wilson misses out. Well, Andrew does great content. I'll give him that. So I think at this point in his career, he has the right to pre-grift a show. I'm being already. All right, if Duck shows up, he's already got 5 in the bag. That's hilarious. All right, so shout out to Naomi. I know Uncle Guns is in here. Chuck in Tennessee. All of my wrenches. Romano, if you guys like the Power Rangers, he's there. Mike Ball kicking ass. Somebody told me, Mike Ball, that they were here because you sent them here. And that means a lot to me. Thank you so kindly. We all move through word of mouth. So thank you. And it will always come back the other way around. We've got Stacy. We finally got the goal. Oh, did you get it? Is he kicking off tonight or tomorrow night? Or like, what's he doing? That's crazy. Goofy the cat. Did you meet Piccolina yet? The kitty cat Piccolina. Hi, Mel. Love to have you. If you're in your ear, it'll make you. I know. This is just. It was like the worst day to do this to me because I have like I'm very structured and organized and like the way my day moves is very specific. So it was very like, oh, you threw a wrench in my perfectly oiled machine. A Big Jake's Ranch as well. Shout out to all of you. I love that you're all here. I'm guessing since Andrew's not streaming, or I'm assuming he's not, you're all here to make up for it and get some content. So, oh my God, already. Crucible crew here. Let's go. Well, welcome. Oh, hold on. Let me get my jacket for you guys. We're going to represent properly. There. All right. The word's not very big, but it's there. Crucible crew, represent, welcome. I'm sorry Andrew made you pre-grift for another show, but you know better. Man means business. Melanie is already canceling herself out. 10 to cancel. That's fair. All right. And Chuck in Tennessee. Remember, for 9 months. God, Chuck, you rock. Who could resist a sweet young lady? I'm not very sweet today. I am not the cherry tomato today. I am the raging tomato. So bring the freaking heat, all of you. Ben with the big 5. Nah, man, this is going to trigger me. Hello. Have a good stream, though. Fair enough. Trigger away. All right. So I want to talk about tomato crew. We're the maters over here, okay? Yes, I got the jacket. That was compliments of the Crucible crew. I believe when I took on um, Millionaire Bachelor, Millionaire Bachelor was mean to me during one of Andrew's streams, and I think Andrew was drinking because he's like, "What did Sarah do? Sarah's nice. Sarah's nice. Like, what did she? She didn't do anything wrong. Send her a jacket, Mr. E." It was so precious, and I was like, "Oh." But yeah, okay. Chuck saying, "Dang it, take more off." Chuck, stop it. Now I'm not that girl here. I'm just not. I'm not that one. But I'm sure we can find plenty of them out there who will do it for you. Okay. I can find them. All right. All right. Thanks for putting up with us. I love you guys. I think this is like the highlight of my day in a lot of ways. So when it doesn't work out for me, I get irritated because I want to give you the show, right? I want to give you the content and hope that you come back again. So far, I think it's working. You guys are entertained. He is not. I think Andrew's like he's like my second dad at this point, I think. I feel like he's like pops, you know? I don't know. He's cool. I like Andrew. He's a good guy to look up to in a lot of ways. I enjoy listening to his political commentary. And I think he's very intelligent. And I love that he can be a total asshole to people. It works. All right. Gender wars. I've been trying to figure this out for a while of whether they're actually real or not. Or are we on the internet just like putting propaganda out there? Are we just, somebody like, yeah, I got broken up with, therefore I have to hate all men or women or whatever. And it's something that I've just been kind of like egging into. Like I go to work and nobody talks about this shit. I go hang out with my friends and nobody talks about this shit. I am out at the grocery store and there's nobody talking about this shit. You know, like they're not talking about it. They're not talking about like I didn't really hear much about feminism. The only time I heard about feminism was, in college, like reading through the history books, and talking about like the concept behind it and blah 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 blah. And then um, like the whole dating, like women are sluts or men are toxic masculinity and all the I didn't hear that until I got here on YouTube. None of this stuff did I hear. I mean, of course, there's men and women who complain, oh, it was a terrible date, chivalry's dead, yada yada yada. I never heard any of this other stuff. Have I experienced bad dates? Sure. Have I experienced amazing dates? Absolutely. But I've never sat and talked to a man about, like, body count, single moms, like, women waiting until they're in their 30s to have babies. Like, I never heard this as a vocalized problem outside of YouTube. So I kind of am questioning, like, is this some kind of propaganda push? Is it a conspiracy? Or is everybody on the internet just, um, chronically on the internet and like making up shit just to pull the audience, you know? It's kind of I don't know. Ben with the big 5, let's get rid of OnlyFans. If you really wanna see the JJJJJs, just look at the leftist men. That's pretty good. I like that. That's good. I mean, I would be okay if they got rid of OnlyFans, but I'm also not hurt by it being here. I think that sort of control starts, with mom and dad in the home, and what you teach your kids and what you're letting them do and, things that interest them, if you keep them busy, I find keeping kids like, for instance, like for my daughter, like I invest a lot of money into her sports, but she loves it and it keeps her busy. It's like she's addicted to it. It's fun for her. It keeps her looking forward to something and having to, maintain a routine and being prompt and responsible and this and that or another. It gives her something to look forward to. And I always look at it like I'd rather invest all this money now in sports to support an opportunity for her instead of like 10 years from now be paying that type of money into rehab or something that, because she got into drugs or this or that. So I think in terms of OF, I think uh, essentially that starts at home with mom and dad. Certainly, we can recognize that if the product is there, somebody can find it. I mean, it's just one internet keyword search away. Uh, but like, you can't control people. I don't think it helps having it out there. Absolutely, I agree. We could do away with it and we'd all live just fine. But I still feel like you can't just like smoking cigarettes is bad for you, drinking alcohol is bad for you, smoking marijuana is it bad for you? I don't know. That's yes or no. But like, there's all these things that are like eating a Twinkie every day would be bad for you, but we still sell them, right? It's up to the person to decide what they're going to do with that market, or if they're going to buy into it, or whatever they're going to do. So essentially, like, we put it in the hands of the people to make those good decisions. So are we going to come and rally up and tell them what is good and what is not good? We could like morally decide, hey, this is wrong. Um, I don't know. I think it depends. But I do agree, if we get rid of it, there's plenty of leftist men with JJs out there. I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel early, only because I'm already irritable, and I don't care, and I don't give a fuck what's going on tonight, and whatever. Let her rip, have a fun time. I don't whatever you could even change the topic for all I care. All I care. I don't care. Open panel dumpster. You know what? You could even turn it into roast. Maybe we should do that. Roast me all night. Roast Sarah Stream. Can you even roast me? I don't even know if anybody could do that. Is it possible? Is that possible? Could you roast the shit out of me? Make me cry? That would be kind of fun. See who can make me cry first. Anyways, the pin or the link is pinned. Have at it. And shout out to everyone who kicked off the grift early. I appreciate you for at least making me a little tidbit teensy happier. I don't have to waterboard you early on. Open it up to terminally online psychos. Melanie and Duck, of course, the two people that have been timed out
Wait.
already.
Since I paid for my own, can I have one statement?
Yeah, we can hold your time out for later. You paid it.
Can I give it to EB3?
Oops. Yeah, if you want.
I kind of want to.
You want a timeout, EB3?
I do have to take like I'm at work, so I have to take a 10-minute break. But I actually don't want to talk during that. I just want to chill. But
Okay.
all I wanted to say is, like, going into this, first of all, if feminism counts as a gender war, like, I would agree. However, that's like a war against inequality. And I think it's otherwise quite reasonable. So I think the propaganda push comes from the right to, like, be outraged at it and pose it as like it's something that has to take away from men, even though it's supposed to be about equality of the sexes. My second fundamental point, by the way, is that, like, with gender norms, because I feel like that this will come up tonight, with gender norms, the left isn't saying that we're going to eradicate gender norms. All we're saying is that people should have the choice how much they want to conform to gender norms, and gender should be considered a spectrum where there's many different ways to express yourself, not just one or the other, not putting people into a box, essentially.
I like being in a box. I like having a box, and I like being able to say I have a box.
Right, but, like, do you want someone telling you that you have to express yourself a certain way because of that, or do you want to do it because you like to?
Two reasons. One, I'm a girl, right? I'm a woman, right? Like, that's biologically factual. And number two, being a woman gets me free drinks. So, yeah. And shout out to Bane Bear, who is on panel, says, "Good evening, Sarah. Hope your week is going well." Thank you, Bane Bear. I appreciate you. Always with the Cash Apps. I love the Cash App super chats, by the way. And Orc comes in with a big two. Sarah likes boxes.
Well, the Cash App goes directly to you as opposed to
it does
giving like 30%.
And I don't have to wait a whole month to get it either. And Betwixt earlier timed a duck out for 5 minutes, and he's adding on another 5. So
I have 1 point when I return from the abyss. I have one thing I want to talk about on gender wars, and then I'm gonna be a very respectful guest tonight.
Fair enough.
As long as I'm on the panel.
All right, I'll put you in the back. You got 10 minutes.
I've got a point. I've got a point on feminism as well.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
In regards to first wave feminism and the suffragettes and stuff like that, to my knowledge, it was the minority of women and men, because obviously men were in government at the time, that forced the right on to vote on women, the majority of women. So the minority of women forced the right on the majority of women, like Sarah. They were happy being mothers and in their boxes and being the husband's kind of property in a sort of way. The majority of them were happy and content with being mothers and household women and whatnot. They didn't. The majority of women didn't campaign for the right to vote. The minority of women did. And where I come from, when the minority force their will on the majority, that's called fascism.
So how did we go from a minority stance to a majority vote for it?
I didn't interrupt you, Melanie.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer. I just thought it would be a good question to ask. How do we go from A to B?
I was still mid-flow, man. I didn't interrupt you when you were talking. But
no, I appreciate. I like I said, you don't have to answer the question. I just thought it might be an interesting thing to explore.
But yeah, if you let me land my plane.
Okay.
As I was saying, where I come from, logically, when the minority of people force their will on the majority, that's called fascism, right? Yeah. So.
No.
And logically, there's an equation where if something is in error at its commencement, right? Yeah, it doesn't get better through lapse of time alone. The error has to be like highlighted honestly and openly with no ambiguity, and amended accordingly. Rectified. And if first wave feminism is a representation of fascism, because the majority of women didn't want the right to vote, like it was forced upon them, right? Yeah. Then if that is the case, logically, then every wave of feminism after the fact that hasn't addressed that initial error, right? Yeah, are still acting in error and illogically.
So then it exponentially increases the wrong way. I see where you're going with that. And Melanie K2 has sent in $10 to kick you on Cash App. Now you can choose, because you did send in $10. You were going to use it for EB3, or you can use it to cancel out K2. And
the first 10 she said was to kick herself.
Yes, but that's her choosing. She sent that. And we haven't utilized that 10 yet. So Furby, it's up to you whether you want to use it to stay on and cancel out K2s, or you can use it to kick somebody else as well, or you can hold on to it and go backstage for 10 minutes.
Take me down with EB3, because what he said about fascism was bullshit, and that's all I want to say.
All right, you both got 10 in the back.
What I think really said the word allegedly as I put a sweatshirt on that says allegedly.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Hey, you want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
I went to do comedy the other night at an open mic, and I'm in the wrong spot. And apparently, they don't put the ticket on your windshield. They email you and mail it to you. So I got a lovely call tonight because open mics are free unless you park in the wrong spot.
Oh God.
So 5 minutes of comedy cost me $50. I just thought that was kind of funny.
Damn.
I'll let somebody else come up. I was just wanting to say hi, Sarah. Hope you have a good night, okay?
Absolutely, Bane Bear. Don't park in the wrong spots anymore. It sounds very costly. All right, Chris, what you got?
I was actually coming with me.
I'm
horrible. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you. Yeah, you're good.
But I was actually coming with a kind of a weird point, because actually this comes from a lot of the Crucible crews here watching. But what I was thinking was, they always say that men have power, right? And that's undeniable. But the argument I'm making goes back to the simple principle, just like a gun can delete somebody, I'll make sure for censorship, delete someone. But we don't blame the gun, we blame the person firing the gun. So the argument I'm actually making is that men have inherent traits that make us simps. And that all that women have to do to turn the power that men have into their advantage is to make us simp.
Well, yeah, of course.
So
no,
at the end of the day,
yeah. Go ahead. You had more.
And apologize for jumping in there. But basically what I was meaning is that basically at any time, women can flip a switch on men, get us to simp for them. So you basically, that whole argument that men, since we have force, that we can just enforce whatever we want, is invalid. If women choose, they allow us to have force, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I have a theory that kind of lines up with that, because I really have been I remember the enforcement argument that is quite often made, like women only kind of have rights because the enforcement comes from the men. But then I started thinking, I'm like, men only go to defense for women when we pout our little lips and we give those little eyes and we're like, that person hurt me. And, like, Chuck, it's true. You have daughters, right?
Fact.
Right? So
yep.
I was thinking, I was like, wait a minute, like men, I mean, you guys like to burn shit, beat shit, like get in fights, do all that rough and tumble. But overall, you're not war makers, right? Like you don't just go to war just for purposes of going to war, right?
No, I disagree. Because men
Some do.
Because we have a natural, like it's something about when you get a group of guys together. Like we naturally, now what you're saying is that naturally we'll brawl with each other, but we're not going to go to open war with one another.
Right.
But I disagree, because if there's something that we want and it's worth it to go take, we'll fight over it. And that includes escalating to a point where it could result in violence. I always say, if you really look at, which always, when people talk about civil war in the United States, I say, basically, we're looking at it from the South versus the North. That's the wrong point of view. I go back to the Troubles in Ireland, which that one guy that's backstage, I think maybe Irish, he may have a better insight on that. But I made the argument that it was a lot of guys, and it was all about religion. And then it escalated slowly but surely until we started finally trying to take each other out. And it actually took, I think, a mother's voice to calm that violence, is my opinion.
Yes. I feel like, okay, so who's breathing in their mic? So I still think, though,
Probably
that to a degree, like, if you didn't have anything to fight for, then would you necessarily, like, what is there to protect, right? And in my mind, I'm thinking, like, what would a man truly 110% like go to war for? And I'm thinking his legacy, right? But you can't have a legacy without a woman to provide that legacy for you, right? The legacy being the children. So inevitably, if you don't have children, or you don't have something you're passing down to, like a future at stake, then there's nothing to go to war for. So, I think that women don't necessarily, like, we are not the war makers. We're just bitches, right? We like to argue, but we're like, overall, we just like to. Oh, hi, Mr. What? I got you up here. Sorry, I didn't see you. If you flip your phone sideways, you'll be in fuller picture. Yeah, there you go. Much better. But I think overall, like, women just have the way to utilize I consider men to kind of like be the bouncers, right? And we're utilizing that tool when we need to. And I think that what's happening in society right now is we don't necessarily need to utilize that tool. And quick shout out to Jess Gerald with the 20 gifted tomato memberships. I hope all of you lucky lottery winners out there enjoy your free month of a membership. So essentially, like, women have just gotten to the point, like, we can buy our own house, we have our own bank accounts, we can make our own money. So, like, we don't need to utilize men for that type of tool, right? So that's where that whole feminism piece comes in, and we're blaming feminism, but it's really not. I don't think it's necessarily feminism. I think it's just our society that we're living in doesn't require either patriarchal or feministic approaches. And I think it's Duck, you're up. So I think that that's where this whole gender war comes in, trying to put this, like, well, feminism bad, patriarchy good, or whichever way. But in actuality, we don't really need to utilize either one. We're living in society Z, and they're trying to apply rules from society like F. Right. And it's not going to mesh. We're in a society where we're all just doing our own thing and making money and being productive members of society. Who's breathing? Somebody's breathing in the thing.
Probably me. I probably got too close.
No, it's somebody's still breathing. So essentially, I just think that we're not in that type of society anymore where we need men to be like defenders necessarily, not on a daily basis. So therefore, if there's no need for that, then we don't need to be damsels in distress either. I don't know.
The only losers for that are the men that weren't able to provide. And it's a big problem, honestly, that we have in men's spaces that before, all you had to do was have a job, because a woman, what were they going to do? They couldn't even get a credit card without your name with a man. So this sucks. It sucks. Feminism sucks when you have weak men that, aren't able to provide for just a job. Mm-hmm. Women demand more than that. Right. And this is a good thing. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I think this is a very good thing. And anybody that says, like, repeal the 19th Amendment or whatever, whichever amendment it is, I think it's ridiculous. It just shows the type of man that they are, because they want to take away rights from people because they want to prop themselves up. And that's disgusting, I think.
Well, I think
Absolutely
the
disgusting.
logic behind it is I think the logic behind it is good, right? They actually, I don't think they're necessarily, at least not all of them are actually voting that we disallow women to vote.
Oh, that's
I think the question actually comes into place where, and this is where it is logical, is if you don't have stake, if you don't have it like a stake in the future, like for instance, land or bearing children, or, you know,
why stop at
teens in
women
the
then?
future.
Why stop
Right.
there? Why don't we,
And
why don't we go back to landlords?
that's where it actually, repealing the 19th would actually, I believe, take it back to that, to where you had to be a landowner of some sort, so on and so forth, in order to, yeah, I think.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
I have a crazy idea though about that, because I actually thought, because the first thing in a feminist argument is that you always say, well, men go to war, they die for the country, why do you have the right to vote? I think the counter is I think that in a matriarchy system, what you can actually do is actually draft women, and that women would basically, they could make a religious objection to it, but basically force marriage in a matriarchy. Because I think really the only way that you can get a matriarchy to work is actually that happening.
What would you want?
If women get are drafted?
Yes, to get pregnant. Basically get married.
Are you saying like incentive for them to get married and pregnant is to avoid
no,
the
I'm
draft?
saying drafted. The only way to avoid that, and I guarantee that if you do that enough, like you're basically saying, look, our birth rates are dropping way too low. We're going extinct. I know you disagree with that, but that's fine. And I'll give you that place. I'll finish up really quick. Basically, the idea is that when you start telling somebody, guess what? Like, we're about to start drafting you because you guys are deciding not to get with men anymore. We'll fix that. You'll get drafted and it'll be under penalty. You'll go to prison if you don't get pregnant. Guarantee a lot more pregnancies start happening. But I'll go ahead and give you the floor, gentlemen. Sorry.
B Twix with a big 5. I have a thought to that. If only women voted, Democrats win every election, every single one, every cycle. Pursuit of knowledge to the back for that. And see, I don't know what the poll numbers are or what they show.
No, that is true. That is true.
Okay.
That just means that the conservatives need to fucking do better and get the women vote. It's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting, the fact that this guy is over here complaining about this. And instead of saying, oh, wow, all these crazy women, he says that. And instead he should be saying, what the fuck are the conservatives doing to lose the women vote?
I don't think you get to respond to that. But he's right, because women are typically a little more considerate than men, hence Democrats win elections.
Democrats are always appealing to materialistic things, though.
Yeah, or like feel good society stuff, I think.
Yeah, that's the whole point of a society, though.
Well, yeah, but I'm kind of tired, like tired of the snowflakey making everybody else cater to somebody else. It's like you are accountable for your feelings, not me. And if you get offended because I don't like you or whatever, or I don't like what you're doing, like that is a you problem, not a me problem. And I shouldn't be at risk for losing my job or going to jail or all of these other things just because I tell you as such. K2 keep on trucking with the big 5. Men only got the right to vote because they were forced to sign up for the draft. Well, I think legally you have to sign up for the draft after you like turn 18 or whatever, right?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the fact that we have to vote.
Well,
and we have the right to vote because of that. It's those are completely untied. And the big issue is that most Americans didn't vote. That's the real problem.
Yeah, I think, ideally, we have enough Americans out there who are not, casting their vote anyways. So, but realistically, like, what are the chances of requiring a draft? I don't think utilizing that as a condition is necessarily, like, how enforceable is that in today's, again, I go back to like, we're operating in society Z, but utilizing conditions from society F, right? It doesn't make sense. And what are the chances are that we would have to actually pull from a draft? I think it's actually really slim, especially with the technology, with the droid systems or drone systems. And I could like essentially push a button and launch a nuclear everything from wherever, so
I disagree.
you think we would need a draft?
Yes, because right now, including like if you're really paying attention to what's going on,
Mhm.
we're so close that because we're not talking about small wars we've been in. Going to Iraq, going to Afghanistan, ultimately that was nothing. I mean, I'm not saying that ultimately for the lives lost, not saying that, but if you end up in a war with Russia, China.
Right. How 5 years ago were any of us expecting this stuff to happen in Europe?
What's this stuff?
So?
Are you talking about like
Ukraine.
Ukraine and such?
Ukraine's been going on, I think.
Yeah,
what
5
year
years
was
ago,
it?
none of us
2012?
expected
2013.
Yeah, but the point,
and there's crime. When was the Crimea?
It doesn't matter to the end the argument. So if Brazil goes to war,
for the average,
like let's suppose a Catholic Pope decides that he's going to start a holy war, and our president decides, no, you're not going to start that, so we're going to have to go fight them. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of bodies. You could go Russia, China. You could even go Iran because they're a big enough army. If they get a few buddies, we're going to need a lot of bodies. I know people that drive or fly drones.
Well, I guess another scenario.
I don't know why it's being brought in.
Sarah,
another scenario could be like if Russia finishes taking over Ukraine and moves on to start attacking like NATO countries, then we would have to engage with those wars, right? So that's one reason we don't want Ukraine to be taken by Russia.
But I think Sarah's point is that a draft wouldn't even be needed for those situations because
what's the reality? What's the reality behind you actually needing a draft to get men there? Go ahead, Duck.
Can I do you mind if I take like
do whatever you want?
90 seconds. Okay, I'm going to if I can do whatever I want, I'm going to put the tinfoil credit card porn account right-wing people in chat in the correct room for talking about drafts and politics. So, and I'm going to be super quick, but this is relevant. People are going to love this. In 1946, the UN launched the Council on the Status of Women, and so this is who the badasses were that were on this council. So first, the coolest, Marie-Helene Lafayette was the French delegate. She was an actual guerrilla fighter, actual spy. She was actually, instead of just sinking into her home.
Evidence. Yay.
This isn't anecdotal. Listen, no bullshit. And so while her husband.
Hold on, Manor. Manor. I know it's been a while since you've been here, Manor, but you guys know my rules. Don't fucking interrupt. Go ahead, Doc.
So while her husband was in a concentration camp, she developed supply lines and communication routes to political prisoners, and helped break people out of jail. And then she went to serve in the UN. Sharifa Hamid Ali from India, she actually fought pedophilia. She instituted a law to prevent kids under the age of 15 in India to get married. So she's an actual hero. Amelia de Castillo Ledon from Mexico. She's like the Rosa Parks of Mexico, women voting. You guys are going to love this one. Alice Kandeft Kozma of Syria. What did she do? She taught in Iraq. She was a teacher in Iraq. She was a teacher in Lebanon. So she was very deeply ingrained in education, then went and fought on the international scale for what women's rights must be like. Miri Pektas. Yep, Miri Pektas. I'm almost done. Miri Pektas. So she's from Turkey. She couldn't vote. So Miri Pektas couldn't vote. Okay, I'll do two more. So Miri Pektas, women couldn't vote in Turkey. What did she do as soon as women could go vote? She went and she got elected to represent Turkey, and then eventually got appointed internationally to represent Turkey in this UN Women's Council body. And finally, of course, the United States, the greatest, the undisputed, Dorothy Kenyon. She got accused 28 times of being a communist during the McCarthy era. So these are the badass women that need someone to protect them and that have something to talk about politically. I'm just saying they're actual spies.
Well,
they're
you
actual
just
globetrotters.
said it right there. That needs somebody to protect them, like a man.
That's what you guys are saying. Yeah, I don't know.
He's mocking you guys.
I didn't make the rules.
I'm teasing. I'm
He was laughing
teasing.
he was laughing at you for that.
I think that was the joke.
K2, keep on trucking it with the big five. People your parents' age got drafted for Vietnam. The trees are speaking Vietnamese. Thank you,
Exactly.
K2.
If I can just do a quick addendum to what he was saying, I think that like those are awesome stories and like great examples of women in history fighting for the rights of many more people. Someone earlier was saying that like the majority forced the right to vote on the minority of women, which is just insane. It was a small amount of women who were engaging in acts like
not correct
described, and these women were
Margot Robbie,
they were arrested,
Margot Robbie, and Margot Robbie.
Beaten,
Hold on.
and sometimes like force fed and during like hunger strikes, like and there's so much shit that these women went through, like pushing for the right for them to vote, right, and not to force other women to vote, because as it stands, in case you guys don't know this, I think most of you do, women actually don't have to vote right now. And if you're a conservative woman,
which is a problem,
vote, I highly recommend, if you're a conservative woman, don't vote. I don't give a fuck. You don't do it. That's fine. But I'm not gonna like force you not to, right?
Can I respond, because he misquoted me, right? Yeah, and just to respond to what you said at the end there, according to Trump, the majority of Christians don't vote, which means the majority of Christian women do not vote anyway. They just leave it in God's hands. Nevertheless, I didn't say that. I said the minority of women, the suffragettes and men, because only men were in government, forced the right to vote, whether they take part in it or not, right? Yeah, or partake in it or not.
Well, it's not forcing it. It's not
forcing. Right, yeah.
What do you mean? That's not forcing to vote.
Because women in their majority didn't want the right to vote. They never campaigned for it. They didn't care about the affairs. Can I finish speaking? In their majority,
you're basically just saying the activism succeeded.
Please don't interrupt me. The majority of women didn't want to be like, they didn't care about the affairs of men, being busybodies in men's affairs, and politics was predominantly men's affairs. It was only a small amount of women that campaigned for the right to vote, along with men that legitimized it, and along with that came obviously women in labor forces for World War II and World War I and stuff like that. So.
Guys, this is what we need to do. We need to make the guys that want women to vote to give the argument, so we can laugh at them after they give the argument. So give the argument. Why should women actually?
I can barely hear you, bro.
We're gonna laugh at you, and you're whispering.
Barely hear you.
It's not a right. It's a privilege to have.
You need to get a woman to fix your mic.
Reserve the right.
Yeah. Because clearly you can't. Because clearly yours.
Women throughout history have been happy predominantly being housewives and raising children. The women in their majority have never campaigned for the right to vote in their majority. So it was the minority forcing their will on the majority of women, and that where I come from.
It was a minority.
By the way,
the minority force their will upon the majority. That's called fascism through the threat of force.
Not fascism. Also.
So in a democracy, in a democracy, by the way, folks, everybody has the right to vote, unless you have not a real democracy.
Criminals have the right to vote. Little adolescents have the right to vote. Everybody in the world has a right to vote in democracy.
No, there isn't a sorry. Every adult. Sorry.
While you are all,
president.
pardon me, folks, while you are all being stupid and talking over each other, so nobody can actually hear anything any of you are saying. Speedily comes in with a big 2 and says, Duck, name 5 Australian women.
I can do this. So first, the only 5 Australian women I know are all Margot Robbie, who in The Big Short was very excellent explaining finances to everyone. I forgot what else she's been in, but Margot Robbie, isn't she? She's also, what's her face? Harley Quinn.
Wombats there too.
I'll also say Ziyu Sung from China was one of the UN representatives for women. Do you know where she went to school, Speedy? You might like this. I hope you enjoy this.
MIT.
Ziyu Sung was born in China, served in the UN in 1946. She went to Columbia University. She was an immigrant, supporting human rights, supporting international diplomacy, and she went to Columbia University, one of the best schools in the United States.
Trump would have
And
deported her.
she actually ended up immigrating to the U.S. full time. So she lived and died in Florida when she was done doing her thing. She's one of these people that you could never speak for because, you know, who knows? China was in the year 1890 or whatever it was that she was born. China was rice paddies. China wasn't industrialized. It was a former civilization that had not much of the modern context we know of now.
The sick
and
man.
So Margot Robbie.
There's so much knowledge. I don't think I can
all these
handle it
people.
anymore.
There's quite a bit.
Sounds like a
it's
personal
important
problem.
context. Yeah.
But it's gonna explode. Okay.
To the individuals in chat saying, I don't know what fascism is, right? Yeah, like what I described is a form of fascism. It's not fascism
Why
in
are you both
entirety.
talking over each other? That's retarded. Stop it,
The only
children.
guy on the spectrum is the only one.
You know, I
making
just
sense
want
today.
to kindly,
This
I
doesn't
want
make sense,
to,
guys.
shut up, Manor. I want to kindly remind everyone, these are all grown adults that show up on these panels, and look how much of a shit show they become. What is our society if we can't even sit here with 9 people on a screen and not scream over each other?
It's crazy.
It's unacceptable. So
I can't handle this.
I can't handle this. Well, go home. Go
I
clean a pillow.
can't. No, Radical is too. No, he's too amusing. I can't leave. I need to actually dismantle this guy.
Goddamn right.
Hey, listen. So again,
You know what? Now I'm starting to turn around on the idea
What was the actual
that the
reason again? I
minority
can't
is
remember.
imposing their
Because it's a democracy.
the
Already
minority
got
is
failed with that
imposing
one.
their will upon the majority. That this is fascism. I get it now. Oh my god.
Oh, because my muscles are fascist. You're
No,
right. These
it's a
muscles
form
are
of
fascist.
fascism.
You're right.
Listen, can I defend that position? Because you're right. It's not extreme fascism in entirety. However, a minority of people, like a couple of people with AKs, right, yeah, ruling an entire village, right, yeah, through the threat of force.
Is it fascism? I don't
right,
want
yeah?
criminals to
Let
vote.
me, please, can
Whatever.
I land my plane? 10 seconds, 30 seconds.
I mean,
Right,
he
yeah,
was- I
whether
was
it's two
addressing
people
him.
with, whether it's 2 people in a village in Africa with a couple of AKs running a village of tin pot houses, right, yeah, and huts, or a group of women call themselves the suffragettes with men and armies, right, yeah, putting the right to vote on women, right, yeah. One way or another, it's the minority of people through threat of force forcing their will on the majority that didn't ask for it in the first place, right? Yeah,
Fighting
it's
for
a
their
form,
rights.
It's a form of fascism, right? Yeah, but you might, but
literally
they
the
never asked for them, right? Listen, there's a legal maxim out there that claims he who fails to assert his right.
Can you
What do you mean by
define
ask?
fascism for me?
Fascism is an authoritarian ultranationalism. So
No, it's
it is about forcible dissent, or it is about forceful suppression of dissent, rather. But it's about it's more about the ultranationalism.
Wait.
The, like,
Mussolini designed. What's it called? Designed.
Wait. What's
He was like the first.
If I'm a politician, am I an ultranationalist? If I'm a politician of a nation, am I an ultranationalist?
No, you're not.
Not necessarily. I mean, Trump is.
If I rely on laws and I appreciate the legal structure of a country, am I an authoritarian?
Sure.
No.
If you
could be a liberal.
appreciate it, absolutely. Oh my god. You
I love
can't
the Constitution. I think it's
laws.
based as fuck. I think the
I
president
think that
hates
your
the Constitution.
definition doesn't suffice. It doesn't make sense.
Wait, are those laws
Authoritarian is anybody that has
authoritarian?
respect for the law. And
What-
then what
what's
is the
the
other one?
distinction?
Ultranationalist. Any human being that likes his country is an ultranationalist to you.
Dude, the question you just asked is loaded. Like
That's why people can say Trump voters are fascists, because they seem like they're ultranationalists. They're not doing anything
Because it's
right
such
now.
a non-specific definition of it. Yes. So
I'm a Trump
failed-
voter.
actually
I'm a
very
Trump.
specific.
What's the
Am I-
distinction?
Am I a nationalist?
Basically, any
Yeah.
politician could be labeled an ultranationalist. That's why it's a failed definition.
It's not.
If you don't know
Yeah,
what those
what's the
words mean, yeah.
distinction?
I mean,
Yeah.
Also, what are politicians? Are they nationalists or not?
no, not all of them. No.
Naturalist. Do you know?
Okay.
Do you know
Okay.
what the word
No.
ultra means?
But
Bro, unfortunate for you, man. This is
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
the dismantlement of this kid. You're gonna code yourself to the history. Look, man, I made a program. You want me to run it? And actually, it will be the 404 of your undefined history. Listen,
I'm ready.
man, come here. Tell me, why should women vote again? Remind me.
Women have the right to vote, just like you and me, bro.
Oh, the women have the right to vote. Okay, do I have the right to punch you in the face?
You do, but I also have the right to punch you back.
Okay, so who's giving you this right? I guess who's giving me this right that I can punch you?
Right. So rights are protected by this. They're not like from God, right? Like rights, like if we have a government and we have a system that like protects a right, then we have that right. If the government stops protecting that right, then we don't have that right anymore. Like right now, for example, when we're deporting people without due process, we are not enforcing a right that they actually have the right to, right? We're not using the right that exists, right?
Okay, God, oh my God, nobody understood what you were saying. Anyways, let's bring it back down a little bit, man. Calm down.
Actually.
I don't know how many Adderall pills you took today, but it's okay.
Just the one.
Here it is, man. So again, the reason women get to vote is because they have the right to vote.
Because they fought for the right to vote, and so did a lot of men.
They fought for it. The women fought for the right to vote with like their fists or like emotionally yelling at you in your face.
Both. I mean, you just heard, were you not listening? We just heard like a bunch of stories of women doing remarkable things. Why you probably didn't hear most of it because you were laughing. You were laughing and talking about how your brain was too small to absorb any information.
Was he talking about Margot Robbie in Australia? How
yeah, Margot Robbie. That's what we meant.
How she brought the Australian people forward, absolutely, in that scene in The Wolf of Wall Street. What an amazing actress! How she opened her legs, absolutely beautiful action. Here, so again, let me try to make the distinction so we can actually help the viewers here. So let's say a dog, does he have the right to vote?
Umbreon, do you have the right to vote? He doesn't know.
He's an Umbreon. That's a special dog. Okay, so he doesn't even know if he has the right to vote. Maybe he does.
You know, if I could let Umbreon vote, I would. This guy would definitely not vote for Donald.
Ask him again, guys.
Umbreon, do you have the right to vote, buddy? He's like, I vote for trees.
Honestly, I mean, maybe we don't know. So okay, so in the end, what gives this dog and this like basically, does the woman have to do anything? Is there anything that can be removed? Is there basically? Let me try to bring it down. Is there any way I can lose this right of voting? Can I lose my right?
Felons often can't vote.
Yeah. Can I lose my rights?
They can be president, apparently, but what?
How can I lose my rights?
You could commit a felony.
Okay, so criminals are not allowed to vote. Why? Why don't they have the right to vote? Because legally they don't like it.
That's the way our law works.
So that's it. So the whole argument is, I can change the legal structure that women cannot vote. You have literally nothing to say to me. You cannot actually make a moral argument.
You could change it, yeah. You could change it, but people would resist it like they did before.
So once I become a Muslim Sharia law and we take over, right? Then you literally have nothing to. You can't even make a moral argument. You can't say, morally speaking, I just feel like women should vote.
I think the women and me and many people would resist you trying to do that, and we would enforce our morals. We would enforce our morals through activism and sabotage potentially if we need to.
Well, it's going to be impossible. I mean, they've never fought for anything. I mean, like in Arabic countries, they've been trying to fight for their whatever they want.
There's a lot of remarkable women out there fighting for their rights as well, for sure.
Yeah, they get some leeway, but only because they're afforded that, they're allowed. Like it's. I mean, every.
And then those rights get taken away because Trump makes a deal with the Taliban and gives the country to them, right?
So what? I can't even hear what you're saying. You speak too fast.
I said, and then those rights get taken away from them because Trump makes a deal with the Taliban and gives the country to them.
These rights are being taken away. What rights are being taken away? What rights?
The rights that women had to like go to school and stuff that are now being suppressed because of the Taliban.
Where so the Taliban is a different issue. This is a war-ridden country. Do you believe a war-ridden country?
Plenty of countries are war-ridden. I mean, Ukraine's a war-ridden country.
Regular countries, like, is a war-ridden country a good example comparable to America, for example? Or would you take
we're talking about rights that existed and were then taken away, like the Taliban being.
What I'm saying is a false equivalency. You can't equivocate, for example, a first world country with a third world war-ridden country. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, like in theory, they could take away the rights for people to vote here. I don't want them to. I'm going to fight against them trying to do that. In fact, Republicans are trying to disenfranchise people. They love disenfranchising people because their ideas are so wildly impossible.
Has nothing to do with why women actually deserve this right of voting, whatever. I don't know why. Your dog, why does he not deserve that right? I don't even know why. Nobody knows.
So I'm sorry. Is a democracy supposed? Is a democracy supposed
humans to vote? Humans are allowed to vote.
Like you guys are simultaneously complaining about the minority.
Make dogs allowed to vote? Now they have rights.
So you guys are simultaneously complaining about the minority influencing the majority. Yet what is the point of a democracy? It's to give the majority power and representation over the minority. You need a majority to pass most votes.
Oh, is
and
that
there's
what's happening today in your democracy?
Melanie's right, and this is why we can't even talk like this.
Speaking of the majority, I always hold the majority vote over here, and I can do whatever the fuck I want. K2 Keep on Trucking comes in with a big 5, says the Muslims buying acres in Texas so they could have their Muslim town where they're going to enforce Sharia law, allegedly bye-bye Sharia law. Thank you. Bye-bye women's rights.
Yeah, first
Is this
of
true?
all,
Texas.
no. That's not possible. That's
sense.
not possible because this is on a local level, and most of women's rights are, of course, on a federal level or state level.
And we should keep it that way.
Texas based. What do you mean? It's not federally speaking. You're not allowed to marry 4, but in Utah you're allowed to marry 4. What are you talking about? State actually has some kind of jurisdiction.
You just said a lie. You just lied.
So one of these states you're allowed 4.
We have high courts in the
Utah.
U.S. In the U.S., we have high courts, right? So, if there's a law about individuals, the federal law supersedes in almost all cases state laws.
But you're not a democracy. None of you are. None of you have ever experienced a democracy. You're a democratic republic. You're a democratic republic, and the last known democracy died out with ancient Greek. I don't know. Some point.
Well, we vote for representatives.
But, like, I want to ask Ryan after the little speed date with Manave, right? Yeah, I clearly comprehend that you do not understand the clear distinction between rights and freedoms, or do you?
It can be a democratic republic. Do you understand that it can be a democratic republic, but you can still give everyone the right to vote?
Right, listen.
Yeah, but you're not voting for the candidate anymore. You're voting for your representative. So it's a different kind of vote.
No, I agree. Wait. I agree. It's less democratic than a direct democracy.
But that's how all democracies
Right.
are.
What is this thing with conservatives where you guys can't understand that democracy is a category of things? It's not just direct democracy. Like, what is this like cancer in your brain?
Okay, the argument is not against democracy. The argument is against women participating.
No one ever argued that we're in a direct democracy.
No, what about a jury?
What about a jury? At a time, or I'm going to start putting you all backstage and bringing you on one at a time.
I'm just saying, Sarah, they're strawmanning the whole debate. The debate is not about democracy.
You literally are
hateful
doing
of
that.
democracy. We love men to vote. We love that they're voting. Absolutely. Let them vote themselves into drafting. Don't allow other people to vote for their rights and their privileges.
No, you're not for democracy if you're for limiting people's votes. You're for limited democracy.
We're disenfranchised.
Do all kinds of things.
Not cool. Lame.
Yeah. So,
I mean, so what would be the solution? You don't want women to vote.
Give women obligations.
Okay, what would our obligations be?
Heavy obligations. Like, for example, the reason we get drafted is because it's an extreme necessity. So if in extreme necessities, give the women the obligations to repopulate the country. At least give us something like that.
Okay.
You know, if you let more women just like have open sex and
Which
stuff
I
like
believe
that,
Put it in law that people have to sleep with.
And I do have the question to you, Manor. If all of these women are kind of forced to get pregnant, and daddy goes to war for the draft, and then daddy dies, now you have a bunch of single moms, which is what the right also doesn't like either. So where's your happy place?
Okay, so I mean, yeah, it sucks that in the necessity men are gonna die in war, but does that mean we stop having kids? I just don't get that argument. Even if men do die in war, we're gonna have to keep having kids. Even if the woman struggle, I would still argue that she doesn't have an abortion if it's too late. Yeah, even if she might be a martyr. Yeah, so my argument
I
is
think you're missing Sarah's point, Manar.
even if it ends their life, they have obligations upon their family.
I think you're missing Sarah's point.
I'm going to go over your head. I got to go over
Hold on. I guess where I'm getting at is there are a lot of women who are out here having babies and they're single mothers. And they get the shit end of the stick when it comes to how they are viewed in society. Yet they are the ones that are going out there and having babies and not having abortions and so on and so forth, and doing, like they're doing the right thing when things happen, and yet they are very poorly viewed upon. So then now you're saying like, well, we want women to be in this position where they're going to be they're forced to make more babies. But then they'll end up being single moms either way. And then it's kind of like a catch-22. We're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't.
Sarah, it kind of points to his mindset. His whole mindset, the mindset of Manar is that women are good for only one thing, and that's to have babies. That I think that's a real point that he's really trying to make. Is that to him? I'm speaking. The whole point is that to these people, they think that men are only good for fighting war, and that women are only good for having babies. And that's what this guy's thinking is. They hate the fact that women can have a regular life. Yeah, see, look at him. Oh, he's a little guy. He's a little angry.
Look, just because I am battle tested and I'm ready for a war doesn't mean all men are.
We are all laughing at you. Absolutely, we're laughing at you. We're not laughing with you, bro. All right, so it's really sad to see this mindset because it's pathetic, honestly, that the fact that they have to subjugate other people for them to feel special. Did you guys ever see the bull? Do you guys remember?
Can you stop making emotional arguments?
Do you remember the bullies in high school where
whilst he's frozen, listen, there's another angle about giving women rights that isn't being argued or even discussed.
EB3, if you bring up your argument again, I'm gonna explode.
It's a different argument, right? Yeah, like it isn't just about empowering, giving women the right to vote. Wasn't just about empowering them and giving them a voice in democracy or democratic scenarios, right? And it was about treating them as commodities, men treating them as business commodities, and a taxonomic nomenclature or something along them lines. I think it's called.
And they weren't that before at all, right? They weren't.
No, they were. They were.
Right.
Literally, that's why they take their husband's last name. Like, when a man earns something,
they didn't come along with dowries. They
only a man in that household would be taxed.
Yeah,
the woman was taxed. Didn't need to be taxed because they didn't have their own earnings. They were
like a woman's uterus. A woman's uterus used to actually have to consider like, oh shit, we have a cold winter and like 3 of our oxens die. Does this mean I should have had more kids? Like, that wouldn't have been a completely irrational
Kids used
thought.
to be wealth. Kids used to be money. It's like having how many goats do you have? Oh, you have 8 kids? Oh, wow, that's amazing. How about you? You're like wealthy. That's what kids were. What do you?
We still have that reaction. Wait. We still have that reaction. What do you mean?
Actually,
we still say that.
Representation of wealth. If you have more kids, it's probably because you're more able.
20 seconds. Brilliant example. The king. There's been plenty of kings throughout history. You all know more, but there's also been plenty of queens. Really powerful women, controlled armies, mass fortunes, and sat on thrones. Right? Yeah. And all of them, if you look throughout documented history, did very little to empower women and whatnot. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. In a man's world. Very little.
Tyrants very rarely expand the rights of the people they're expressing tyranny over. Like,
why can women vote men into war? Why can women vote men into option? Why?
Well, I mean, technically we don't, right? That doesn't that come from Congress? Like, don't they decide on whether we're allowed to go to war or not? Right.
Sure,
I mean,
the women are voting their representatives in. Why are they allowed a voice on who represents us?
Is that the only thing they're voting for?
I think someone made a point. Hold on a second, Manor. I think somebody made a point earlier. Jesus Christ, shut up, Manor. I think somebody made the point earlier that if you like, you're mad that the women are voting one way or the other, then what are you going to do to harness their vote instead? Because don't women have the population beat by like 1% or 2%, you know? So to me, and women are more marketable too, right? If we're so stupid and so emotional, it's really shouldn't be that hard to capture our attention.
It's a bad argument anyway. By that definition, any man who's not able to go to war shouldn't be able to vote to make you go to war either, right?
That's a good
point. That's what I would argue. I would argue these people that have no ability to.
It's a constant shifting of the goalpost to wherever you want them to be.
Don't deserve their votes. Yes, I would argue that.
It's a joke.
Vote is a privilege.
It's a joke. These people
it's like a license.
Should not be taken
You don't
seriously.
get to just go screw the world, drive into people's cars.
You're the one screwing the world.
You're
the one screwing the world. You're destroying my country. That's what's happening.
Remember, Sarah, earlier you talked about.
I will allow you to vote. I will let you vote. That's fine with me.
If feminism is designed to empower women, and we look at some of the most powerful women on earth ever to exist, right? Yeah, and they did very little to empower other women. Doesn't that say a lot
Sarah,
about
for me-
empowering women. The most powerful women ever to exist on planet Earth did very little to empower other women.
No, it says a
So
lot about
what is the
power,
goal of
genius,
feminism?
not
What's
women.
the
It says a
goal
lot
of
about
feminism?
power.
To make a bunch of spiteful bitches.
Look, Sarah, if I'm against AOC, it's almost impossible for me to defeat AOC against women's voters, except if I'm a pretentious liar.
No, because not all women voted for AOC, Minar.
I out-left AOC. At this point, me as a conservative man, it's impossible for me, no matter how much advertisement and screwing around I can do. If you put another lady that can out-left me by at least a skewer, it's not even a small little indicator. You don't need a millimeter of left out-lefts me. It's impossible for me to garner the majority of the women's vote.
Kamala
you're pretending.
Let me just finish the point. Women have proven through the Kamala Harris campaign they are willing to vote against their interests and the economy and the the country's interest for voting for identity.
You're making it way too small, though. You're
Okay,
assuming
so I want to point something out.
We live in a bubble. We don't live in a bubble, Minar.
I want to point something out. Kamala would have won for sure.
I'm talking about the Kamala Harris administration. This is just
right now.
We saw
right
that
now,
woman.
No,
it didn't. She lost the popular vote.
Barely.
We've seen Republicans send us to war for the last 30 years, and is that all Republicans' faults? Absolutely not. But that, to me, that's actual like fucking bullshit. Sorry, pardon my French.
No, it's fair.
Stop fucking cussing.
Okay, but Duck, what we would do
sorry.
is we would say these Republican conservatives that we voted into office, it's time for us to get rid of them. And so what we would do is we would coalesce with the small number of voters that are out there and convince them that they're
That's
voting
not how it
against their
happens.
interests.
That's
But
not
now
how it
if
happens.
the whole species is voting, it's impossible for you to actually line yourself up.
Not at all. Not at all.
Especially as a man.
The problem
It's
is that
impossible.
not enough people are voting. That's the real issue. To be, the number one a group of people in the United States in this last general election was no vote. They did not vote. That's the largest group of people. That is the real issue. We should be like Mr. Australian man over here, where we force people to vote, or should I say, we incentivize it by giving punishment for those who don't vote.
I would argue with the.
You should be drafted if you don't vote. Actually, that's the real thing.
I would say like a tax rebate for voting would be cool. I would support that.
The reason the biggest population of voters are non-voters is precisely what I'm saying is because a big and probably more than half of the population. What do you mean more than half? I would say only 10,000 are allowed to vote. Exactly like what Congress does. Look at Congress. Do you think Congress allows the whole universe to vote, all of America to vote? No, they come up to 100 people, they gather together, and those are the only ones that are allowed to vote. It's impossible to allow the whole country to vote. It's not.
But those people's jobs, by the way, those. You're always finishing the point, dude.
Not make sense.
It's counterintuitive.
Calm down, bro. Calm down.
It's counterintuitive, and the proof is in the pudding that half of the country is non-voting anyways. That means even in Congress and all of the whatever, man. If you want to keep talking, all I'm saying.
Okay, you went from saying 10,000 to half the country. You went from saying 10,000 to half the country. The fact of the matter is that the representatives who you elect to vote will carry on that vote. They can't just vote however the hell they want. They have to. They represent the party that they were elected to carry the vote to the convention to. So you being like, oh, you only vote for a few amount of people. No, you vote the people in to carry your vote to the final convention. I forget what it's called. To the Senate.
Yes, has nothing to do with
in pursuit. Why would any follower of the Christ, Christian?
The reason we don't see these people voting, the biggest population is non-voters, even though they can vote, is because they should not be allowed that way. They did not get this privilege that you guys are giving them. Is going. It's been humiliated. The vote has been humiliated.
So you're glad that these people aren't voting, then, right?
It's inflated.
You're glad that they're not voting, right?
And now it has zero value.
The reason is we make it hard to vote.
Voters to only good representatives that we care about, and this is what.
If you're mad about how hard it is to vote, blame Republicans.
Please, every state,
you're totally killing civility.
Those are the ones that actually come up with the majority of the voting. And
can we stop Minar's filibuster, please?
I don't know where you are, Minar. I don't know where you are in the world. If you're in the U.S., when we don't have civil discourse, when we're creating these lines of arguments that like women are the ones forcing men to go and die, like Nothing else works right. People can't go to school. People can't study. People can't learn. People can't go to work. People can't buy a house. People can't get healthcare. People can't build technology. People can't learn about the world. People can't do anything.
Women voted for AOC.
When we do the opposite,
Duck,
the
you're a
world's
good
Women
good.
voted for AOC, and AOC voted for Ukrainian warfare.
He literally was saying how
What
great it
do
is
you
to have
mean?
Sharia.
Can we go one at a time? You guys are really getting obnoxious.
Okay, just to respond
and it
to
makes
Doc,
for bad TV, okay?
I'm going to leave in a minute.
Just to respond to Duck, women voted AOC in, and AOC is voting us into the Ukrainian war and to send more weapons.
No, it was more than women. There are plenty of men who voted for her.
Us into war.
It's not just women. It's plenty of men who voted for her.
Supporting Ukraine is about not going to war, by the way.
But AOC has been I know a ton of people are going to hate this, right? The tinfoil Alex Jones crowd that shows up. No offense, everyone. No offense, but so you can't get mad, bro. I said no offense, but like AOC said she supports labor movements. AOC says that she supports like sustainable rights. She says she supports LGBTQ. So we know what we're going to get out of AOC, right? That predictability goes so far in most people's books. It has to.
Yeah, I heard In Pursuit say that he wants people who don't vote, right, who abstain, which is a formal political stance to take, right, like Christians, the majority of them, to be conscripted, to be drafted for war and stuff like that. But what I'm saying to him is, are you not aware of religious freedoms? And why would any follower of the Christ vote? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Give unto Caesar what is Caesar. What do you mean?
Why not?
He literally said to do it.
And Phantasma, utilizing their 2-month membership, congratulations, says in Australia you receive a fine if you don't vote. Wow.
Jesus never once said to vote. Jesus never once said to vote. What are you on about?
Wait, hold on.
And then K2 keeps on trucking, comes in with a big 5, saying the Democrats tried giving non-citizens the right to vote in the world in New York, shut down by the Supreme. The Democrats tried giving non-citizens the right to vote in the world in New York, shut down by the Supreme Court.
There was
I think
you gotta make it rhyme.
Places in the country that you can vote and not be a citizen. It's just not federal elections.
You gotta get all up in.
I don't think if you're, pardon me, Mel, if you're a non-citizen, like why would you have the right to vote?
It depends on where you are, right? There are localities and cities that can have everyone vote if they want to.
Some of the politicians you vote for.
You can be a legal resident, by the way. So, like
situations, but they don't.
I want to answer Sarah's question, EB3.
I want all of you to shut up. Go ahead, Mel.
You can be a legal resident, but not a full citizen, and we give legal residents the right to vote. Well, you do in America. I don't know.
But we don't give legal residents freedom of speech right now. Haven't you heard? That's the new thing going on.
So I wanted to comment on the fines for not voting thing. I'm actually against that as a leftist. First and foremost, because it would disaffect the poor, but also because I think a non-vote is a really good vote against the party that you're interested in, and telling them, hey, like you're not doing well. If you want my vote, you have to do better. And I think like forcing people to vote gives what's already a two-party system too much leeway to like take those votes for granted.
Well, why wouldn't we be?
Melanie,
wouldn't that give more space for a third one?
Play? I thought that was pay to play for like civic responsibility. You know, I think
before it gets lost. In Pursuit, where did Jesus tell people to vote in the Holy Bible? I've read it all.
When was Jesus able to vote? Hold on.
What does Jesus have to do with voting?
Yeah, I don't know where this guy's going, because in Israel, or during the time when the Romans were occupying Israel, there was never a time for democracy there. What are you talking about, bro? You don't know your history. You don't know anything about the Bible.
Can I have 30 seconds and uninterrupted then, and I can show you where voting is depicted in the Holy Scripture, or the crowd, the majority voicing their opinion and stuff happening. In the Old Testament, right, when God sent a messenger to the crowd, the Israelites, right, they wanted a man king, right, instead of just having God. And even though the messenger said eventually that these generations of man kings, right, will become corrupt and stranglehold you all, they still wanted one nevertheless, because they were jealous of other kingdoms having man kings, right? And so they, in essence, the crowd turned their back on God and voiced their opinion in the Old Testament. And in the New Testament, between Barabbas and the Christ, the crowd was asked, right, who do you want, this rapist, murderer, mean criminal, Barabbas, or Christ? and the crowd voiced their opinion, screamed out for Barabbas, and freed the criminal.
Can I
So
respond to this?
voting, the concept of voting. Let me 10 more seconds. Let me land my plane. The concept of voting is depicted in the Holy Scripture, and if you look in detail, the teachings of Christ teach Christians that only evil, sinful people, Christ killers, depict voters that hide in crowds of people voicing their opinions. So why would any true Christian follower of Christ vote? And why should they be conscripted to war at war when the Constitution protects their religious freedom? Why would they be conscripted to war when the Constitution protects their religious freedom?
I don't think that means.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead, Adam. Have fun.
Respond. This is a confusing thing, because first of all, you're making the claim that a modern, like America, with the system of voting that we have, is somehow in any way similar to a crowd of people saying, "Yeah, let's kill that guy." Like, obviously, these aren't comparable. These are different things. And for the record, I agree. A bunch of people going out and saying, "Let's kill that guy," probably isn't a good system. But at the same time, a bunch of people going out and saying, "Let's kill that guy," is clearly not what's happening when you're talking about a modern democracy. It's an entirely different system.
No, in my opinion, it's identical. People want blood. In 2025, Anno Domini, voters want blood one way or another, right? Yeah, and they represent Christ killers. That's why Trump's own words says that if Christians
dude, are you sure you're not just mad that we live in a secular society?
Please, 10 more seconds. I'm responding.
I am mad that we live in a secular society. I am mad about that. That's my position.
Hi, darling baby buggy bugaboos. You're all acting gay. So gay, you deserve this.
Tomato, fierce and red. This message is sponsored in part by.
Okay, are we all done acting like big babies who can't seem to get their own talking points? You can't just go one at a time.
That was it?
You want me to play the gay men again?
Those fake men didn't have enough dirt.
That's very sus.
They didn't have enough dirt.
That is very sus that you want me to play that again and you want it to last longer. Okay, we found him, guys. We found the one that gets excited when I play the fireman video.
Guys like us, we can stand up. We don't care. If we see another attractive man, we can even say they're attractive. That's what guys like us do.
Nice beard, Doc. See?
It's a real man.
By
the way,
Ryan, that one guy.
Sorry, I gotta call Ryan out for something. No, big call out, big drama.
Yeah,
Ryan, you stole my cat's name for your dog.
You have a cat named Umbreon?
Yeah, right there. He's awesome. A tuxedo cat.
You guys are very original really cool. And love Pokemon way too much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so where's the guy making absurd arguments based off of scripture?
He just left.
He just left. Okay, he went to go vote. I mean,
okay, so I kind of want to get back to the concept of gender wars. Like, does anybody actually think it's a real thing out in the real world outside of YouTube, outside of this shit? Like, I want to know what your experience is with the gender wars, men versus women, women versus men kind of concept. Ryan, you shook your head yes.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Unacceptable.
I mean, I'm a woman. I literally just got done killing 3 guys who are actively in like armed conflict currently. It's
I was kind of making a statement about this specifically, so I'm just gonna like read what I've been getting together here. So the gender war, this idea that men and women are locked in some epic battle, isn't just fake, it's useful to the people in power. Under Trump's second term, we're watching billionaires tighten their grip on the government, corporations write policy behind closed doors, and working class people of every gender lose their voice in the process. And while that's happening, what are we being fed? Endless narratives about men versus women, feminism destroying families, or masculinity being under attack. It's a distraction, just like racial divides used for generations to keep poor black and white folks from organizing together. The gender war is a weaponized culture war designed to keep us blaming each other while the people actually fucking us over by another goddamn god. Trump's Department of Government Efficiency is slashing protections for workers, men and women, dismantling oversight, and funneling power into the hands of unaccountable oligarchs. But instead of talking about that, we're fighting over who pays on a date or whether women should be in the workplace. So, yeah.
Jake, any thoughts? Shut up for a second. Jake, welcome. My deepest apologies for a canceled debate, but I shall deliver you
It's okay.
something else to argue. Any thoughts?
Yes, I know. We have people cancelling, unfortunately. That's okay. Yeah, let's talk about feminism, I say. What do you think, Sarah? Is that already come and gone, or can we talk about that?
We're diving into the concept of gender wars and whether this whole concept of feminism versus the patriarchy is even like, is it a real issue? Is it a real thing? Or are we just, is this like propaganda on the internet, or like, where does this even come from? The concept of, feminism being talking points.
You guys continue on. I have a look at my
Coder.
chat for a second.
Sure, take your time.
Can you hear
Harmon Walker with the big 5 says, "In my opinion, you have your Doris Day look today." I'll have to look into that one. Thank you. And Jake, you shaved your head.
This is unbelievable. So according to Ryan, feminism, they're picking the bear because of Trump. What? What? Are you kidding me? Bro?
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
What a
Yeah. Okay. Cool. My chat couldn't hear me.
For real? Why did you bring
They're picking the bear to trigger you, Manar.
Go ahead, Adam.
So my
Okay.
question for Ryan, given everything you said, it would seem as if you're implying that this that like the quote unquote gender war thing is a top-down
can't hear what you're
initiative being astroturfed by oligarchs in some way to distract people from real class consciousness.
can hear.
So the question
To some degree.
would the question from that would be, what is the evidence that any of this is actually happening, that this is a top-down thing?
I'd say it's not a grassroots thing. Like, and my evidence is if you go outside and talk to people, they're not talking about limiting women's right to vote. They're talking about things that are going on in their lives right now. They're not talking about like no. I if you have any friends who are men or women, really, we're not having conversations outside of panels about like taking away women's rights to vote. And I mean, maybe a lot of Republicans are, but
I am.
Normal people aren't.
Yeah,
So,
I think
so
can I quickly add to
hold
that?
on.
Oh, hold on. Let Adam finish
what
his-
I want to know is, do you have any actual evidence that this is top down other than people you know aren't talking about it? Because that's not evidence. People who I know generally don't talk about Austrian economics, but that doesn't mean that Austrian economics is a top down thing.
Sure. So what I'm really getting at is that, I mean, whether or not there are specific people who are pushing it, I think those people are benefiting from it, right? Like Elon and Trump right now, they would love for us to talk about feminism and fighting each other and gender and transgender people being in bathrooms instead of talking about the fact that they're robbing us fucking blind and like taking away the power of the people and consolidating it into their own hands. Like,
Yeah,
hold
on. To be clear, that's a massive concession. You're saying you don't actually know whether or not this is a top-down thing. You're just asserting.
I'm saying I'm not
that it
going to
benefits.
defend that as my main thing. Yeah.
All right, we're back.
I can point to it. I can point to it. By the way,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think Trump uses what's known as wedge issues, which are issues that don't affect the general public. And therefore, these issues are inorganically creating outrage among the far right. One example was the trans people in bathroom stuff. Like, if you already look at it, there's laws against doing illegal stuff in bathrooms already, and trans people are a minority. So you're literally getting people afraid of someone that you're not even likely to encounter in that way to begin with.
Totally
So I'm
agree.
sorry-
So
I'm
where
sorry,
so
guys.
where is Trump? So where is Trump doing a top-down push? Using the wedge issue of feminism or gender wars as we understand it.
You don't
Can you
think
show
that
me an
some-
example of that?
If the narrative comes from Trump, it's by definition from the top, right?
Yes, so I'm asking you, where is it coming from Trump?
Which I don't think Trump.
I've
really-
literally never
On the
heard him
Russian
say
bots
any of
on
these
Twitter.
talking points.
If you
Does
listen
he
to the
originate
Russian
any of
bots on
these
Twitter,
talking
they-
points at all? Do you don't think some of the things that he says?
Can we?
I don't think he does.
Panel, please. This is like my 5th time asking you. If you have an interjection or something, and if it's just a one-liner, save it. Nobody cares what you're about to say in terms of a one-liner. Just hold your breath, wait until they're done, and then you can respond. Okay, Jake, are you all set up now?
Yes, I think we're all good. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
All right, great. So what actually are we talking about? We're talking about the gender wars and and the patriarchy. Just give me that again, Sarah.
So, kind of the idea of, are these gender wars, the concept of feminism, the patriarchy, even we can dive into like the Christianity, like all of these different things, but particularly the gender wars. Where is it coming from? Because I look at it like I'm out in the normal world. I'm at work. I'm with friends. I'm doing all this other stuff, and nobody talks about feminism or patriarchy or we need to shut this down or do this. Like nobody's talking about it.
That's
but
not
then I
entirely
come
true.
on.
That's such a
Jesus
privileged
fucking
mindset,
Christ!
Sarah.
Did you just
Sorry.
interrupt me?
That's a privileged mindset.
But then I go to YouTube. And, in this little corner, it's just feminism everywhere, so on and so forth. Obviously, we're hosting debates about it. So my question is, are these gender wars even real, or is this some kind of propaganda drop down, or what is the crisis at hand, and why is it a crisis?
Yes, Ryan is proof that they are real.
Yeah, well, I mean,
go ahead, Jake.
Obviously, there is a gender war, and we've had 100 years of feminist conditioning. And until that's untangled, there's going to continue to be a gender war. But the only reason that there is a gender war is because men have allowed women to have these so-called rights that you guys all talk about. And if men collectively decided tomorrow to get rid of these rights, then there wouldn't be a gender war because there's nothing that they could do about it.
Don't you say you don't mean men, right? Because I would never align with you on that. Like most men would not align with you on that. So I don't think that when you say we, you're not who you're talking about there.
Don't you think that's an overly simplistic binary?
Who am I talking to? Am I talking to one person or am I talking to a few people?
No,
Ryan,
there's
not as many people as you want.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan came through like the clearest.
Ryan, yeah. So obviously, something about you told me that you wouldn't align with me. So I'm not surprised by that. But I'm just talking about hypothetically, if men decided tomorrow to take away the rights of women, there's nothing that they could do about it. You do agree with that, right?
Not really. And I think men and women fought for men fought alongside women to get.
That's not what I asked, Ryan. That's not what I asked. Yeah. What I asked was, if men collectively decided tomorrow to take away the rights from women, could they do so?
Like if all men were gonna do an act, like we're gonna put all men in one side of a room and all women on the other side, and they're gonna battle it out. Is that what you're asking?
It's a pretty simple question, Ryan. If men decided tomorrow to take women's rights away, could they do it?
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
So
we could impose. Potentially, we could make it illegal for women to vote, and then people would resist it, right? Like I would resist it. I think most men would resist it. Yeah.
The things that have happened throughout the course of history, which is men not giving women these rights until basically we had a bunch of technology that begets feminism, where women can have air-conditioned offices and can get little lanyards for their working. Now, all of a sudden, women do have rights. So
I think it was until there were mechanisms by which more people could influence the government. That the more people that have been able to influence the government, the more likely people's human rights have been to be represented. And with time, that's exactly what happened in the United States. So women got the right to vote as a lot more people got a political voice and were expressing it. So,
yes, I would agree. I would agree that as women entered more into politics and more into the workplace, etc., they had more say. But the question is, if tomorrow that wasn't the case anymore, could men just take away women's rights? And the question ultimately boils down to, if men do not consent, then can there be liberation?
If men do not consent, rights could be taken away from women. Yes, this could happen. It did happen. Roe v. Wade was overturned. Women's right to bodily autonomy was taken away in a lot of states. So yes, this can happen, and it could happen here, where women's right to vote could also be taken away. But you would be met with resistance. We would resist you.
Yeah, you would resist us. Okay.
Yes, and we would win.
So. You would win. Well, that's not really happened throughout the course of human history, and it's not really happening all around the world.
I'm pretty sure women can vote right now. We
see many examples of that everywhere. But would you agree with me that in order to replace the liberal world that we live in, we need to actually have people? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, people have babies. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Sure. And obviously you agree that the birth rate is in precipitous decline at the moment in the Western world, throughout the entire Western world?
It's lower than, but it's. I mean, I don't necessarily. I don't think I buy into the that we're going extinct or something. I'm not sure about that.
Well, mathematically, you just look at it and that's exactly what happens. As soon as you go below replacement, it starts to fall precipitously. There's an exponential curve that goes up with population. We've seen that. We've seen that in other countries around the world, and then also goes down as well in a similar fashion. We're seeing that at the moment throughout the entire Western world. And also places like Japan and South Korea. I mean, South Korea, I think, is 0.7. And this is an extinction level event for countries like that. And the United States is on a similar path.
So if we want more people to have babies, we should probably incentivize them to have babies.
Yeah, which we're not doing. And so feminism is one of the leading causes that doesn't incentivize people to have babies.
I feel like feminism is the movement that's gotten us things like maternal and paternity leave in most countries that we don't have here.
Yeah, how's that going?
And those are things that make people more likely to want to have babies because then they can actually take time off work to take care of those babies. But
sure,
you don't
how's
want
that going for you, Ryan?
So you're actually disincentivizing births.
Sure, Ryan, how's that going for them? How's maternity leave going in incentivizing birth rate?
It's great. I think people are more likely to have a baby if they think they can take maternal leave. Yeah.
Sure, Ryan, is the birth rate going up or is it going down, Ryan?
It depends on a lot of factors. It's not
is the birth rate going up or is it going down, Ryan? Pretty simple question.
It might be a simple question. I don't know. I assume it's going down.
Yeah, well, if you looked into it,
but we don't have maternity
most
leave.
Definitely going down. So
we
would
don't
you
have
say that
we don't have enforced maternity leave in the United States, right? Or paternity leave. We don't have
cool,
this
and
like other countries do.
Sure. So feminism not working.
Maybe we should try it.
So would you agree that feminism promotes the idea that women should offset having children in their 20s and should have children more in their 30s and should focus on a career more and should focus on being more independent?
I think feminism resists the imposition of those things on women. So women are allowed to go to work, or they can stay home and have babies, and they're absolutely allowed to have babies. And they're like certain. I don't have any problems with housewives. It's not illegal to be a housewife. Like some women want to do that.
Never said it was illegal, but would you say that?
But you want to make it illegal? You would.
Hold on,
you would
Lauren,
prefer they
answer
was
the questions,
right? No.
Let's answer the questions first. So would you say that feminism disincentivizes people to stay at home and have children, and it incentivizes women to go out into the workforce and into higher education?
Into higher education, yeah, but that's a good thing. I like higher education for people.
Okay, so now we get back to the birth rate question. If women are offsetting having children into their 30s, the average age that women graduate these days is 24, and then they have to go into their career and they have to work away to eventually become a dermatologist by the time that they're 36 or whatever that is, then would you say that that is a contributing factor to the downfall of the birth rate? At least would you acknowledge it's a contributing factor?
Could. But again, like there are other better solutions, like than resisting the whole quote unquote resisting feminism is like an
what's the better
abstraction,
solution?
Providing incentives for people to have children, like child tax credits, and by having maternity leave and paternity leave, and all these things that actually do help people and help children.
Okay, and how's that going for the birth rate, Ryan?
That would probably help the birth rate in the United States. We don't have.
Yeah,
those
it's
things.
not going so good. It's not going so good.
Okay, we don't have those things.
So
here,
Ryan,
I don't know
if you would agree, because you agree with me here, that where's he gone?
I switched it. Somebody paid for the next one. He wants you to debate Mel now. Don't worry, Mel will pick right back up.
I was halfway through.
I could give you both of them if you want. You want
Coder
both of them?
and I
them
are
both. Give me them both.
Coder and I are part of the leftist hive mind, so I can easily carry off.
Cool. But I want to continue the conversation that I was having with Ryan because we were halfway through. So Ryan, you've agreed with me that feminism essentially disincentivizes people to have children, right? Feminism is not what you were saying in terms of like paid maternity leave and all these sorts of things. It hasn't actually produced that, so that's an abstraction. That's just an idea.
Because of resistance
but feminism
from people
has feminism has produced a bunch of people who don't want to have children and who would rather go to Cancun on a holiday twice a year and would rather just be independent boss babes. So this actually does in fact lower the birth rate. Hold on a second, I'm not finished. So this actually does lower the birth rate. And if the birth rate is lowered, and if we actually can't replace our population, which is happening in reality, if this is the case, then what's the solution to that if we need to have a sustainable labor market, which we do? What's the solution to that, Ryan?
Incentivizing people to have children through things like child tax credits and maternity leave and paternity leave and other ways, like things that prevent childhood poverty, which is a big fear that many women have before if they're considering getting pregnant. So these would be moves that would help people have children and make it more appealing to women who would then be able to do that while also pursuing careers that they also want to do because they're also people, right?
Jake, do you know a lot of feminists?
Where's that happening? I don't know who this fox is who keeps talking, but I'm having a conversation with
It's
Ryan.
Melanie.
So Ryan,
I'm here too.
where is that happening and where's it working?
That's happening in at least several countries. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know. But
okay,
I mean,
I can tell you where they are doing this. They're doing this in places like Holland, and they're doing this in places like Sweden, all these Nordic countries that you guys love to sort of like masturbate over on the left. So wherever this is happening, show me where it's increasing the birth rates. Demonstrate that for me.
I mean, we could dig into that specifically, but I mean, just at an
if you dig into it, you're going to find it's not.
Real quick, just all things else equal, do you think someone's more likely to have a child if they have access to maternity leave or if they don't have access to maternity leave?
I don't think it makes a difference, and I think that the evidence actually bears that out. It'll incentivize them to go into their career. Yeah, it'll incentivize them to have a career because they think they have a safety net, and then they'll end up freezing their eggs and trying to have babies when they're 35. But all we have to look at is the data and the statistics on that. We have countries like the Nordic countries who have these sort of social programs, and it's actually not working. The birth rates are going down precipitously. And do you know what they're doing in those countries, Ryan? What do you think they're doing to actually replace their labor market? What do you think is actually happening there? If you had to look at it and just be objective about it, don't be ideological. What they're doing is they're bringing in the third world. They're bringing in a bunch of people from the Arab world and from the African world to replace their labor market. And do you know what these people do, Ryan? They make sweet, sweet love 7-8 times. 7-8 times to have children. They have lots and lots of big babies. They have lots and lots of families.
Hell yeah, we need people, right? That's what you're just crying about.
Yes, exactly right. But you know what the problem is with this, Ryan? Is that these people are not so feminist, unfortunately. No, they're not like you, my friend. They're a lot more like me than they are like you.
Yeah, but when they
feminist is like a first world
society, they become more like that.
Like Muslims in the United States
are extremely liberalized.
Do you know what's happening over in Europe at the moment, Ryan? Do you know what's happening in England? They've got Sharia courts over in England.
There are some issues with immigration over there right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So in America, you guys have more immigration from the Latin world. So you have a lot of people from Mexico, etc. By the way, they're Catholic, so they're more patriarchal than you guys. But over in England, they've got a massive population of Muslims over there. And eventually, England is slated to actually become a Muslim country. Now, how do you think feminism is going to fare when England is a Muslim country?
I think
Ryan, you got to stop letting him railroad this, dude.
I mean, just asking simple questions. Go ahead. Yeah. Just simple questions, guys.
So I could even work with the argument that the birth rate is declining as a result of feminism. That would actually be a good thing because we're having more planned pregnancies and planned families, which leads to better outcomes for both the parents and the child. However, one of the things we know about birth rate is that it's also heavily tied to economics. In fact,
hold on a second. You just made one claim. You said that it's better for the families. You just made one claim. You've made one claim. Let's take it one claim at a time.
Have a double standard.
No. That's shock. You can't shotgun the points. If you want to say that it's better for the family, demonstrate that for me.
You literally shotgun points all the time. I've had to sit here and wait. So
I ask questions.
Let's go. I do like it. I do like the line of logic. So Mel, if you can do one claim at a time and at least give Jake the opportunity to refute it, that would be helpful. I think for the conversation to move along a little more productively. Thank you.
Okay, so the first claim that you made there, Mel, was that it's better. These plans demonstrate that for me. How's it better? How's it better for families and better for societies? And how does this actually tie into feminism? Because as we know that what's happening around the United States is that there's higher divorce rates, there's more children outside of wedlock, and all these sorts of things. So demonstrate for me how that's better.
So he's making like 3 different points.
So
no, I'm making a counterpoint.
Do you want to hear about how it's better for the parent or the child? Because there's 2 ways to answer that.
No, I want to hear about how it's better for society as a whole. I don't care what makes people happy. I don't care about their emotional state.
It's better for society when children grow into adulthood with less crime rates, better education, better nutrition, better social conditioning, and living in a household that can afford them. And that is what we see with better planned families and when we allow things like abortion.
True.
When you allow, so it's better for the children when you allow things like abortion for them to not even be born in the first place.
Well, yeah, because they didn't exist. They didn't exist in the first place.
Well, and also many people who seek abortions, and I think most people who've gotten an abortion are mothers. Like people already have one child. So yeah.
Okay, now you're going to have to demonstrate for me how feminism does that better than, for example, how things used to be when people would meet young and they would have children young and they would stay together and they would not divorce and they would not have children outside of wedlock. You're going to have to demonstrate
for the husband to rape them.
No, so feminism. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Ryan?
Marital rape.
How are you going to demonstrate? No, it wasn't. It wasn't. That was assault. That was considered assault back then. No, it wasn't. You're just factually wrong about that. That was considered assault. It just wasn't essay. Anyways.
Yeah, no women would be
that
ignored
R
when they
word.
went to the police station. But anyways, feminism frames abortion as a woman's rights issue because it gives them better health outcomes. For example, being able to get it when their mental health is better, instead of having to have a pregnancy when their mental health isn't as good as it could be.
So you're saying that feminism, I don't care how feminism frames abortion. Abortion is murder. It's the taking of an unborn innocent life. So you can say that, and you can say, oh, well, they won't have to raise the baby when they're not doing so mentally well. And tell me, like, what's the standard for that? If I wake up one day and I'm 8 months pregnant and I say, my mental health today, not so good. Let's just get rid of this thing. Is that okay?
The standard is the pregnant person's own concern for their mental health, and if they think that they could endure raising a child with their current mental health state.
Okay,
I don't think anyone really decides.
So then
like,
the question that I asked,
I don't think anyone actually does the thing you asked. Yeah,
Ryan, stop trying to save her. Stop trying to save her.
I'm not. I'm making.
If anything, he's giving you more to deal with, which is annoying for me.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay, so Mel, if I wake up one day, I'm 8 months pregnant, and I say, having a rough day today, mental health is not so good. Can I just get rid of the baby?
I mean, like my personal stance on abortion is yes.
I don't care about your personal stance.
That is not the feminist. No, the feminist stance is usually 6 to 8 weeks.
All right.
What is give me the objective feminist stance?
I think the stance is still relies on the idea that you're still having an abortion one way or the other. Like the timeline can come down to different preferences or whatever, but it still allows you to do it nonetheless. And a quick shout out to chairman of the board with the Big Ten. All men could band together to take women's rights, and that's proof that men give women rights. Contains two logical fallacies, a mix of a straw man and a false cause. Jake, I think you were kind of alluding to this concept earlier. You're welcome to respond if you want.
Chairman of the board needs to get on the panel because that is the most ridiculous comment. Which one is it?
Oh, it's me. It's me. Hey, how you doing, Jake? Yeah. I'm a big fan of yours, by the way. I'm really flattered to be on the panel with you, man.
Yeah, you too, man. So how's it a straw man?
Well, so let me explain my reasoning because it's a mixture, right? So it's like saying, and I'll test the logic by changing the scenario a little bit instead of using the extreme of all the men band together to take away the women's rights, and therefore that's proof that women are given rights by men.
How's a hypothetical a straw man? It's a hypothetical question. So how can a hypothetical be a straw man?
If you're going to let me finish.
Go for it.
Yeah. So
you have to do it through my.
I want to hear. I want to hear what Chairman has to say as well.
Hold on, Doc. He's talking.
So
go ahead.
It's like me saying that I burned down your house and save you from it, therefore I save you, or all the women in a neighborhood get together and wreck your car by hitting it with baseball bats so that they own your car.
It's right? How is it like that?
Logic.
What are you talking about?
Actually, it's more like
the logic used in the argument. It's going to an extreme to prove its position, but it doesn't actually prove anything.
So it's a hypothetical. So it can't be a straw man. Okay, it's a hypothetical, and the hypothetical is actually true if men did band together. And so if you said to me, if I burnt down your house and then saved you from it, it's completely disanalogous to the hypothetical that I made. The hypothetical that I made, which actually happens all around the world, we've seen this in places like Afghanistan, where the men come to power, the Taliban, they say, hey, listen, women, no more school for you. This actually happens.
Shout out to the Taliban.
Right. I'm not going to argue the position that people don't oppress each other. Right. That would be foolish to argue the position that people don't oppress each other. But I'm just speaking on the specific use of that hypothetical as a tool in an argument. I think it's bad faith. And I've seen Andrew Wilson use it a whole bunch of times too, and it just doesn't stand up when you use it in comparisons. Like, and I'm not a feminist, man. You know, I'm not arguing from that position. I just don't like that.
Hey, Chairman.
I also know this
is
the Aussies
being misrepresented by the argument. Whose position is being misrepresented?
The Taliban. The Aussies are going to hate this, but the Taliban is also going to tell you, as for worse or for worse, but they're going to tell you to trust and believe people that are making social and economic choices, that they have a reason for doing that, right? Like, so
cool,
it's a really different way of thinking.
Anson, so if you're saying it's a straw man, that means it's a misrepresentation of somebody else's point. So whose point is being misrepresented?
the point that the point of the argument which was being had, which was that women get rights from men. That was the point of the hypothetical, was to drive that point home, and that's
okay. Well, okay, Anson.
Yeah.
If I'm strawmanning a position, it has to be a position that is made by somebody else.
I can answer.
So if I'm strawmanning Radical Coder's position, it's a position that he made. It's an argument that he made that I'm strawmanning. So who is making the argument that this hypothetical is strawmanning? Because you're saying it's a strawman.
Anyone
representation of somebody's position. Who is that somebody?
Anyone that says women's rights don't come from men. That's
okay. So you're claiming that Jake is strawmanning his own position. You're claiming that Jake is strawmanning his own position when he's making the argument.
I would say the thing he's strawmanning is real quick.
Can we let it? Can we go one at a time, gentlemen? Right now, I think it's Ryan and Adam. Can everybody else kind of butt out for a second? Go ahead, Ryan.
I think the thing that's being strawmanned, from my perspective, is the feminist perspective, and more importantly, the like what was done by feminists to get the rights. It's not that men just gave them to women like one day. They just felt like they felt like they just decided one day to give women rights. Like women and men fought for a long time, and I mean, Duck was going through a lot of examples at the beginning of this panel about like stories of women who did remarkable things throughout history, fighting for rights. And so you're kind of strawmanning the history, like really, you're strawmanning the story of feminism, I would say.
Okay, so it's not a strawman of feminism. And it's not a straw man of the history according to feminism, because it is an alternative perspective of history that is opposed to the feminist view. It is not a straw man because
what is alternative history?
No, hold on. It is not a straw man of history because it is opposed.
No, I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to hold you accountable for this. Absolutely not. If you come and come up with 10 people and you tell us alternative history exists, that's nonsense.
Okay. Orca speaks with the big 5, says, let's go, Jake. Wait, which channel am I on again? You must be watching on both ends. Made by Jim Bob coming in with a big 10 says, Ryan, if more males identify as women and dominate every field, is that still feminism?
Absolutely.
That's definitely not happening by any like more males is there's like 100 trans athletes
that's a conditional question, Ryan. That's a hypothetical. He's not saying it is happening. He's saying if
but it's an insane hypothetical. I don't know.
No, it's saying if it happened.
I think by the time if that happened, then like the way that we got to that point would have involved so much restructuring of like sporting categories. Like I think the question would be kind of absurd by that point.
It would be a crazy
we'll see what
question in
happens.
2025. Crazy question in 2025.
Hold on. So it's a yes or no question. If it did happen, would it be feminism or not?
And what I'm commenting on
I can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So feminism fights for
Ryan. I understand your need to save your buddy
Adam,
here, but I want Ryan to answer the question because it goes to Ryan.
Hold on, Adam. Mel, you were saying something, please.
So it would still be feminism because feminism fights for equality of the sexes, and you could still have equality of the sexes. The word dominate there, I don't think we would allow domination anymore. So if they're truly dominating, then sure, that's something that would eliminate it. But assuming that like it's just identifying as women and there's lots of women in every field, well, okay, yeah, women are a majority. That's not necessarily not feminism.
Well, okay, and I see the argument being made here. So if men put on skirts, okay, and went in and said, I'm a woman, hear me roar, I want job, I take job, and now women are inherently booted out of the workforce because these men went in and identified as women. So when it comes to HR is satisfied because, oh, we've got X amount of women and men because these dudes identify as women. Essentially that's like kind of going against the grain there. I don't think I think it goes against the concept of feminism. So it actually harms women more than helps. So this is where I would appeal to men to come in and actually get this shit out of there, because now real women are being put down as second-class citizens yet again.
So trans women are taking women out of HR?
What I'm saying is if men put on a skirt, Okay, this whole panel, let's just say you all decide today you're going to put on a skirt and we're all going to go apply for the same job, right? And HR has a like the DEI diversity quota hiring, right? And they say, well, we need X amount of women to satisfy this quota to make us be whatever. I can easily get booted out just because a dude comes in, puts on a skirt, and says he identifies as a woman. So it's like that's a sneak attack there.
Wouldn't if you're going to have some sort of quota system, like the point of those kinds of quotas is to make sure that the makeup of that group reflects the makeup of society. So like some percentage of society are trans people. So that quota could include some amount of trans people, some amount of cisgender people, and then
No, you're misunderstanding.
See,
At some point,
I actually
No.
I actually agree with Ryan on something here. I do not believe that we should offer undue benefits to the 1%. I think the 1% are overprivileged in society, and in this case, when I say the 1%, I mean trans people, because they're about 1% of the population. And in some cases, we're talking about 0.1%, which would, Ryan also doesn't. Ryan doesn't believe that we should give undue benefits to just 1% of the population. You can
Is
just ask
facing
them
higher
about
rates of
millionaires.
violence a privilege?
I don't think so.
What?
What privileges are trans people getting?
So privileges, well,
before we get on a tangent, can I chime in really quick before we get far away from the analogy?
Are you saying a trans woman is not a
hold
woman?
on.
Is that what you're saying, Ryan?
Stop. Effigy, is that?
Yeah, that was me.
We got some background.
No. So who's got the? Who's trying to talk?
Mr. What?
Whoever's got their mic open while they're talking.
I'm gonna mute you, Mr.
Really quickly, before we get too far away from it, this dumb analogy that we keep hearing: if all men band together, they could take away all the rights. Therefore, they have the ability. By the exact same logic, if all women band together, could they not end the species? Could they just decide that I'm not having babies anymore? And by your logic, then sure they could,
me
right?
ask the question to you then: is that what's happening? Are women subconsciously doing that in some weird way?
I'm just saying, by the logic of their example, if a group bands together and has the ability to do something, they should be the arbiters over that. So if women can band together and end the species by not allowing babies to come from them, shouldn't they be the ones who, by your own logic, are the ones who get to decide who comes into this world or not?
No, they can't do that. They actually can't do that.
Oh, is it you, Jake?
Yeah, I'll respond to this.
Oh, hold on. Your mic sounds like crap. What happened?
It's doing to our ears what you're about to say you would do to women if they tried to stop having kids.
Yes, that's why in Muslim countries, all these women, they band together, guys, so they can break apart the patriarchy. What is this BS, man? A woman, if you
women and men who don't want to see that.
Let me post.
Better.
Yes, thank
Better?
God.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jake.
Cool.
Before.
So it wasn't actually by our own logic, because with our own logic, these things have actually happened. So can you tell me where that's happened ever, that women have decided to end the species?
No, that was our question to you earlier.
Yeah,
because
so
there's been no
happened?
time in
I
history
can tell
where
you where
all
it's
men
happened.
ever have banded together.
It's a hypothetical.
Men have banded together and have taken away the rights of women. That has happened. It's still happening today. So where has it happened, what you're saying, that women band together and decide to end the species?
It's hypothetical.
It was a hypothetical, right? Yeah.
Well, where's it happened?
That's
But there's no place ever where men in the entire world have banded together and all agreed on the
But
same
then,
thing.
Jake,
it wouldn't happen here. You couldn't have it
So,
in the United States, have all men
So
band together.
Effigy, this is actually a straw man. So Effigy is actually straw manning the position.
It makes no sense.
Hold on. I think Jake, the question was posed as a hypothetical. So nobody's saying it has happened, but we're saying, what if women did band together and say, like, we're not going to have babies anymore, fuck society, whatever. And then I think I did ask the question, is that what's going on now? Like, women are waiting, or they're choosing not to have children, or you have the abortions, you have the birth control, you have all these sorts of different things. So in some weird subconscious way, have they decided to do that now?
No, they haven't. And they're not going to, and they never could, because even if they did decide that they would try and do that, what men would do is they would band together and they would enslave those women and they would impregnate those women.
Ooh.
Like I said.
Cringy.
I mean, for real, what's the counter
Kind
argument?
of creepy.
So,
Literally.
also, Effigy, I have to
besides it
point
being
out,
creepy, what's the counter argument?
how you were actually engaging in a straw man. So the claim isn't all men; it is men. You only need a small number of men in order to overthrow a government. Jake repeatedly used the example of the Taliban. The Taliban was not all of the people all of the men in Afghanistan. It was an organized minority of men who were able to come together, form a militia,
maybe his specific
and
version of this hypothetical, but the hypothetical
US
that's constantly
government
used
and
in
the
this
Soviet
hemisphere is the larger all men version. So maybe I was wrong in this instance, and maybe you're right. So the hypothetical is usually what if all men decided to do this to all women, and the logic I was pointing to was by you saying that all men can do this, they should be the arbiters of whether or not women should have that. By that logic, if all women can band together and in the species by the fact that they are the baby factories, well, shouldn't by your logic they then be the arbiters of whether or not they give birth or not, who comes into the world and lives or dies in that sense?
Well, okay, so Effigy, I can admit that there might be some people who do a very unsophisticated form of this argument, but the majority of the time this argument is made, there's never an ought claim attached. It is merely a descriptive fact of how rights operate in the real world. And the claim is that, and the claim is not that that this makes it so that this ought to work like this. The claim is that this is how it works descriptively, and this is how it's worked repeatedly.
How was what I said not descriptively? If you get a woman pregnant and she doesn't want to have your baby, she gets an abortion.
Gentlemen, didn't this kind of happen in, I think it was China, where like the 403B thing happened, and now they're like practically paying them South Korea. Thank you. So I guess in essence, it kind of did happen to some degree. I don't know how they made out with it, but Robert Demita.
No, it was a small social movement. It was a small social movement, and they could never. Yeah, sorry, go on, Sarah.
Sorry, Robert Demita with the Big Ten. Appreciate the stream, Sarah. You rule. Shout out to you, Robert Demita, and I owe you a wrench on this side, Robert. Orca Speaks with the Big Five, based Australian, as if that's actually a play. Poor Jake. They hit you every time. Okay, go ahead, Jake. I apologize.
It's true, though. They're actually right about that. So, yeah, no, it was a small social movement. I think it was a 3B movement or whatever it was in South Korea, 4B. Where women were sort of going, 4B, going, it was like kind of like the opposite to MGTOW. It was like women going their own way.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it was a small social movement, but the reason why their birth rate is so low over there is not because of that. It's because of like many other different factors, including like urbanization and it's not because of that 4B movement, but it's actually just not possible, because if they got together and they said collectively, we are going to just end the species, men would just say, no, you're not, sweetheart.
Well, and the other thing, and this is actually a point I really wanted to bring up with Korea, but I was in the back coping so hard. Ryan, you were talking about providing social benefits. One of the specific social benefits you talked about, and you brought up a bunch, was maternity leave. South Korea has very, very good maternity leave policies. They even have paternity leave. It has not helped. They were implemented since at least 2016, and it's like a year of maternity leave. And since 2016, the birth rate has continued to drop.
So I'm not saying there aren't other factors. So what I would be curious at is to look at, like, comparatively, are women and men who have access to maternity and paternity leave, like if they're comparative, like the same, like otherwise the same, like are they more or less likely to have children? And my instinct.
He just gave you the stats.
More likely.
Isn't it pretty?
He just gave you the reason.
He told me. Well, he actually told me that in the country the birth rates are still low, but he didn't give me the specific thing I'm referring to, right?
The countries where
I don't have those specific stats on like the specific stats you're referring to, because that's like a really, really particular and to be frank, I can't read South
You would
Korea.
identify whether or not that policy is working for your goal, right?
Question, gentlemen, and maybe Jake and Ryan, maybe you can dive into this one. If the economy were to per se do better to the point where you don't necessarily have to have two incomes to support a household, because I feel like that's, in terms of the middle class, it is necessary to a degree. If the economy suddenly did magically better, do you think that women would then return back home because there's no need for them to work, or maybe not have the ambition to do it, or to
may I point something out?
No.
The most common form of feminism, or at least the most popular, is choice feminism, which is actually kind of interesting, because I would argue, yes, if you did that, you would actually see more women able to embrace the trad lifestyle. But it's an important point to make.
No.
you're
wrong,
preventing
Kirby.
it so long as as we're not paying people enough, like a livable wage, so that way one person can support an entire household to begin with, and that forces women to work, and they can't embrace the trad lifestyle.
Look, you can look at the evidence of where in the world the birth rates haven't collapsed and see that it's not at all tied to economics, right? That's ridiculous. If you look at the actual data in the places where in the world where women are still having lots of children, they're not rich people. They're not people with means, right? So the collapsing birth rate is a disease of control,
though, Anson.
It's a disease of the rich and not a disease of the poor.
But that in third world countries, it's more of an issue of affording birth control and stuff like that. When
Yeah,
you look
and you're
across
pointing
first
out
world
exactly
countries-
why the birth rate collapsed is because all of these people have access to prevent pregnancy, whereas all throughout human history that didn't happen. And then suddenly, when women had access to be able to decide whether or not to have children, birth rates slowly started to decline, and it created an entirely different culture that hadn't existed previously in human history.
But Anson, when you look across countries that have like the top 15% GDP type countries, it's the ones that have higher GDP that actually have more children. It's the sort of thing like in a third world country, the dynamics are okay.
You got it backwards.
That's not the case. This guy's just wrong. That's not the case. It's actually the countries with the lowest GDP. You go to places like Africa,
Right.
in countries like Chad, and places like this. You have people
Hold
with
on,
8
let him
children.
finish, Mel.
Yeah,
But he's
just
doing a straw person.
Okay, but I want to hear him
hold on.
finish at least.
brother, relax. So yeah, no, that's not the case. The highest birth rates in the world are in the Arab countries and in the African countries. Some of them are up to like 6 to 8 birth rates. And as countries become more urbanized and as countries become more liberal, then this is when they start to drop their birth rates. So to the question that Sarah's asking, if something magically happened with the economy, well, we have been getting richer. We have more nice shit. We have iPhones. We have MacBook Pros, but we're having less and less babies. And this is because
So
people
Mel,
just
weren't you talking about
become
first world countries
completely complacent.
comparing like first world countries, or no?
Well, and Jake, I don't know if it's necessary. That's like material things. I don't know if that necessarily represents the strength of the economy, right? Like we can still buy stuff on credit in America, right? Just because
America has a massively strong economy. America's the strongest economy in the world.
I wouldn't agree with that either.
I mean,
America has the biggest military in the world. They absolutely destroy. I mean, you may not. If you look at the health of economy, there's a lot of different variables. So you could say that America doesn't have the healthiest economy. Fair enough, but America has the biggest military in the world by far. They are the biggest consumer market in the entire world. I mean, America is the U.S. dollar is the global reserve currency. There's really no argument that America is. Well, I mean, you have to prove that. You could make the argument that the USA is being taken over.
And China
taken over.
could easily outpace America if America was into recession because they have a higher population.
So you're saying that population begets strength? Is that what you're saying?
When you have more people in a market, there's automatically more demand. Yes.
So there, you've just refuted your own feminist argument, by the way.
Jake, so you're not American, so I'm gonna help you out a little bit. You too, Furby, you're Canadian. So in the last 50 years, a dollar has devalued to the point where it's worth 5 cents what it was 50 years ago, right? All of the generational wealth that my family had over generation was stolen through an inflation tax that people don't even pay attention to. Our economy is so ridiculously, like, it's a giant bubble, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good economy. And so I just made an argument for why what you said is wrong, right? It's a house of cards.
But the entire world is on a fiat currency, though, right?
I know.
The entire world is on
It's
fiat currency. So inflation is actually not just a specifically American problem. Inflation is worldwide.
Yeah, this is an issue of disenfranchising yourself from the gold. It's not an issue of the the dollar, the petrodollar, or the American dollar being weak. The American dollar is
inflation is
so
also a
strong.
symptom.
The American dollar is so strong; it still siphons wealth right now from other countries in its weak inflationary position right now.
It's to the global reserve currency. Yeah, exactly right. And if it were to lose its position as the global reserve currency, then you couldn't say this about it. Like if the Chinese yuan was to take over as the global reserve currency, then yeah, sure, America wouldn't be the strongest economy. But right now they still are. And having the US dollar as the global reserve currency gives you an incredible amount of leverage all around the world, which is why they can impose sanctions on Iran, why they can impose sanctions on Russia, and all of these different places. So America has the strongest hand, 100%.
Well, no,
and allow me to interrupt just for a moment. K2 Keep on Trucking came in with a big 40 on Cash App and says for Mel and Meth Head to the back for 20 minutes. And Ryan, I believe we went through the Meth Head thing before. I believe he's referring to you. Correct me if I'm wrong, K2, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that is the case. You guys got 20 minutes backstage. Thank you. All right. So I'm wondering then, Jake, like kind of if that inflation, because I know that inflation, or at least what I believe, maybe I could be totally wrong. It typically moves exponentially, right? But if for any reason it kind of like had a slowdown and the dollar could catch up to the value, I just feel like I feel like there's almost like a pressure for women to, like, you have to support yourself and you have to help support your family to some degree, because the average man makes what? Does anybody have that number? I don't think it's like more than 100,000
Something
a
about
year.
40.
Yeah.
Oh, way less. It's like the average
40,
is
yeah.
like 40 to 60 or something like that. Yeah.
I'll even grant it $60,000, right? And in order to support a family, I mean, if you live out in like Midwest podunk nowhere with one stoplight, that 60,000 will go a little further for sure, but 60,000 near within 60 miles of any major city, that dollar is not going to be stretched at all. So I'm wondering if like that pressure to help support, like obviously a woman would prefer to support as best as she can, right? We are in a supportive role, but I wonder if that pressure pushes us to that point of, you know, go get a degree, make good money, help provide whatever, so that you and your husband can raise your children and you can put them through college and you can, you know, provide a little bit more than just the necessities. I wonder if that would kind of trickle it back a little if we didn't feel that need to some degree.
Well, it's a mixture of things. One of them is definitely what you're talking about there, in terms of the fact that the wages are not really going up at the same time at the same rate as the cost of living. But also you have incentivization. You need cultural incentivization to have children and to have a family. And what feminism does is it disincentivizes women by telling them that you have to be independent. You have to go and make your own money, get your own bag, girl, so you never have to rely on a man. And this is basically the common narrative amongst young women these days. Never rely on a man, you have to be independent. But then another factor that has to be involved is that you have to have proper family structures. If you don't have a proper family structure in society, then you don't have any help raising the children. And right now we're completely fragmented in our society, where we live in such an individualized culture, whereas in other cultures around the world, they tend to stick together a lot. They work together, the families live together, the grandparents help out with the children, etc. So if you don't have that like network of support and you're living in an economy where the cost of living is high and the wages are low, then it's actually really like not feasible for a lot of people to have children. So there's a lot of factors involved.
I do agree with that support network. If I think historically people typically lived within the same block of their parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, so on and so forth. I know from anecdotal experience, like my ex-husband, like their entire family lived within like one town. So when they do Christmas Eve parties, everybody was 10 minutes away, and it would be a group of over 100 people. And the support network through that, like, I think would better assist, and even with you know, items and materialistic things being like, you could just borrow it from your aunt, or this, you don't always have to buy everything. And then also another kind of tap into that would be getting that second vehicle for the home. When you're paying for a second vehicle, now we have to have a second vehicle because everything's so far away to go to the grocery store, this, that, or another. Yeah. You know, you can't just go down.
Sarah, I'm going to jump back in. I've got to just jump out for a second because my computer is struggling and getting a bit hot with these double stream that I've got. But I'm going to jump back in soon. I just need to swap computers, okay?
Sure, take your time.
All right.
Does anybody else want to add a piece into that that thought process, or kind of where that goes?
I mean, the big issue is that your ex-husband's family, it's a very different world that we live in today, right? We gave up those, qualities of having to survive off of our family unit, being subsistence farmers. We gave that up for education, We gave that up to live in more urban environments. We gave that up for industrialization. We gave that up for a more globalized, connected world.
Shout out to Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. So there's a direct correlation between the advent of FDR's social programs like Social Security and the destruction of the multi-generational household, because grandparents no longer had to rely on the younger generations, and therefore the household was no longer given the benefit of the knowledge from the prior generations and the experience of the older generations. In addition to Lyndon Johnson's Great Society and the welfare programs basically finishing off a significant portion of what was, strong nuclear families in much of the United States, right? So there's a significant issue with social engineering that has gone on in the United States in the last 100 years, and it's had some disastrous results. And some of that is in the birth rate and other issues that we're talking about. Like, this isn't so the issues with the problems between the genders isn't
hold on,
man bad or woman bad. There's a whole lot of different issues that go into why families have deteriorated, and it's not just one.
So what about?
Wait.
Let me ask also. Let me. I'll let you go, Adam. But what about also? We no longer make stuff at home, right?
Why would we?
Right. So essentially, we got our time back by not having to hand make or hand sew or homemade pie, whatever. Like, we no longer have to make it ourselves. Now we can just go to the store and buy it for $10. Now, money is time, time is money. So now saving myself the time of creating that cherry pie from scratch and putting everything together, and it takes a couple hours and then you got to let it cool. I can simply go down to the bakery, or I can go to the grocery store and I can buy a frozen one and throw it in the oven for 10 minutes, right? I've just saved myself 2 hours of time, but now I have to work to make up for the cost of that $10 for that cherry pie. So in some degree, would we all agree that the fact that we amplified kind of the assembly line of stuff, whether it's food, clothes, cars, or even a picture frame, like nothing is made at home anymore.
I think if you asked your great grandmother that what you're going through, I think she would just, probably give you the smallest, tiniest violin, because she would probably say, what you have is fucking amazing.
Right.
Exactly. Poor people existed all throughout all of history, from the beginning of all of Earth.
And this is a very good thing that we're in the position where we can look back and say, wow, I love the idea of to pay $100 so that I'm given the opportunity to take a clay potting class, once a week, and I'm able to create my own little clay pots for decorations, not because I have to have one, because I only have those clay pots or my only dishware, in my hut. There's a big difference there. And I just want to respond real quick. Chairman, you brought up the fact of FDR and the social welfare
the
issues. Why did FDR get elected?
Because he you want to know what his original campaign message was? So he ran
on.
I'll tell you why he got elected. You asked.
That's
I'm going to tell you. No, you asked. Let me tell you. He ran on a campaign of keeping government small. His first election, and then he turned around and when he got elected, he did the opposite of what he campaigned on. What was it in response to?
What was it in response to?
What was it? What was what in response to him getting elected?
Why did he get elected?
Him lying. Yes. That's why he got elected the first time.
Why are you avoiding the? You know the answer.
I do know the answer to the question.
What's the answer?
I've studied it.
What's the answer?
The first time he got elected, it's because he lied.
Well, wasn't it due to the Great Depression?
No, that's
the correct answer. Yes,
history book. That's the one. Actually go back and read the original information to find out the truth.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was.
Okay, board chairman. Okay, board man. All right, boring man. So, what is the book I should be reading to determine why FDR got elected? Tell me the book, and I'll read it.
I'll go grab some links and put them in the back chat for you.
Is this something to do with the Elder Scrolls of Zion? Because I feel like inclination that's towards
No,
that.
it's revisionist history books that are written by people who are Austrian economists and the such, people who go back and look at political economics and actually try and understand what actually happened instead of what the narrative is, because we're all being lied to about everything.
Well,
We're
so
all
you
being lied to
realize
about
that
everything.
all conceptions of history are necessarily a narrative. The Austrian conception, the Austrian economic conception of history is also a narrative, right?
Yep.
So my point is to say this rhetoric, oh, it's a narrative, history's a narrative, is retarded, because you're also spinning a narrative. Now, I'm not. This isn't to say that either one of them is wrong. It's to say that they're both on relatively equal footing. And this is coming from somebody who's broadly sympathetic to Austrian economics.
Yeah, well, I'll agree with you, except that FDR was the only president for life that we had. He was elected to 4 terms. He was a fascist, and what he left in his
FDR
wake
was
was
not
a
a
bureaucratic
fascist.
fascism.
FDR was not a fascist.
Oh, he absolutely was.
Okay, so what's fascism in your view?
A centralized control. I've got a
Okay,
checklist.
so Abraham Lincoln was a fascist by your metric.
No, absolutely, yeah. Lincoln was absolutely a fascist.
These are 2 wartime presidents. Obviously, you have to have some sort of centralized authoritarian control when you have something like the Civil War going on, or World War II. If you disagree with those ideas, of course you're going to believe that it's fascist.
So it
also renders your definition of fascism completely mute.
Because
it means
needing
nothing.
A boogeyman and needing an external boogeyman is a feature of fascism. You just made my point for me.
All political systems, literally every single political system has some sort of a boogeyman. Like there's always an inside and outside when it comes to politics. There's always a friend and an enemy. That's necessarily true of all political systems. And all political systems have some form of centralized authority. Your definition is so broad that it applies to literally every single state.
It only applies to the people he doesn't like.
Which makes sense considering that you're appealing to an Austrian conception, because they're anti-statist. They're completely anti-state. They're literal anarchists. But the point I'm making is, according to you, every single political system that has a state is fascist.
No, that's not what I said. You're basically straw manning me. You could have just listened to what I said. I was responding.
This isn't a straw man. I'm arguing that this is an outcome of your view.
Yeah, go on and finish, Adam. Let me know when you're done.
Okay, can you provide me a state which doesn't centralize authority?
No, I'm not going to play this game where you ask me 20 questions after you straw man me. I asked you to be done with it. I'm done with it. You can be done with it too. I'm done.
So, okay, I want everybody to note. I just asked him a question so he could clarify his point to prove that not all states are fascist. He's unwilling to do it because he can't. He actually can't do it.
I never said that, dude. You keep putting those words in my mouth. I never.
Okay, if it's not the case that all states are fascist, provide me a state that's not fascist.
Provide you a state that's not. I don't know.
Yes.
Hungary is not fascist.
Okay, so Hungary, on your view, doesn't have centralized authority.
That's not the only aspect of fascism. But I'm basically, you're asking me to pull like a 10-point checklist out of my mind, dude. I don't have a photographic memory. I'm not.
Just wanted to have a definition.
I think what he's
according
saying is if you're going to
to
make
British
a claim,
scholar on.
You should be able to back it up. Thank you.
So
you're right.
According to the eminent British scholar on fascism, Roger Griffin, there's a 3-point test to determine if something's fascist.
Here comes Adam's favorite definition.
Yes, I love this definition, Effigy. You know, you've heard it before. Palingenetic populist ultranationalism. FDR did not have a conception of palingenesis. He certainly wasn't an ultranationalist, and he was probably a populist. So he's not a fascist. Simple.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to make America great again.
What do you mean? He was the president during World War II. He made what this country is. He made this country great.
He
what are you
got us
talking about?
unnecessarily involved in foreign conflicts.
Oh, here we go. Isolationists.
So imperialism isn't a necessary component of fascism. You have a pre-ideological state such as Great Britain, pre-ideological as in prior to the modern era, as in prior to the 19th century, which is where an ideology came from, who were imperialistic but not fascist.
Can I ask the panel
incredibly
a question?
expansionist, not fascist.
I'd actually like the panel to bring it back to the topic. If you could tie it back in, that'd be great. But go ahead, EB3.
Would you agree that if the state forced you to vote by law or else prison, ultimately, would you consider that a form of fascism?
No.
Why not?
Could you vote to make the state stop them from making you vote if you're voting?
Like, the politicians you vote, if you're a voter, right? Yeah, exercise a logical attribute of life called abstaining. Like, yeah, to abstain as a formal political stance, and if that isn't awarded to everyday people like you and me and everybody else, that's a form of people telling you that they are better than you in some which way, shape, or form. They are permitted to abstain on issues whenever it sees fit to do so. But
Representative democracy is not fascism, man. No matter how much
saying
you try
if you are
spin it.
forced, I'm saying in your opinion, if you are forced to vote by law or else prison, you don't consider that to be a form of fascism.
So
Can I vote to stop that force?
So by law, you are forced to not murder because there are penalties for murdering people. There are all sorts of actions which you must perform or must not perform due to law. Like you must stop at a red light. That's not a form of fascism. Similarly, well, at least not by itself. Similarly, a state forcing you to vote on its own would not be sufficient to be fascist, because fascism is an ideology with content. Fascism isn't some vague, airy-fairy label like people like you want to use it.
Well, look,
because
you're making apologetics.
You think what fascism is.
Gentlemen.
You believe that fascism is a smear word that you can apply to things you don't
No.
like, and that it has no actual
Look, he was
content.
the only president in the last 100 years to set up concentration camps in the United States.
Can I substantiate
He
my
was a
position
fascist, all
in a
right?
minute, please, Sarah? Can I respond?
Existence of concentration
substantiate?
camps by
go
itself
ahead,
does not make somebody
AB3.
fascist.
All right, Adam.
Like I've been accused of like using like boy tactics and words I don't understand, right? Yeah, on the world stage, right? Yeah, because voting goes beyond just like domestic values and stuff like that. On the world stage, there are aspects of life called government de jure and government de facto, and one is awarded status on the world stage when the other one has been complete, meaning when the natural inhabitants of a country elect off their own backs, right? Yeah, a bunch of representatives to represent them domestically and on the world stage, that's considered a legitimate government de jure and awarded de facto status to do business with other people that have other legitimate government de jures. Now, if a bunch of inhabitants are like being forced to make us legitimate on the world stage or else prison, that undermines the world de facto and de jure status given and granted on the world political arena. So it is a form of fascism. You wouldn't award a couple of people with AK-47s ruling a village that didn't want to be ruled by them. And the only reason why they're being ruled by them and being forced to mine blood diamonds, for example, is because they've got the bullets and the guns. You wouldn't grant them legitimate de facto status on the world stage to do business with, and you wouldn't respect any government that did. Being forced to vote by gunpoint or else prison is, in essence, a form of fascism.
Well, let me ask you though. Hold on. I have a question. Would voting be considered a duty of a citizen?
Again, the politicians. Let me respond to that, Sarah. The politicians that say if you do vote in any Western democracy or democratic country, right? Yeah. They exercise a political stance or tool called to abstain. You will know politicians that on a particular issue they've decided to abstain on it rather than vote one way or another. Now, if they are entitled to do that, right? Yeah, saying that you are unable to do that and like I'm abstaining from voting means that they are saying they are better than you. And you're basically a slave, an economic slave. Do as you're told. You are forced to legitimize us on the world stage, or else you go into prison. It's no different to the people with the AK-47s rolling over a village just because they've got the bullets.
Sarah, can I really want to respond to what
Go ahead,
this
Adam.
guy just said. Okay, so whether or not a state is recognized. Like this is like a weird concept of legitimacy, and you're asserting what I would or would not consider, or that the people in the world would or would not consider to be legitimate, and you're just sort of saying, oh, well, if there is force involved, and if they are forcing themselves on the people, then they would or wouldn't consider them to be legitimate. That's actually irrelevant to whether or not they de facto have power. Like this is you can have a system of government that is literally right-wing militarism, who go in,
take out people and rule over a country, and it's considered to be legitimate. In fact, the U.S. installed Pinochet as a well-known example of a right-wing militarist who got into power via a coup backed by the CIA and was considered to be legitimate on the world stage. So merely because you have an undemocratic means of getting into power, that does not mean that you're a de facto illegitimate or de jure illegitimate. Because it's happened before, and you know it's happened before. The U.S. is now recognizing the Taliban.
I agree with everything you stated. Factually, has happened, but even if you take that template off everything you said and then lay it on top of mine, there's still a few errors. It's nowhere synonymous with forcing the inhabitants of a country to vote by law or else prison ultimately, right? Yeah, which is gunpoint.
Can we tie it back to the
installing a president or ruler over a country that has been like supposedly been taken out of repression through a dictator or something along them lines and seen as legitimate on the world stage is something that was agreed to by de facto people that were elected by inhabitants that weren't forced to vote by gunpoint. So
we'll talk about
the straw person is back.
But the aspect of life that he's in, the aspect of life
hey guys,
invoking, right? Yeah, like there are give or take. I think in Australia where Jake Rattlesnake is, right? Yeah,
why do more women vote than men?
I really wanted to hear him.
Can I vote to kick EB3?
You have to pay to kick. If somebody pays, I will happily tuck them backstage.
Hey, Sarah,
I mean, EB3, take a breath, man.
Hey, Sarah, can I force everybody in here to vote on whether or not we should kick EB using force?
You don't have to force it. You don't have to force me to do
by
it.
your non-vote. Hold on.
on.
By any of you not voting, if you waive your right to vote, I get to vote on your behalf. So yeah,
fucking fascists.
So just to tie it back, Sarah, how can you say feminism doesn't exist? You don't see it anywhere. You don't see its effects anywhere. What about all
I didn't say it didn't exist. I said are the gender wars in true existence in terms of like, are people really arguing about this stuff outside in the real world, outside of YouTube, outside of Insta, outside of Twitter, so on and so forth? Only because like, I don't have these conversations with my real world friends. I don't have these conversations with coworkers, which you shouldn't anyways, that's really bad for business. But like, this is not a topic of conversation anywhere else I go.
Sarah, it happens every time people date. Every time people date, there's a war between the genders happening, and there's different ideological perspectives that are coming to clash every single time people date. And you see this all the time. If you're a young person and you're dating and you go on a date with a girl and you're trying to figure out her values, if you overstep a certain line when it comes to abortion and whatnot, then they're going to just disqualify you, and that is a microcosm of the gender war.
That's a good thing to know.
I have a question for Ryan.
That's hold on just a second, Andrew. Hold on just a second.
You fucking hold on. I have a question for Radical Coder.
I want to respond to Jake. Hold on, and then the floor is all yours, Andrew. I promise.
But he's in pursuit of knowledge. You can already tell he's a fucking idiot.
Hold on.
I think you already blocked me, Andrew, so it's okay.
Jake, to your thought on the
I'm here now, Jake. I'm here now, Jake.
And what?
Hold on. I wanted to respond, gentlemen.
Who wants to smoke?
Jake, I think that inevitably, I think that's establishing your principles and values, right? Like where you stand on something. And I think that's a good thing. It's just the same as if somebody smokes or something and you don't like.
Why are you picking on me, Sarah?
Because you were smoking. It was right here in front of me. I don't mind that you smoke, Andrew. You smoke all you want.
Yeah, Sarah, what's up?
What?
Let him get through it.
But what I'm saying is that's like just establishing a boundary or a value or a principle of some sort. But I don't know if it's necessarily like banking in on like we're having an argument about feminism, right? Like on that date, if somebody said, "Oh, you believe in abortion," or this or that, I just don't. I don't think that we'll jive or whatever the case. I would choose rather not to go forward.
Can I just make a quick suggestion, Sarah? Can you put me and Andrew in a 2-on-2 with Ryan and the other bloke, the Fox?
Somebody can pay for it, and we'll do it.
Wait, hang on. They will, but before they do, I do have a question for Ryan. This is an all-important question.
All right, what do you got?
Do you think that if there's an insect bite on the penis versus the vagina, that it's worse on the penis?
What?
I mean, I was thinking about this. Like, it's got to be way worse, right? For men.
That's what you're sitting around thinking about, huh?
Well, okay, so hang on. So think
Why
about it.
don't
Think
you
about
test
it.
it out yourself?
Hang on. Calm down. So from
you
like
got a vagina.
calm down. Pursuit of knowledge. I'm giving you. If you're in the pursuit of knowledge, you should want to know these things. So anyway, so the point is, shut up, you insane fucking lunatic. So real quick, if you had, so like a woman's vagina, it's mostly external, right? Man's penis external. The bug bite aspect. Is it worse on a man, Ryan? It's got to be worse on a man.
It'd be kind of hard to compare because you can't experience.
anyone
both,
wants
right?
to pay
What
for
do you
me
think,
to
though?
take
Have you
on
ever had a bug
Andrew
bite?
and
Had a
Rattlesnake
bug bite there,
single-handedly?
Ryan? Have you ever had a bug bite there?
I don't think so, but I've also never had a vagina. So
Yeah,
Do
no,
we
but
mean on the
you can
pink-
still fast.
Andrew does.
But hang on.
Do you mean on the pink
Chatter,
parts?
hang on,
They're,
shut
like,
up,
sensitive?
pursuit of knowledge. So anyway, a chatter brought this up. He made a good point. He was like, what about ticks? He was like, what about ticks? Like, could a tick get in there on a chick?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you know what? Pursuit of knowledge. But then I looked it up.
It can
and they
also
can't.
go inside your dick.
The pursuit of knowledge. They can't. They can't. You didn't know that. You're in the pursuit of knowledge. You didn't even fucking know that. You idiot. Anyway, this is
Well,
for.
this is why I'm here. I'm pursuing
Where are we
the
going with
knowledge.
this? Why don't you stop talking as we pursue the knowledge for a second while I talk to Ryan? Ryan, it's got to be. It's got to be worse on men. It's got to be worse.
I don't know. Yeah.
Take me in,
No
Ryan.
clue.
Take me in because I can answer this. The balls are like way less sensitive, right? And like that's like for the.
You don't have a fucking vagina. You can't answer it. You can't fucking answer this question. You don't have a fucking vagina. You got like.
we have to discount the pink fleshy parts
Before we
'cause they're
go
not
any
exposed.
forward, Betwixt, no, you can test my principles all you want, but I veto your $5. You can keep sending in all you want. Andrew is one of my favorites, and he's always welcome here, and you cannot boot him. Understood? Same to you, Orca Speaks. You keep trying. Go ahead, keep trying.
You can boot Ryan though.
Can it bounce?
Yeah,
off
you've
the
also. I'm
green
one of your
instead?
favorites. You say that every time I come on, but you boot me.
You're my
so-
favorite. You're my favorite.
happy
But
to take
The
on
favorite
Andrew
is
Wilson.
favorite.
But
I'm
the
happy to
favorite
take
is
on
the
Andrew Wilson
favorite.
and Rattlesnake TV single
Okay, can we roll to
on the
see if
concept
it
of
bounces
rights.
off?
All right. So
we
who
try
did
it
who did we want to speed date? We wanted Jake, Andrew,
Me and Andrew.
Ryan, and who?
Me and Andrew.
And
Wait.
the Fox guy.
EB3.
Me and Andrew.
No.
Hold on. So,
EB3
so
and Andrew.
Oh, the Fox guy, Furby.
the
Fox guy,
original
yeah.
request
No,
was
Fox
Melanie and Coder, but Coder, I have a question. Who would you rather be debating on your side, me or Melanie?
Andrew, are
I'd
you
be okay
scared of
with
me?
All right.
Who am I scared of?
Are you scared of me, Andrew?
Okay, yeah, let's 1v1 right now.
Yeah, me and
I'm
Andrew
happy to see that
1v1.
as well. The 1v1. I do need to go to the toilet, so.
Wait, 1v1 with who? Andrew and
I don't know. Whoever this
Andrew and
fucking
that
idiot
trade.
is.
Andrew
Whoever
and
this
that
idiot
trade.
is who's calling me out, they all think they're fucking heroes until we
Which
actually get
ones?
into a debate. I don't know.
Which-
Whoever the fuck it is.
It's the one showing
Me,
his
Sarah,
chin.
Sarah, me, EB3. me.
EB3. Okay. All right, gentlemen. And,
Wait, hang on.
and
Are you that lunatic? Are you that
Complete
lunatic British dude who made the weird ass fucking videos where you were like in low light
ad
and you
hominem.
look sweaty and shit?
Yes, he is.
Ad
Andrew.
hominem straight out of the back.
all
makes
right,
sense.
gentlemen, here
Attacking the man
I'm
straight
gonna
out.
give you lovers your time. Warpig Gaming with the Big 10 says, Sarah, good to see you, ma'am. Towards the 2v2, Andrew and Jake, the Snake versus Furby and Ryan. All right,
We'll
we
do
will
this
put
after.
that.
We'll
We'll
do it
put that
after.
on hold because Bonley sent a big 50 and says, let Andrew do whatever he wants. Okay, heard, understood. And
Get out the
here we go.
ticks.
You never thought about the tick question? It's the question of our time, you know? All right, so what do you want to know?
How'd you do, Andrew? Man, pleased to meet you finally.
Yeah. So get to whatever it is you want to get to.
Right, okay, I've heard you say for years, ain't it? Like, yeah, and you're bored of it as well. You know the concept of rights being in what you consider to be entitlements without duty.
Yeah.
And as obviously a Christian, you're a follower of the Christ. You obviously, and I've heard you as well on other shows, like slapping hoes and sinners about with the concept of God-given free will or universal free will under the same logical branch, right? Yeah, using it.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. So there's a clear distinction between freedoms. One, you know, the freedom to blink, fart, scratch your ass, walk your dog, this and
Can
that.
you?
And-
I just want to ask for one just quick favor.
Go on.
If you can maybe crank your audio up a little bit. You're very quiet.
My apologies. I'll get closer to my mic. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better, but maybe speak up even more.
I'll do it on my end. I think I think
just
I
maybe crank
cranked
him up a little bit.
down earlier because he was coming in a little too loud. EB3, can you test your mic again for me, please?
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Much better. Go ahead.
Okay. Right. So you're obviously aware of, and you've used them yourself, the clear distinction between freedoms and rights. But in your logical precept of, rights being, as far as you're concerned, entitlements without duty, it's flawed because freedoms are relinquished for rights. For instance, I'm paraphrasing you, but you say like,
wait, hang on. Can you qualify something for me real quick, just so that we don't semantically speak past each other? When you say that freedoms are limited for rights, what does that mean?
I said relinquished.
Yeah, what does that mean? How are they relinquished for rights?
Surrendered.
How? Wait, okay, which freedom is relinquished for rights?
Let me finish speaking, man.
No, you need to qualify.
I'm going to qualify it now. I'm going to qualify it.
Listen. Hang on. I'm not trying to blow past you. I just want to make sure we don't equivocate.
Can I finish saying what I want to say?
Just listen for 5 seconds, and then you can speak.
I'll say EB3. He's running a line of logic with you, so we're going to go step by step.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't equivocate. I just want to make sure we don't speak past each other, and that I understand exactly what it is that you're saying and why it is you're saying it. Can you tell me what this means when you say, when you have a right, you necessarily are giving up what?
A freedom.
Okay, can you tell me how that works?
And I'm going to provide an example. If you'd let me finish, I would have answered your question, but you had to rudely
Dude, calm down. I just want to make sure that we don't speak past each other. That's it. Being very good faith here. Can you be good faith back?
Right. Paraphrase me and stop me when I'm in error. Right. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing.
I'm not paraphrasing. I
made it. That was an accident, an error. I'm paraphrasing you. Stop me when I'm in error. You say often in your debates with people, right? Yeah. That, as an example, do you have a right to own a gun? And they answer, obviously, yes. Under the American Constitution, you do. Correct?
Sure.
Right. And then you say, do you have a duty to own one? Am I right so far?
Do you have a duty to own a gun?
Yeah,
that would be no.
With that after, when they answer, you normally follow up with that. Am I correct thus far?
Sure.
Okay, I'm following. Now I'm getting you to follow the trail of logic, but that's the wrong question. Do you, under God, the universe, have the freedom, regardless of what country you're in, where you are on the earth, right? Yeah, to own any gun you want, regardless of consequence, i.e., laws of mankind. You don't have the freedom to own a gun regardless of consequence.
No.
How so?
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. This is why I was asking for the qualifier. You said regardless of consequence?
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, so you can do anything you want regardless of consequence.
Right, so that's a freedom that you are giving up, right? Yeah, in order to own a gun, right? Yeah, legitimately. To exercise a right to own a gun legitimately, you were giving up freedoms because you can obviously own any gun you want under God, regardless of consequence, regardless of the laws of man and what happens to you. You can, and people do criminal. The laws of mankind, you obviously know, don't prohibit, don't stop murders and prohibit using drive-by shooting.
Hang on. I've heard you out now. So you have a right to rape a woman then? Regardless of consequence. Regardless of consequence, if you have a regardless of consequence, you do have a right to rape a woman, right?
Right. I'm going to answer you. Please don't interrupt.
Can you answer my question, please?
No.
No, why don't you?
All right, because you're misconstruing rights and freedoms.
Can you answer my fucking question?
You're using rights and freedoms, right? Yeah, interchangeably and nowhere synonymous.
To rape a woman based on the if there's no consequence, do you have the right to do that?
No.
Why not?
Right, yeah, because you're misconstruing rights and freedoms.
Can you answer my fucking question? Why not?
Look, it's not written in law anyway. You have that right.
What do you mean it's not written in law? So if it was written in law, you did have a right to rape the woman?
Well, right, yes,
That's
rights are
stupid,
short.
Bro.
No, listen, rights are short for legal rights. If you have a right to something, it's legally written down in law somewhere where you can go and look it up. Whereas what's lawful, which is ultimately what your freedoms are, that vast, they're too vast to be calculated. You don't need it written down in law.
Then you're making an argument for me.
Not at all.
Right,
yeah, sure you are. So what you're doing is you're saying
no. Let me respond without you into
me. I've just let you talk a bunch.
Can you finish Spurgeon like Destiny?
I've just let you talk a bunch. I've just let you talk a bunch. Let me get my words in, then you can get your words in. I promise. Very simple. You're actually making my argument for me that rights are a social construction. You affirm that they're a social construction because you then say, what about absent the consequent? Can you do anything absent a consequent? Sure. So I can say you have a right to rape a woman then if there's no consequences. Your answer to this is nothing. You have no answer to this, you fucking dolt, because that's where your line of reasoning goes. Go ahead. I want to hear anything. Go, give me anything.
You're misconstruing my argument. You're straw manning. You're defeating a house of cards I haven't said. You are using rights and freedoms synonymously. When I said listen, women get raped, crimes happen. They are exercising their freedoms under God, regardless of consequence. That's why they get held accountable for it, because they don't have a right to commit.
Well, but do you understand when you say regardless of consequence? Why don't you have a right to rape?
Because they are not. I agree with you that their rights are social constructs. I'm not denying that.
You have a right to rape
because it's not written down in law.
Okay, so all that is required to rape then is that it's written in law. You can.
No, I'm saying that if you have a legal right to something, it is written down in law.
Okay, but can you answer my question? Is it immoral to rape?
Well, it's immoral to harm anyone. Yeah.
Okay, why?
Because I'm a Christian. I follow Christ, man.
Okay, great. So you have an epistemic foundation based on the teachings of Christianity.
Yes,
right?
I'm saying you have a misinterpretation.
So then when you're talking about rights, and you agree with me that they're just social constructions, you could feasibly then under the social construction have a right to rape, right?
Well, I suppose if you were
then what are we arguing about
in that type of society?
Then what are we arguing about?
I'm arguing because you've never heard this argument before. You're using rights and freedoms synonymously.
I've heard this argument a million times. Your entire position literally reduces to relativism.
You use rights and freedoms synonymously. You say rights are a entitlement absent of duty, but
yes,
that's not true.
Okay, then what is a right?
It's false. A right is an entitlement, right? Yeah, that is
absent of duty.
But there is an obligation to.
What's the obligation?
The duty is right. Yeah, let me finish speaking. Right. Yeah, your questioning is: do you have a right to own a gun? Yes, and then
do you have a duty to own a gun?
Yeah, you can't. You have to interrupt me.
Well, no. Listen, hang on.
Right, you interrupting me.
I need to make sure that we get this semantically correct. When you say, and you are correct when I say a right is an entitlement absent duty. What I'm asking you is any of the rights you cite to me that are rights to give me the equivalent of the absence of duty. So if you say you have a right to, stop, bro. Stop. So if you say you have a right to own a gun, I want to know if you have a duty to own a gun. If you have a right to freedom of speech, I want to know if you have a duty. Hang on. I want to know if you have a duty to engage in freedom of speech. If not, then it seems like you're adopting my worldview, not me yours. But anyway, go ahead.
If you exercise your right to own a gun, you have a duty not to own any gun you want, regardless of consequence.
Why?
Because you become a criminal and you will lose your right to own a gun.
Well, that's a consequence, so that makes no sense.
No, you're misconstruing rights and freedoms.
I'm not misconstruing anything.
Of life, right? Criminals. Let me stop speaking. Stop spurging like Destiny. Right? Yeah.
Nobody's fucking spurging except you, bro.
Like Destiny. Let me finish speaking now. Right, yeah. Criminals exercise their freedoms under God every day, right? Yeah, regardless of consequence, right? Yeah, whether they are acting sinfully or otherwise, they own any gun they want, Uzis and everything, do drive-bys, regardless of consequence, right? They don't care if the police come after them or whatnot. They're
totally agree.
Their freedoms. Stop spurging like Destiny.
I just said I totally agree.
Something. I'm showing you a clear.
Well, how long do you get to filibuster before you can respond? Like can you lift? Hang on. Can you lift your right hand when you're done talking?
Andrew. Stop spurging like Destiny.
Well, how much time do you think we have, bro?
Right, I'm trying to relay a point, a distinction, but
I'm listening to your point. I just told you I agreed with your point.
You're making a fundamental error in logic, and you've been doing it for years.
Where's the fundamental error in logic? That's what I'm looking for.
Rights come with obligations, and duties are relinquished whether you are consciously aware of them or not. Right? Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No. Prove
Absolutely. Give me the demonstration. Your freedoms under this earth, right? Yeah, are the principal foundation of where rights come from, right? Yeah, and you obviously
hang
have
on,
the
back up. Listen. I don't actually understand
the concept of government, and
bro. I don't understand what you're saying. You have to. Can you calm down so that I'm just trying to understand your view.
Pardon me. EB3. I don't need to control Andrew. He does just fine on his own. But EB3, I think where he's going is kind of the same issue we were having with you earlier, where you're kind of going off on all these long tangents of nothingness and not actually getting to the point. So if you could land your plane he hasn't really interrupted
you. Are you spurging, bro? Calm down.
EB3, you've got 30 seconds to land that plane, and then we'll be bringing everybody up here shortly after Andrew returns his whatever you want to.
Andrew is making a fundamental fucking error in logic, right? Yeah, and he's been doing it for years. Rights come with obligations, and duties are relinquished, whether people are consciously aware of them or not. Criminals exercise their freedoms under God, and before rights and governments existed, right? Yeah, people were exercising their freedoms and raping and doing whatever they want and pillaging all the fucking time under God, right? Yeah, and rights try to interject the teachings of Christ. The English language does anyway. The English language and Christendom is incorporated with one another. So rights are a derivative of freedoms. Freedoms are the principal, most powerful part of anything, right? Yeah. Rights are secondary. They are a social construct and all that, but the freedoms of man, what you can do regardless of consequence, are relinquished in order to exercise your rights legitimately, and that is a duty that is bestowed upon anyone that claims rights. Andrew is fundamentally wrong in his approach to tackling what rights are.
Actually, I'm happy. I'm happy to engage with this. If you can you just answer a couple of questions without going on kind of like elongated nonsense? I'm actually happy to engage with you. Are you willing to do that with me?
Perhaps, Andrew, but sometimes, like the Christ, I might answer questions with questions to see if you can arrive.
No, you don't answer a question with a fucking question. You answer the question. Now, let me ask you a question. Under this model that you have, where you're talking about rights themselves being social constructions, that it is feasible that somebody could have a right to rape a child?
According to your logic, right? Yeah.
No. Answer my question, bro. From your view.
Right. Yeah, but according to you, right? Yeah.
According to your view.
Yes. But according to you, it's already happening in your worldview.
So, according to your view, people can have the right to rape a child, right?
And according to your worldview, it's already happening.
No, I'm asking about your worldview, not mine. Can you answer my question from your worldview?
Everybody is somebody's child.
Right to
if you consider the age of consent 16 to be immoral,
please answer my question. Please answer my question. From your worldview, if rights are a social construction, could a person have a right to rape a child?
Andrew, Q&A sessions are nowhere synonymous with debate.
Answer my question.
Q&A sessions are nowhere synonymous with debate.
You're not answering my fucking question.
I will try to answer a question with a question, and you can handle it.
He's just spurging. He can't answer any questions. So
yeah, nice one, Rattlesnake, of course.
Gentlemen, let me reset, because I do think it's kind of becoming a pointless circle that's not being answered. So let me just give some shout outs. Orca Speaks with the Big Five says I am a Crucible crew as much as I am Tomato crew. Powder Dusty.
Can I point out, before you answer that last super chat, can I point out he asked me a variety of questions which I answered yes or no to? Yes, no, yes, no. And notice when I asked him any questions, he said, I can only answer your questions with questions. And the thing is that is the opposite of the Socratic method. And it is also the opposite of how you actually debate and engage in good faith. When you asked me questions, sir, I answered yes, no, yes, that's true. No, that's not true. And was willing to give you what my view was if you asked additional questions. You did not do that for me. You, sir, are scum and lesser than I am as a debater. You're lesser than I am as a debater, because I can do what you can't do. Answer questions.
Can I defend myself then? 10 seconds.
No, you can't defend yourself. Shut up.
Right, listen,
Yeah,
Sarah.
Not-
Right,
no,
This
be
is
quiet.
all
You
English
had
today.
you had like 10 minutes to
Yeah,
defend
all right. If you're scared of me,
yourself
don't
and
let me
you
respond to
failed.
that.
Yeah, no one's
Nobody's
scared of you.
afraid of you.
All
You know
right,
what? I'm
whatever.
gonna
We
put
just had
you
1v1 and all you did was run, bro.
Wrongful rage already paid to put you backstage, and I'm implementing it now. Powder Dusty with the big 10 says Andrew stays, and so does Sarah's integrity. Thank you for backing me up on that. Bonnley with his new membership, and also gifting 5 more out to you lucky lottery winners. And Wrongful Rage, thank you for doing what everybody else wanted somebody to do. We appreciate you. Gorilla Biscuits
Thank
sending
the
out.
Lord.
That was getting a little like mentally challenging for me. B Twix with the big 20 asked for Pursuit of Knowledge versus Andrew or Jake. Prompt, have him defend why only women voting would be good for society. And give me a second on this one. Orca with the big 5. Answer the question with a fucking question from Mr. Wilson. Yes. And Orca Speaks says, based Andrew. I believe we had another speed date earlier that they asked 2v2 Andrew, Jake, Furby, and Ryan. Would you guys like to do that?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Can I ask a question before we do that, though?
No idea how
Absolutely.
much I want to go in and play some Furby right now.
What? So I was all geared up for this big grift stream tonight, where I was trolling my chat. It was really fun, and I pissed a lot of them off, which I'm really proud of. But you know, Jake Rattlesnake had a debate set up over here with one not so erudite. Can you explain what happened over here? Because the entire Crucible audience was willing to leave me grifting them to go watch their favorite Australian scumbag, and he got kind of robbed of this. Can you explain what happened there, please?
He's got a sexier accent than you, Andrew. That's probably what happened. That was why.
So what's the real scoop?
Unfortunately, Eurodite messaged me like an hour or two, a couple hours, whatever it was, before the stream started, letting me know that she had work to do this evening and had to cancel.
Which I don't have any work to do.
Well, I have a theory. Can I give you my theory?
I happily.
I think that Jake actually needs glasses in order to read, and I think that Not So Erudite just wears them because, like, women have this bizarre trend where they wear glasses often without lenses, even because they think it makes them look cute, right? And I think that she was really just jealous of Jake's glasses, that he actually needed them in order to read, and so she took that as a sign that he was a smart person, and that she wasn't. What do you think, Sarah?
I think that's a fair. I'm supposed to wear glasses and I don't wear them. That's why I'm always like half stupid reading chats, but I think it could go both ways for sure.
This is why I went bald today. I went bald so I'd be less intimidating. I shaved my head bald last night for that reason exactly.
Less intimidating?
Yeah.
Did you tattoo any other things to go with the shaved head on your body, Jake?
No, I didn't. I just went full naked mole rat.
I don't know if that would be less intimidating. Like you look like you're ready to go to prison.
Yeah, I feel like. Hang on, I feel like he offsets the tattoo and the shaved head with the glasses. I feel like that's like the perfect combination.
Hey Jake,
I don't know if this is a compliment, but
have you ever heard of
me of the
Joel Davis?
Hitman from Assassin's Creed.
Oh,
or not from Hitman.
I liked someone in my chat before said I look
from
like
Assassin's Creed. What
Not
are you
Assassin's
talking
Creed, it's the
about? What
actual
the
game.
fuck? It's Agent 47. You fuck. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's Hitman.
Either I look like a Ukrainian conscript or I look like the main actor from American History X. I like them both.
Oh,
Jake loses
yeah.
aura, not
Oh,
gonna
the
lie.
curbside.
That spiky head's better.
The curbside stomp on that
Now,
one.
speaking of
Ooh.
curb stomps, can we get the two liberals in a 2-on-2, Sarah?
You may. Yes, you may, gentlemen. Have fun.
Can I request that my wife brings me down another shot before I have to deal with these fucking progressives, just so I can fucking. I'm trying to lower my mental capacity in order to deal with them. I'm trying.
Yeah, well, so I guess to kind of start us off, I think, as I was saying earlier, I think the gender war stuff, which I guess is the topic of this whole thing, it's all like a big distraction, like from keeping people from organizing and talking about actual like economic justice. And we're talking about how feminism is driving down birth rates or whatever, but it's just like feminism is not the thing that's preventing people from having families. It's economic reasons. It's people not having paid leave. It's people not having job security.
You admitted that it was
having,
before, Ryan.
like,
You literally admitted.
Hang on a second. Ryan, I'm even willing to concede this point. All you have to do is tell me why it is that so many more poor people have kids than the middle class and the rich. If it's about economic conditions.
So what I'm saying is that people, if you want people to
Ryan, I'm going to ask my question again.
Yeah.
Why is it so many poor people have children if it's about economic conditions in comparison to the middle class and the upper class?
Well, poor people have less to do, so they're just gonna fuck more and make.
So they're stupid.
They're
stupid, Ryan.
Is that the question? Is that
They're
the answer?
stupid. They're stupid and horny. Can you tell me why then, Ryan? If they're not just stupid and horny, is that what is going on? They're just stupid and horny.
I don't think poor people are stupid.
Well, what are we
Great.
sampling?
Then why is it that they're having more children than the middle class and the upper class, Ryan?
Are we looking at like first?
Can you let Ryan answer?
I don't know if that's true.
I mean, we're both here.
Okay, Ryan, do you want to look it up? I'll take a second while you Google it. Yeah.
So my question is this talking?
Can you let Ryan answer real quick? Can you let Ryan answer real quick? Well, let him look it up and then say something.
Let Melanie talk.
I'll give you your chance to speak. But Ryan, can you tell me why that's the case?
I'm gonna do my thing. Let Melanie talk for a minute. Chill.
Oh, now you need. Okay, go ahead, Melanie.
Does this apply to like all nations, or what's your sample here? Like
yeah, it's basically everywhere in the world. Yeah.
So in third world nations, we see that increase because access to things like birth control and sex education are just lower.
Prove
you
it.
Don't have like lots of.
In fact, I would make the counter argument that in third world nations, especially considering the population bomb, which was a very famous book which came out, where the idea was in places like India, especially where there's a caste system, they need to have less children. That when you're talking about population, the domestic population is actually well versed in what makes children, just like the ancients were. You stick your penis in the vagina and voila, there's a child. Why is it that they seem to care far less about the outcome of that than people in the middle class and the upper class? You're not saying they're stupid, are you?
They're more focused on higher degrees of slave labor than first world economies might be.
Who is? People who are having children?
Third world nations, yeah, they tend to work.
No. I'm not talking about
people in China.
I'm not talking about the government in third world nations. Perhaps they are. I'll even concede the point.
I didn't say government. I said workers.
I'm asking. You're saying that the regular people want slave labor?
No. They're working higher hours because typically they need to work harder to even earn enough to feed their own family. And because of that, they don't have time to like learn about or go to like clinics for things like.
So they don't know how babies are made.
No, they know how babies are made. But
okay, then why are they having so many more babies? Why are they having so many more babies, even though they have unfettered access to birth control? In fact, in most of third world nations, the United States and Western nations fund condoms, fund massive campaigns for depopulation. Yes, right now, right this second, Ryan. Name a country.
Cut off USAID.
No. Name, even with USAID, name a fucking nation, and let me tell you how many billions of dollars a year the United States and Western nations spend on assisting them with decreasing their population through birth control, and they still don't. Why do you think that is? So even though they're educated, they know that penis in the vagina makes baby. Why is it that they're still making babies?
So most of these campaigns end up targeting like urban populations in these other nations. They were not
poor populations. That's the urban population.
In rural populations where you're actually poorer than urban.
No, the urban population in third world nations are often more poor than the rural populations are.
No, that's where you see a higher amount of people who are like working extreme hours just to like feed their family.
No, you don't see that the rural populations in third world nations are working less hours than those in the cities.
Yeah, I'm going to explain.
So people in rural populations inside of third world nations are working on farms. They often work 70, 80-hour weeks.
In urban populations, you tend to see people who are higher educated and able to get better jobs.
That's not true. Go to Bangalore or Mumbai or places like this where they have massive slums with millions of people in it, in the urban cities.
It still doesn't answer the question.
Exists. I'm not denying they don't. I'm saying.
Can you answer the question? Why are they still having babies even though they know how they're made and they're really poor? Can you answer the fucking question?
Well, in general, like their sex education.
They have sex education and they're still choosing to have them.
You can't just put it all into the same basket. It's not just have it or not have it.
Then give me what the reason is. Give me what the reason is.
They're going to have less access to birth control and stuff like this. Even though you're saying they do. You're saying they have the access, but they
have access to birth control. They have the most access. They get free condoms. They get free sex education. They get free everything. They have access to birth control.
Not
Why are
everybody
they
does.
still having so many children? And by the way, let's say Ryan, you have 4 children, right? But you don't have great access to birth control. Are you saying they have low impulse control?
Well, we all have low impulse control when it comes to
No,
sex.
we don't all have low impulse control when
love
it comes to
having sex
sex.
for pleasure. No,
Yeah,
humans in
and
general-
people don't all have low impulse control. Are you saying that poor people just have low impulse control? They can't help it?
No, humans love having sex for pleasure. It's probably
Yes,
one of the
I
most
agree.
common adult pastimes, as it probably should be. And
No
so-
dispute.
and-
But
and
you
so
still aren't answering the
the only way
question.
to
Why
reduce
is it that the
pregnancies-
poor class who is sexually educated, knows where babies come from, keep having babies?
Sex
So-
education
so
is not just limited
when
to knowing
abstinence-
how fucking works. Like,
Yeah,
but also.
Oh,
again,
I'm sorry. What is
you're not actually engaging with
sex
access to birth
education
control.
then?
I mean, it involves a understanding of like the reproductive process in a much more complicated
Oh,
way.
so-
I mean,
so
a lot of-
having babies?
like the various forms of birth control, which ones work for women, which ones are for men.
Oh, there's
Where
this
to
so
even
dumb they don't know
access
how
these
birth control
things.
works.
You might even learn where to access these things.
A lot
if
of
you have good,
people don't.
sex
I'm shocked by the racism on this panel, to be honest. I didn't expect to hear this tonight, Melanie.
Overwhelming,
No,
isn't
if
it?
it was a white- no,
They're
if it would happen-
Jake, they're just dumb knuckle draggers, bro.
They're just too dumb. They don't realize
too
that if you
dumb.
put PP in vajayjay, it makes baby.
I don't think poor people are stupid. I don't think someone not having access to information.
You guys do.
Ryan, poor people aren't. Hang on. Okay, Melanie.
You speak a lot.
You should let me speak more because when you speak, it's just absurdity.
This is the same thing as in heavily white states in the states in the U.S., where the lower grade that sex education has for that state, the higher the rate of teen pregnancies.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
So it's not just something. It's not just something.
Wait, no.
that applies.
Back up. I just want to make sure I got your point right. What was your point?
It's not about race. You can see the same thing in the U.S., where the lower the grade given to sex education by various institutions, whether they're in the U.S. or not, the higher the rate of teen pregnancies.
Where?
Let me make sure I got this right.
Yeah, make sure you fucking got it right.
Wait, I don't know what just happened. But anyway, yeah, I still
I have a feeling that they're going to be in certain
less
urban
access to birth
populations.
control.
Where'd they go?
Like that's been engaged with.
Yeah.
No, I think she might have accidentally dropped off. But yeah.
Anyways, Ryan,
he dropped off.
Yeah.
Ryan, now that
Yeah.
we can get back into the conversation that we were actually having before, you admitted to me before that the necessary precondition for there being any liberation whatsoever is the consent of men. Correct?
I think that liberation was gained through women and men doing.
Wait,
a lot
stop.
of resist.
One real
No,
quick
question.
before you guys get into this, and I'm going to let you guys get into this. I have to ask you a question. Ryan, can you smile at the camera? I will literally take care of that tooth issue. Literally, right now, I'll take care of the tooth issue. Send me your PayPal.
All right.
We'll take care of the issue right this second. Honestly.
Because you have to be your bitch.
Because that sucks, dude. Like, especially
dude, I've had this the whole time you've known me too. Like, it's been like this for a long time.
Okay, send me your PayPal. The Crucible will take care of this fucking tooth issue right this second.
That'd be great.
That's called Christian charity, baby.
No, I think that's socialism.
That's completely fucking unacceptable, Ryan.
I think you're
If you're gonna suck dick, you're gonna at least do it in a way that makes sure that this fucking guy doesn't have any fucking problems. Okay, if you're gonna fucking suck dick, Ryan, we're gonna make sure you can do it at least the right fucking way. This is ridiculous, bro. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I am obviously joking. We'll take care of it, bro. That sucks. Does suck.
Are you sure this isn't socialism though? Because
gives
you're kind of
character.
redistributing the funds of your chatters. You're kicking from the more fortunate, giving to the
No,
less
it's the
fortunate.
opposite of socialism. So what it is it's people with a shared value who want to contribute towards somebody who's obviously has an issue that we can easily take care of because he's not in a position to do it. That's the opposite of socialism. That's voluntarism.
Shit.
Yes. So
Well,
Ryan, anyways, onto
it's
this now. So you disagree that the necessary precondition for any liberation is the consent of men.
Yeah. I mean, like, you need, like, I don't understand the question really. Can you reframe that? Like, ask me that question differently.
Right. So if there is going to be any liberation whatsoever, and especially when we're talking about women's liberation, but liberation in general, men have to consent to this.
To some degree, you need enough men to, sure.
Yeah, so men as a collective have to consent to it, because if men as a collective don't consent to
You
it,
need
then
people,
they can overthrow it.
You need enough people to push back against the forces that were like withholding those rights from them, right?
So
right,
if you had a
but these
of
women.
men,
I'm just speaking. I'm speaking. Hold on, buddy. I'm speaking to Ryan here. So, with the female liberation movement, would you agree with me that they must necessarily appeal to men?
Yeah, basically. I mean, but not to like to men as a class, but they need men alongside them because you need both. You need men and women to like. That's
so they need men.
This is where I need to point out something, by the way.
So they need
If
men.
the majority of women are supporting this, then we only need a minority of men.
No, we don't, because what's a majority of women going to do?
That's like half the population already, and so
So?
you need a minority of men to get more than half.
So what's the majority of women going to do? What are they going to do? Are they going to vote and then have the government actually enact whatever they want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and
how
who's the enforcement arm? It's men. So they're always going to have to appeal to men. It always comes back around to that.
That's cool. So the issue I have with this like line of reasoning is it's just like it's a very abstract way of looking at like it
happens throughout the world in material reality.
The fact of the
all
matter
around the
is
world.
that like women resisted the oppression over decades, and men alongside them were resisting
No, they didn't.
the oppression.
No, they didn't. That's
They
just
absolutely
untrue,
did.
Ryan.
They
That's just
absolutely
untrue.
did. And yeah,
The reason why this
fought for their civil rights, and they got them.
Let him
And
finish.
If you try to take them away, then we'll fight you again, and we'll take them back.
Okay. Yeah. No, they're not going to do shit.
Ryan, that's totally fair. Women resisted their own oppression. Can you explain to me then why it is, Ryan, that feminists lobbied so that women couldn't vote, because every time women voted, they voted against the right to vote?
Feminists lobbied against women having the right to. Yeah. Sure.
In fact, they lobbied local governments to make sure women couldn't vote especially when it came to their own right to vote, because as early feminists often said, women have it made in shade, and they won't actually vote in order to eliminate their position in society, which is a much higher position generally than men had, because they had the moral position. Hang on, Ryan, I'll demonstrate this for you.
No, I understand.
The right to women to vote is which amendment?
19th, right?
Right. Now, the right to prohibit alcohol was which amendment?
21st?
No, the 18th.
18th?
Now, is 18 lower than 19?
Yeah.
How did women get that passed even though they didn't have the right to vote?
You're saying women got the 18th Amendment passed?
Yes, most certainly.
Okay.
Most certainly it was Christian women's leagues who got that right. Hang on, they got that right to pass. How were they able to do that, Ryan, even though they didn't have the right to vote?
Probably through other pressures.
They were able to lobby men. They were able to lobby men, their husbands, et cetera, in order to push that through, because they were in a position where they had the moral high ground. But early feminists, though, actually moved to create restrictions on women being able to vote on the vote, because when the early votes happened, women were voting against it. And so the thing is, Ryan, is like the wool's kind of been pulled over your eyes here. Honestly, I think that women would prefer not to be debt slaves, and I think that women would honestly prefer to go back to a position where they did not hold almost 50% of the nation's debt, and just just under 100 years. And when you poll women and ask them if they would prefer to not to have any debt, they say yes. What if there was an obligation? Hang on, let me finish. What if there was some kind of obligatory system that said that men, for instance, had to support their families or they went to jail? Those would be coverture laws. We already had those.
Okay, I have a question.
You went to fucking jail if you didn't take care of your family, and now you don't, Ryan. That's a much worse system.
Andrew, are you saying women should bring back 4B to get what they want?
What is 4B?
Not having sex with men?
It's a little South.
Nobody had sex with those chicks anyways. Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you.
So actually, hang on. There is a form of empowerment which does happen if women stay chaste. It's called, so this was, the sisterhood aspect has changed drastically over the last 80 years, especially. But early on, actually, women wanted to keep chastity intact because they felt like they could take their pick of men who were resource providers, and it worked out extremely well for them.
Yes or no,
the women
So here's the thing: if 4B meant that women were chaste and not that they were checking out of ever dating men, but that they were pursuing the virtue of chastity, the answer would be yes.
So in other words, if they did 4B, you would feel very compelled to do something to change that. Got it.
That makes no sense.
The first
your retort makes no sense. Can you explain how your retort makes sense?
Because you literally said that you have a way that you would prefer they do it.
Yeah.
Which demonstrates to me that if they actually did 4B like how they did it in Korea, that would pressure.
And how did they do it in Korea? What they did in Korea,
do something so that way they would stop doing it.
Makes no sense. What they did in Korea was they said it wasn't about the pursuance. Hang on. It's my turn. It wasn't about the pursuance of virtue, which is what I put as the qualifier. Hang on, stop talking and let me finish. Rather, it was the pursuit of checking out of the sexual marketplace altogether. I said that if the 4B movement was a reflection of virtue, then of course I would support that. And your retort was, oh, great, so women should move towards that. Makes no fucking sense, retard.
It's a good thing the 4B movement didn't exist to answer the question of how can we coddle Andrew more.
It's a good thing I can interrupt the panel whenever I want. In with the big five, I calculated that this panel would evolve. Uhuru? What is Uhuru? Uhuru? More on my Patreon. I think that's a shout out to our Gematria friend. Orca speaks with the big five. Let's ignore the rest of the conversation and continue to compliment the not people Australians. Shout out to you, Jake. And Get Down Demon says it's a hilarious lesson. You poor thing. It's hilarious listening to two dudes that don't get laid talk about low impulse control of people who can. That's unfortunate.
Ryan, do you get laid? By women.
Yes, I can have sex if I wanted to have sex right now.
That wasn't the question.
No.
We asked, do you?
Do
you, Ryan?
No.
I was like, I was in relationships like for a decade on and off, and I've been
with women,
myself
right?
Yes, with women.
Yeah,
I've been kind of keeping myself more for the past year or so. But
have you had sex in the last month?
No. No. But again, it's
oh my goodness gracious! All right, so Sarah,
wait, no, dude, this is not fuck.
I'm only asking this, and then I'll be quiet. I'm only asking for one thing.
Shut the fuck up, Andrew.
My cell phone died, and I need a drink, and I need a pack of smokes, and my wife has to bring them. And the only form of communication I have with her right now is that she watches the streams. So just give me 1 second to make the appeal to the wife to bring me down a pack of smokes and a drink so I can deal with you fuckers. It seems totally fucking fair, Ryan. Shut the fuck up, Ryan. Woman, bring that shit down to me. My cell phone died. All right, now, Ryan, back to you. Back to you.
We were talking about women.
Smokes and a drink.
We were talking about women who were stopping other women from voting against their right to vote, right?
You half in on the tooth, Jake? We got to get this guy a tooth, dude.
Well, just bring me on the show a few times, and I'll start streaming, and I'll be able to earn the money.
I like it. I think it gives him character. It kind of matches the personality a little bit.
What's wrong with this tooth?
Just one tooth missing.
It's funky.
Just one tooth missing.
But yeah, set up some debates. I'll come on and
we're taking care of the tooth, bro.
Apparently,
you're gonna come over to the dark side only because it is the case. It is the case that out of everybody who's ever offered to take care of the tooth, it's going to be Christians who take care of it.
Maybe.
So, can I go back just a couple seconds? I want to ask Sarah. Sarah, how many ladies have you known? Because you guys were talking about the how some women would prefer to not have the right to vote and all the nonsense that came along with it. How many women do you know in your life that have been shamed, like older ladies and stuff that stayed at home and raised their children? Who? Sorry, I didn't catch what you said there. But
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to let Brian know the super chats are already rolling in. We're gonna fix your tooth, Brian.
How many women have you known that have been shamed for staying at home and raising their children? It's like, oh, you should go get your career and stuff like that. I think it's funny how people like to go around and tell other people what they should do.
I agree. I think that does happen, but I think that's generally a response to people who are forcing the opposite on women, right? Like the reason that movement is so strong is because people are resisting the force that's saying they can't do that, right? Like it's literally a reaction to that.
And resist a force to interrupt me. Robert Demita in with the big 5 says 1 out of 10. Yes, I started a new goal for the sandwich fund since you guys seem to like the sandwich so much. So if you want to hit that goal, please feel free to do so. I think that it is kind of a thing that goes back and forth between women. To answer your question, 10th man, I think if you're a boss babe, working woman, whatever, then you shame women who are stay-at-home moms and vice versa. I don't know. I feel like women are the biggest judges of women. So I think it can kind of like go any which way, but I don't think it's always I don't think it's like the standard. I think it's just
right.
kind of
So then if you go the Jordan Peterson way, right? I think it was him that said it, was talking about how women will sabotage each other's relationships and stuff like that. So then why would you listen to those people? And, you know, I see a lot of times when people in the chat are going, why are all these men up there talking about women? And I'm like, well, I'm a black woman. I should go up there and talk about women's rights. So that's great. But where are all the women? I'm like, I'll drop down if any women want to come up and talk about this, but they also don't want to come up and talk either. So if you're down in chat complaining that only men are up here talking about this, maybe you should come up and put your 2 cents in.
K2 keep on trucking put his 2 cents in. He says, can you give this to Meth Man's tooth fund, Sarah?
So based. I love it. Yeah. No, that'd be great if I could get some dental work done. Yeah, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, probably $900. They'll take care of that, bro. We'll literally after the stream, we won't even mention it anymore this stream, but that's fucking ridiculous. Why hasn't that been fixed?
I honestly just haven't gotten around to it, and I don't have a great income right now, so
yeah,
making people
right.
pay for
It'll be
dental
Christians.
scam.
It'll be Christians, Ryan, who set this shit straight so that you don't fucking, because that's ridiculous.
Hurt your boyfriend. He'll be
still gonna fight against.
I just assume that
Still gonna fight
$10
against
is
you
for
guys.
me.
I appreciate it, like really, but yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna like if you guys try to take people's rights away, I'm still gonna be like fuck you and fight you like from and
yeah, but don't you understand that nobody's taking when you say rights, Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
You agree with me? Rights are just social constructions, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
So you want to limit gun rights, right? Hang on, Ryan. You want to limit gun rights, right?
No, not really.
Do you? So you don't want? So you think I should be able to own grenades?
Andrew,
I mean, can you right now? I don't know.
No, I can't right now.
Can't you? Okay, then I mean, I don't know.
Then no, right?
I haven't thought about that one.
Yeah. Well, okay. Don't use the cop out. I haven't thought about that. When you're thinking about it right now, should I be able to own machine guns, Ryan?
Potentially in some circumstances.
How about all circumstances?
I don't know. Anyway,
don't
like
know.
the thing, so what I'm saying is that right now women can vote, and you want them to not vote, right? You want to repeal the 19th Amendment, right? So
Yep.
you're actually the one who should be making the argument for why you should repeal it, because
Why?
that currently is that way. Right now.
This is often a thing which is cited because the law is the law now that you have the burden of saying that such law
legally,
must be
that's
repealed.
how it works.
However, actually, this is not logical. The thing is that you would still need to make a logical case for why it is that this is a good thing. For instance, Ryan, you think, and you shouldn't think this, by the way, they want to take rights away from women. Actually, that is not the case.
I mean, overturning Roe v. Wade.
Well,
away the right
stop,
to vote.
Ryan. Can I finish real quick? Let me
Yes,
at
sir.
least give the position before you straw man it, and then you can attack the position. I'm fine with that.
I mean, rights have
I
been taken
actually
away.
think most people should not be able to vote, including most men, not just women, most men as well. Now, Ryan, you agree that we should have restrictions on voting. You think that's a good idea. You don't think 17-year-olds should be able to vote, do you?
Actually, I'm open to that.
16?
Probably not 16, but I
Why?
think getting people to start voting at 17 would probably increase.
Yeah,
voting.
how come not 16?
I mean, actually, I'm open to, especially. Yeah, I'm open to that as well. I don't know.
How about 12, Ryan?
You understand the point, Ryan.
Hang on, stop. How about 12?
Probably not. But
Why?
Again, like this is like the fact is, I don't even actually have to make an argument for why it would be good.
Can you answer my fucking question? Why not?
I'm going to explain why I don't care about your question. So what I'm saying
you don't
is
care
that,
about my
like,
question.
The fact that women can vote right now, and the fact that if
Mm-hmm.
you tried to stop them from voting, people would resist you. That's all I have to say, because that's the fact.
If 12-year-olds could vote right
Politics,
now,
we would
if
resist
hang on. So just to make sure I got this right, if 12-year-olds could vote right now, and if I wanted to take that away from 12-year-olds being able to do the fact that people would resist that means in some way that that's a moral proposition.
I don't know if they'd resist that. Most people right now don't
If
agree. that
they
it's a
did, Ryan, that would mean it was a moral proposition.
I think it would depend on how people feel about it. I don't believe in like objective morality or whatever.
It would
so, like,
believe, so it would be how people felt about it. So if people resisted it, then that would mean that 12-year-olds ought to be able to vote, right?
I mean, they would make it so that people practically that's what would happen, is what I'm telling you. I'm speaking like a very realist.
But Ryan, should they? Should they be able to? You don't know. You don't
Yeah.
know if 12-year-olds should be able
Come
to
from?
fucking vote, Ryan. Ryan doesn't know if 12-year-olds should be able to fucking vote, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that, bro.
Where's
so
the
busy
morality
running,
come
man.
from?
One at a
Does
time.
morality come from
please.
law or from somewhere else?
Yeah, Andrew, is it a teaching of the Christ to answer questions with questions?
You still
silent on this.
No. Generally, actually, Jesus taught through parable, but he did answer questions directly as well.
So,
as well.
so Andrew,
Is it 80? Are you denying?
One at
are
a
you
time,
denying it?
please.
Yeah, but hang on. But if we're engaging in a logical debate, I expect logical arguments. And if you're only going to speak through, if you're only going to speak through parable, then I will respond in kind in parable. If you want me to make logical arguments in kind to your logical arguments, I'll do that. But if you insist on only responding through parable or through questioning, then you can't actually make a case for why I should not do the same exact thing back.
No, I agree, right? Yeah, but however, like it is a teaching. It is a teaching of the Christ to answer questions with questions. In order
Isn't
to
it a teaching of the Christ then for me to answer your questions with questions?
And that's fine. But what I'm saying
Okay,
is,
great. Then
why-
we'll just sit here and ask
why-
each other questions all
Man,
night.
Can I finish my point without you?
Sure.
Okay, so it is. So it is
Why
not.
should
Hold on.
oppose
I want to.
if
I
it's
want to actually
Christ-like?
directly
Can we go
answer
one at
this
a
with
time,
specific
please?
example.
By the way, we're at $200 for Ryan's Tooth Fund.
If it's Christ-like, and
Thanks,
I can
buddy.
prove that it is to answer questions with questions, right? Yeah, and you're a debater and you like to teach people and share the message, obviously, right? Yeah, as a Christian, why do you get so irate and spurged like a destiny stand, right? Yeah, whenever
Nobody's
people
become irate this
attempt to
evening, sir,
answer
except you.
questions with questions and show Christ-like qualities, it's not very Christian-like. It's not very brotherly. Perhaps you should adapt and change your way.
Okay, well then, at the same token, anything that I say, then it would be the most Christ-like thing for you to do to just go ahead and forgive me for whatever those trespasses were.
Absolutely. I was just
Okay, well then, great. Forgive me
I
all
was
the
just making you
trespasses
aware.
for destroying you all evening on your stupid arguments,
Speaking
sir.
over
Forgive
me
me for that.
instantly.
Can you, forgive me for speaking over you, sir? That's a
Forgive me.
trespass. Forgive me
Forgive
for
me, brother.
everything that I do tonight when I call you stupid, when I say you have no arguments. You just need to forgive me for that, right? Like Christ did.
I forgive you. We all act
Right,
irrationally
then
when we're
all
scared
you
and
need,
backed into
that's
a
it.
corner.
That's
I
all you
get
need.
it.
Forgive me for destroying you in every single argument you make because none of them are logical. Forgive me for not answering questions in kind. Forgive me for filibustering. Forgive me for anything that I do. Now,
I
ask
forgive
me
you
for forgiveness.
when we
back.
are backed into a
Ask
corner.
me
we
for
act
forgiveness,
irrationally
back,
and
sir, like
like
Christ would do.
argument.
Ask me for forgiveness back like Christ would do. Do it.
You are forgiven, my brother.
Yeah, that's right. Well, then shut up. Then we're not getting anywhere. Worthless.
And EB3 is not getting anywhere either. You got time in the back. Thank you so kindly. And then shout out to Glenn Lawrence says, look, I think there are men and women that should not have the right to vote. Let's go back to skin in the game standard.
Well, everyone kind of has skin. We all live like if you live here, you kind of have skin in the game, right?
If you pay the bill, you get to decide where to eat.
So does anyone
But
remember
if
why?
you have to be in the restaurant, like you're still going to be susceptible to like what's going on there, right?
I disagree. Why would somebody who doesn't contribute get to call the shots?
Well, it's not about calling the shots; it's about having a voice.
That's
Why
calling
would
a shot.
if
Why would
you're
you get
not
to call
if
a
you're
shot?
not paying the bill, why do you have a voice in deciding where we get to eat?
Well, I mean, you don't. I guess you could try to prevent people from having voice, but if you keep dragging them to restaurants they don't want to go to and feeding them shit they don't want to eat, then eventually they're going to revolt. They're going to be like, fuck
Well,
you,
they
I
have
don't-
to just
And then
pay
they're
for
gonna
their own
leave and go
food.
somewhere else. Yeah, you then pay your own bill.
or they're going to be like, no, I'm gonna eat what I want. I'm going to order what I want.
Who's
Go
going to
order
pay for it?
You won't let me get it.
And need it over there. Go order it. Need it over there.
Well,
No,
Ryan
I
is
live in,
arguing
I like
for-
America.
The
I
minute
want
that people
I
started
want
doing
everyone to
that,
vote.
they would get to be.
$150
They would get to have a
for
say
Ryan's
in it.
tooth.
So if you go to the buffet, right, Ryan, and there's a big buffet there, and they've put it on. Why should you get to eat eat from the buffet if you haven't paid any money?
Another 100 for Ryan's tooth, by the way.
Why should I be able to eat from the buffet if I haven't paid any money?
Yeah.
Well,
That's not how
if there's a
capitalism works.
If there's a buffet where like there's enough food that like everyone can have some, then like why not make it?
That's
why
not how the buffet works. You gotta
like
pay
having
to eat
starving
from the
people
buffet.
sucks for society. Like it's not cool to have starving people on the street and stuff. So like
I know
that's why
it's
we
not
have,
cool.
like,
It doesn't feel
Meals on Wheels
feel
and stuff.
nice.
Like, we have programs to feed hungry people. People in America aren't like starving on the streets because we have programs.
Funny, Ryan. I feel like I've done more for your tooth tonight than the government ever has.
Yeah, I mean that's true. We definitely don't have like government funded dental.
Yeah, but do you know that how dental care works in Canada isn't great either? And so the thing, and by the way, in most socialized nations, dental care isn't fucking great, and the waiting lines are fucking astronomical and this and that. Whereas Ryan, by the way, Ryan, all you ever fucking had to do, like we go way back, we've been debating each other for years. All you fucking ever had to do was just ask. And I would have just taken care of that for you, by the way. You could have just asked.
That's very sweet of you. I appreciate that.
You're like, we should just force everybody to fucking pay for everybody's bullshit when all you have to do is fucking ask. And half the time you'll get help, Ryan.
Well,
So on the waiting lines thing,
I have a few questions
on the
Ryan
waiting lines thing. I find that really interesting because the reality of it is that like you're waiting a long time to waiting line. Like you get like something where you need stitches and you're not like bleeding profusely. Whereas, like, if you have a heart attack, you're getting right in there, and I can speak from experience.
You can get right. You're gonna get right in there in an ER too.
1 second. 1 second.
I had a punctured lung with a broken rib, and I got into surgery in less than 24 hours. Into surgery.
You would in the United States too.
Well, that's all I'm saying. In Canada, I understand that, Mel, but prioritize people who need the health care.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you go to an emergency room inside of the United States, you have a punctured lung, you're gonna get treatment right then and there. And they're going to make sure that you're stabilized, and they're going to make sure you don't die. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but Andrew and Mel just from
so because you get free stuff, then you need to have a vote because you get free
from a socialist country.
Can we please go one at a time? Jake, I'm sorry, you asked a question.
What's the actual logic there? You're saying that because you get free stuff, you should vote?
I want it. It's mine.
Well, no, I was just pushing back on the waiting lines thing, but I'll say like. I think if you have a duty to vote if you want to keep something like having
350, right?
You have a duty to vote but like why should you vote though? Why should you vote for those things if you're just taking from it? You're not actually giving.
No, people give it all the time. Like I'm just on ODSP, so
how if you're getting an emergency surgery which costs thousands of dollars on the taxpayer, but you're not actually contributing, then why should you vote? Why shouldn't you say thank you so much? I'm really glad. I don't need to be involved in the actual. I don't need to be involved in the actual.
Not everyone's a taxpayer, so why does everybody get a say?
Virtually everyone
just be
here
grateful.
is a taxpayer.
You couldn't
like
pay me
tax.
You don't take free. Melanie, should illegal immigrants get a say?
If I could just have a couple.
Hang on, Melanie, should illegal immigrants get a say?
No. Legal
What if they're
immigrants,
taxpayers?
yes. Pardon?
What if they're taxpayers?
They only pay in the form of sales tax.
Yeah, but what if they're
They don't pay,
taxpayers? If they're taxpayers, why don't they get a say?
Fine, if you want to put me in a corner, sure. Let's get.
I'm asking you a question, Melanie. Should illegal immigrants who pay into the tax system get a say?
Yes. Fine.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So then ultimately, all you're saying is that even people who aren't a part of this country but pay into any aspect of the infrastructure or any aspect
Well, yeah, they
of
contribute.
the tax code should get a say. Now, let me ask you this, Melanie. What if we found out that illegal immigrants take more than they pay in to the tax system? Should they get a say then?
Do you think everyone should be treated?
Can
as
you
like
answer my fucking question without asking me one?
No, I've
being
answered a
Christ-like, or he's being.
Can you answer my question and then ask me your counter question?
I have a question for you. Do you really? Think
Yeah, I know. Can you answer my question though, Melanie? Should illegal immigrants who take more out of the system than they get be allowed to vote in the system?
Sure.
Oh, why?
Because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because you don't give a fuck. Right. This is a whole reduction in your argument. So then why shouldn't Chinese people be able to vote in our system?
There are Chinese people who can vote in our system.
No, Chinese people who are not part of the United States, don't pay any taxes, don't do any contribution or get anything back. They're Chinese citizens, not American citizens. Why shouldn't they be able to vote?
Most Canadian, they do vote.
Melanie, fucking answer the question.
Yeah, I haven't heard of this. I haven't formed an opinion yet.
You haven't formed
Melanie, you got
vote. Hang on. I just want to make sure you don't know why Chinese people who live in China should not be able to vote in the American I just you fucking people are so dumb. How do you?
I'm shaking.
How do you
I'm so
exist?
filled with rage. I'm so filled with rage right now. I'm shaking.
Man
Is this thing
Army,
working
pardon
now?
me, panel. Yeah, we
Yes.
got you. Man Army with the big 5 says you guys need to see Manor Reports versus Deconstruction Zone. Deconstruction Zone got destroyed in a 1v1 debate yesterday. I really don't care about anything that Manor Reports does when he's
I don't
here
know.
on
I haven't really thought about why the Chinese shouldn't be able to vote in the American system for our politicians. Sarah, I haven't really thought about why it is that the Russians shouldn't be able to vote in our systems. I haven't really thought about that.
For $5 million, they can get a citizenship.
It's no problem, right? I haven't really thought about it. I haven't really thought about
give
it.
you a reason why, because I'm from China, right? And up here in the Great White North, and you guys were talking about socialized medicine. It's a quick Google search to see over the past 10, 15, well before the pandemic years, the people who perish in the hallways because they close down all the small hospitals, all the clinics. You have to travel to a city, which oftentimes is 30 minutes or more away. And that's socialized medicine for you. And that's just the way it is. If you're 80 years old and you're 500 pounds and you need a hip replacement or a knee replacement, they'll have you in within a year or two.
Yeah,
But if
Ryan,
you're
you're about
40
to get better medical care for your fucking tooth. You're about to get better medical care based on charity for your fucking tooth than you would ever get from a socialist system. And yet here you're going to fucking demand endlessly that people give you a socialist fucking system based on what?
I'm not arguing for fucking socialism here. I'm arguing to keep letting women vote, right? Like that's how we got down here. But
it's the same. Hang on. Actually, this is the same in aspect. You're arguing that everybody ought to be able to vote, including 12-year-olds. You said you weren't sure if 12-year-olds shouldn't be able to vote. You weren't sure. I'm not sure, Andrew, if 12-year-olds.
And
Well, I said
gentlemen,
women
Law
vote,
Dog came in with the big 20. Ryan is arguing for slavery, commandeering the labor of others at gunpoint or under threat of revolt to eat at the buffet. His brain fell out of his head through that whole to be. That's savage.
I feel,
Ryan,
you know what I feel bad for? I feel bad for Jake Rattlesnake. So Jake,
Law Dog,
hang on. Let me explain something. Hang on. Ryan, hear me out here.
Okay.
Poor Mr. Rattlesnake came all the way from Australia, and he stayed in the cold tundra of Michigan with yours truly and my missus, who were just very inadequate hosts, right? We did the best that we possibly could, but the most inadequate host we could possibly be. And he was able to have a little taste of Americana with an M1 Garand and a carbine and all sorts of heavy weapons. And he had the time of his life. And then unfortunately, we have to show to poor Mr. Rattlesnake that fuckers like you exist that made the conditional such that the only place he could fucking shoot guns like that is in a place like this. The only place that he could find sane people is in the middle of a fucking cold tundra in the north of the United States because of lunatics like you. You know, all of you fuckers. Actually, I'm just going to say that all of you fucking liberals owe Jake Rattlesnake an apology because of the best he could get for American hospitality is the fucking Wilsons to have the real American experience. You all fucking owe him an apology because we are remarkably under-equipped to do that.
Yeah.
Can I tell
and
Ryan
exactly,
a story
and
real
also,
quick?
Not only are they that's the only place that I can get hospitality, but you liberals, you're also sitting there with your buck tooth and you're getting charity off of the same people, and you're lying to us saying that you got laid with that buck tooth as well, or with that missing tooth. So,
I mean,
what was the best gun?
I really don't care, like whether you think I've had sex before. Like that doesn't actually bother me that much. Like, but
with women,
I really do appreciate it from Andrew.
Remember the qualifier, Jake's just thinking with women. He doesn't dispute you might have had sex with men, Ryan. He's just questioning the woman.
I don't think being gay is a bad thing like you guys do, so I'm not like offended by that. Also,
would you fuck a guy, Ryan?
No, because I'm not gay.
I don't know. It sounds like you think it's
Yes, I would, and I do all the time.
And Sigma Chud with a big 5 says, I've got a special crystal for you, Ryan. Use it for your tooth. Nate G, I don't know if that's very nice, Nate, but he says, EB3, you've been reported to your local mosque.
Jake, did you have a favorite gun?
Well, hold on.
The World War II one that we shot was the best one.
I have a very brief series of questions for Ryan.
Unbelievable.
So Ryan, you're a moral subjectivist, right? As in you believe.
I don't know if I'd use that label, but like probably, yeah, probably.
You're relativist. You're more relativist.
So would you believe? So you believe that morality in the final analysis comes down to preferences, like what you do or do not want in society.
Essentially, yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
But I think it's also true for you guys, like, right? You prefer, or like Andrew, for example, like prefers to follow like the word of the church or whatever. Like,
Okay,
I think it all kind of comes down to
nobody. So nobody's disputing that. But you would agree that it is your personal preference not to have sex with men, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that it is immoral for you to have sex with men.
It would be immoral for someone to force me to have sex with men.
No, I'm saying, would it be immoral for you to have sex with men, given that you do not enjoy it? It is against your preferences.
Are you describing like me being sexually assaulted?
Well, I don't understand
the question.
I'm describing you not wanting to have sex with men, so you having sex with men would be against your preferences and thus be immoral from your view.
Would it be? Do you think it'd be immoral for me to have sex with like a woman I wasn't attracted to?
Yes. If it's against your preferences,
it would
well,
be.
then,
Yeah,
then by that standard, yeah,
I guess.
Your
preferences. Okay, so
then
it's
yes,
actually
by that
immoral
standard.
for you to have
But
gay
it's
sex.
not because. So it's not because it's gay sex, right? It's because I don't want to have sex with that person.
well, then what's moral? Hang on, what's moral outside of your preferences, right?
Well, that's what we were just kind of getting.
Nothing,
to.
right? If nothing is immoral outside of your preferences, he's right. If you refuse to have sex with a man because he's a man, then you're saying that's immoral, right?
I mean, you could put it that way, but I don't think that's.
I'm putting it that way, and so is he, because he's really fucking smart. Mr. C, really fucking smart guy.
I'm not.
And man, I would love to hear the refutation. I want to hear the refutation.
I don't know who Mr. C
these
is.
arguments 50 times before. Can I ask Jake Rattlesnake?
You haven't heard any fucking arguments. You never made an argument.
Hold on.
I speak to Jake. I've never met him.
Hold on. I really want to go back to EB3's earlier point. Because EB3 said some absolutely absurd things. So can you actually justify why democracy is immoral according to the Bible?
Democracy? You mean voting?
Yes, you were saying democracy was immoral according to the Bible. I want you to actually justify
the only two times that it's depicted, right, where I can see in the scripture. I've only read the King James version from cover to cover. So I'm happy
Modern
to be
democracy is nowhere depicted in
I
the
haven't
Bible.
got the chapters and verses mapped out in my head, but I'll tell you the story and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But in the Old Testament, the crowd, the Israelites and that, when given a messenger from God, right, they relayed to him, go and pray to God that we want a man king, because they were jealous of all the other kings in the other kingdoms, right, and wanted a man king instead of just being content with God. Right, yeah. So even though they were warned that through generations of kings they will become corrupt and become like a stranglehold over.
Yeah, I'm gonna interrupt this. Firm Audits with a big 5 says, "Coming in hot. Let's get this going. Money me now." And Poppy Trumbo with the big 5. That gap in Ryan's tooth is bigger than our national debt.
It's the only time, like, Jesus doesn't tell you to go and relinquish your voice, your God-given voice, to another person.
I'm gonna relinquish your voice.
I don't know how you do that.
I'd rather have my tooth made fun of than listen to that.
Me too. Me too.
All right, but let's just say the burden of proof doesn't fall on my shoulders anyway. And let me just do it in 20 seconds.
That's logical.
If you're saying voting is a teaching of the Christ, show me.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that Jesus taught that voting was inherently good. The claim I'm making is that earlier in the debate, and people can rewind and watch, you said that voting was inherently bad and that it was a teaching of Jesus Christ that voting is bad due to it being depicted in the Bible as negative. However, the examples you provide are not actually voting. What you're talking about is, in the first case, a bunch of Israelites praying to God, asking for something, and then getting it. And the second example is a mob of people saying, "Crucify Jesus," neither of which are voting.
It's a crowd of people relaying their voice when given an option.
And I'm not allowed to tell stories.
In the story of Barabbas and Christ, right? Yeah, it's the crowd.
Is it your claim? Is it your claim that every single individual people in the crowd wrote down their opinion on a sheet of paper and handed it to Pilate?
All right, question: would the chat rather have Mel or EB3? Put a 1 in the chat if you'd rather have Mel.
I prefer Mel.
2 in the chat if you'd rather have EB3.
Don't let me respond.
Oh, Mel's so much more pleasant.
Yeah.
I think the question was democracy bad.
not voting. And what if it's outside of the Bible? Is democracy inherently bad? The tyrannical 51%.
I would argue yes, but that's not due to like something fucking stupid in the Bible. Democracy increases time preference, and therefore is bad.
That's a better argument.
You don't have any counter?
I'm not countering. I was just asking the question.
Sorry, I had to.
But asking questions is unchristlike. You didn't know that? You're supposed to only answer questions with questions, and unless it comes to the fact when you say things like the burden of proof is on you, which is a logical argument. I don't know why you would ever say that if you're a person who only believed that you should answer in parables and in questions. I mean, but what do I know? I'm just some guy in the fucking internet next to some fucking Australian over here.
You could be AI for
I'm
all we know.
constantly trying to measure up, even though he lives in a fictitious country. What the fuck do I know?
So let
Team Philip in with the Big 10 just to throw tomatoes at all of you because you all suck. Thank you so much, Team Philip.
tomatoes.
Go ahead, Mel.
So let's say we have this village, right? They just pop into existence, bunch of people. Nobody knows what the fuck to do, but everyone kind of feels like they have like their trade. So
All right, we got operating villages now. Let's go.
So it's just a thought experiment, but we need someone to lead everybody. What do you think the most popular option will be? Somebody telling them that they. Sorry, what?
Force.
Yep.
So what?
The most popular option will always be force.
So you think
meaning the strongest guy will be the leader.
Sorry,
no, not just that.
My question
but the man who commands the most.
Clear.
Hang on, I'm going to answer the question, and then I'll divert right to you. I promise. I'm just going to answer the question very quickly. Right? If you bear with me in your good faith, Melanie, I'll be good faith back. I promise. So just to answer his question directly, yes, I do think, as Alexander the Great rightly pointed out multiple times, yes, it is the case that the man who commands the most force would be taken the most seriously. And women can't command force the same way men can. And so they're never going to be taken as seriously as men. And they aren't even right now. So anyway, back to Melanie. Go ahead.
By command, do you mean like, so if you command a lot of force, do you mean like through charisma or just by like owning the rights of that force?
It would be a mixture. This would be an admixture, not just of charisma and of force, but it would be the understanding of things which were more baseline, like tactics, more baseline as in the sense of inspiration. So you would have an admixture of a leader is not something which is altogether apparent. Sun Tzu wrote about this multiple times. In fact, even stating there are men who will understand how to get to greatness, but they themselves can't do it. What he's saying there is, wait a second, back up. There are actually men who are great tacticians and this and that, but they don't have the other requisites which are necessary to lead men. And sometimes, in fact, most of the time, brute force ends up winning the day.
So is there some way that we can like measure this, that we can like look into a group of men and be like, you're the one who should be the leader?
Yeah, let me give you a modern day example. Do you think that if Andrew Tate wasn't a MMA star, didn't kick the shit out of fucking people professionally, that he would have nearly the following he does?
So being an MMA star makes someone a good leader?
No, but being a person who has the other requisites for leadership and can emit a massive amount of force seems to be something that men gravitate towards.
So then I guess I'm back to my question I was going to ask before. Do you think people want to be forced into being led by somebody just because they have a lot of force? Or do you think they want...
Ultimately, yeah. Well, so ultimately, I'll answer your question directly. The answer is yes. And hang on. I can demonstrate. Yes. Well, actually, yes, they do. You may think that they don't, but let me ask you a question, sir. Do you stop at stop signs?
I do. I'm forced.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm forced. Yes.
Joe?
Wait a second. Hang on. Wait a second. Would you really have it any other way?
Yes, I prefer to make my own judgment.
You would rather there was no stop signs, or you
if
would
it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't want to stop at a stop sign. I trust my judgment.
You still do? But you still do?
Yeah, I'd be scared, man.
Because it develops. Because what that does is it develops good habits. so that you're always stopping at the stop signs, even if there's no police officer around. Don't you think that that's actually, as far as a protocol goes, probably pretty good for society at large?
No,
Wouldn't
I'm
it
against
tap
that.
into? Can I ask,
Hang on,
Andrew?
but why are you against it? Like, if you are building, hang on, if you're building good habits, which both protect you and protect everybody who's around you at the same time, even though there's no actual enforcement around, just the threat of enforcement requires you to behave properly. What is your actual issue with that?
Well, first of all, I didn't think it was behaving properly. Remember, I think I get to run that stop sign at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm being forced, and I don't like it.
Then why don't you?
Why don't? Because I'm scared some cop gonna jump out from a bush.
Oh,
and
I
charge me
see.
money.
So if
Or
cops,
one might fall and hit you.
if cops were raping your wife, would you step in and do something about that?
Yes, they were raping.
Yeah, oh, yes, you would.
File a complaint.
Yeah.
File
So
a
if,
complaint.
so if cops were doing something that you considered to be immoral, you would step in to try to stop that. However, in this case, when there's no cop around, you still obey the law. That seems to indicate to me that there's some bearing on that law you must agree with.
Virtue ethics.
Yes, there is some. I wouldn't dispute that. Yeah.
Then what were you arguing about?
I have to go. I don't think they get to determine. It shouldn't be 100%. They shouldn't get to determine that shit 100%.
Hey,
They're
before Mel
kicking me
goes,
out. Yeah.
Before Mel goes, Mel, to your, I understand Andrew's response, but in the village, it's not that anybody's being forced. It's okay. Me and Joe Cool and Andrew and Flo and Ryan are there, and there's also 5 women that we never met before because we showed up on the island, right?
I can't believe I'm not there. Man, I hate this scenario.
Actually, I want to hear this.
We're trying to
Smoke
figure
them
out
if
why
you
we're
got
out. We're trying to figure out why we're on the island, and just because Flo is probably the strongest of us, he looks like he might be Andrew. I don't know if he works out or not. Ryan seems like he doesn't have any.
Jake's from Australia.
I'm
not just gonna follow. I'm not just gonna follow either Andrew or Flo, right? I'm not gonna do it just because they're going to be physically more capable, or I think that they're going to force me to do anything. It's that they're a better person to be by my shoulder when we're fighting the werewolf, right? When the werewolf comes, I want Flo and Andrew both on my sides so that we can fight together. But the rest of you guys,
wait a second.
If you're just going to complain and say, "Well, let's not fight him. He's
This is
nice,"
really funny.
you know, he deserves a vote.
So you're putting, sir, you're putting yourself, hang on, sir, you're putting yourself in a leadership position.
No, one of you guys is leading. I'm just
No.
Yep.
Wait a second. Are one of us leading? I thought that you just had conditionals on how people lead you.
No, I'm saying I want an ally that we can help fight against the monster or
And would you try to
nature.
And would you try to convince these people through logic to follow what it is that you're saying? And if necessary, if they were doing something immoral, utilize force in order to force.
I'm on your side.
Stop. Let me finish the question. Would you utilize force if necessary if they were demanding you did something immoral?
Yes.
So if these people utilize force in your behest to do things which were what you thought were moral, would you follow them?
I would have no choice if they were fighting the people who were immoral. Yeah, I would have no choice.
So then it sounds like you believe in force doctrine, sir.
That's what I was trying to support. Yeah, that's
He
what I'm
does,
saying.
yeah.
I'm not
He
just
does.
but I'm just trying to say I'm not just doing it because you're forcing me. It's what I'm trying to explain to Mel. You're not forcing me to do it. I just want a strong ally.
Is there a possible way in order for like a manipulation of some sort, Andrew, to work better than like a strong force?
Yeah, well,
like a manipulation tactic. I mean,
of course, manipulation, especially sophisticated propaganda, can work. But ultimately, the baseline of all propaganda comes back to the idea of force. Somebody has to enforce your propaganda. So even if it's the majority of people who hang on, Mr. C, before you jump in, it is the case that any propaganda you produce needs to be enforced. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It will need to be enforced, even if it is by the majority. It's not that you can't convince people to do things. It's that ultimately it'll always come back to forced doctrine. There's no way around it.
So, like a scare. Hold on, I'm asking questions. I'm learning.
I really want to respond to this.
So like, for instance, like a scare tactic. You're saying, you know, there has to be something kind of behind it that would be people would be afraid because of whatever force is standing behind it.
Always.
Yeah.
This is literally always the case, not only historically, but even right this second, no matter which Western or Eastern country you reference, ultimately, everything will always reduce to forced doctrine. There's no way around it. There's never going to be any way around it. It's why leftists can never defeat me in a debate, because ultimately they have to concede they have to concede this is ultimately a fact. So if it is a fact, then we have to look at who is the enforcement arm of forced doctrine. It's always going to rely on males, never going to rely on females. Males can change their conditionals through force. Women never can and never have been able to once.
Because we need the equalizer, right? Being
You
like
have to rely on men.
arms.
You
Well,
have
like
to rely
the
on men, yeah.
well, either that, but I mean the only equalizer would be like to have guns you know,
Sarah, let me phrase it this way. Let's pretend you had a cloning machine. This cloning machine, you could clone the army of your choice. You could either clone a type of human that had massive struggles with emotional regulation, hormonal regulation, and also would be put out of the game entirely if it came down to reproduction. Or you could focus on a type of human which was twice as strong as the other, had no trouble with emotional regulation whatsoever, and had no trouble with hormonal. Based on hormones, it is the case that men do not have trouble with emotional regulation, at least not even close to on par with women. Hang on, stop. Ryan, calm down.
I'm trying to learn.
I'll destroy you on this too, Ryan. As soon as we're done with this, I'll destroy you on it.
Okay.
The case is that when there's not human beings that you can just have as many of as you want up to random chance, almost all human beings select for male. And and you can see this in China, you can see this pre-China, you can see this in India, you can see this everywhere where there's a scarcity of human beings, males are selected for, and it's because they have double the strength and the emotional regulation. It's really fucking simple.
Can I
just ask you, Sarah, this question. This question. You could select for one of these human beings to be your enforcement arm. Which one would you select?
I would actually choose the emus that got in the fight with Australia because I
mean, honestly, which human being type would you select if you could select
naturally, I think if you're asking me to pick an army and clone an army, I would go for a man, 100%.
Would you guys to see the movie where RoboCop's a girl?
Is there a situation where Sarah would pick Drew? Is there a situation where Sarah would pick women?
No.
Right? Can you see a situation where you would rather pick women outside of force, perhaps?
There's no situation, bro.
Joe, you're getting
I'll give you a great counter here. I am willing right this second to have my mind changed. If you can tell me what situation you would want women in charge of force protocol, I'm all ears. I'm listening.
Force, outside of force, nothing force.
Then there is nothing. Listen,
that's your whole
there's
thing.
nothing. You have nothing. This is what I'm saying, right? Ultimately, you have nothing. You will always reduce to force doctrine and the reliance of the male sex because they are the ones in charge of force doctrine. You'll never be able to get around this. You will never be able to reduce it past this. And I will give you the question right this second. Give me a single fucking thing ever where you would select for females when it came to the enforcement of laws or the enforcement of the protection of the nation. Give me a single fucking scenario in which that makes sense. I'll take any scenario.
I'll give you one.
Okay, can't wait.
Female does just as good in charge of that force shit as a man, because we have knucklehead men. I'm sure we could find a better woman. She don't actually have to do shit. She could just be president.
What about COs? What
about
female
wait,
COs?
hang on. I'm actually willing to
give you an example.
I can't wait.
And hold on, Joe. They're booting you to the back.
Okay, all right.
No, Joe's good. Joe.
They
I'm
paid.
gonna miss you,
they
Joe.
can-
I loved you, Joe.
He's only got 10 minutes back there. They can pay to bring him back up too.
What was Flo's question?
Okay, so I
Female
can
COs.
attempt to give an actual example.
RoboCop,
or
the
at
female
least-
version.
Shut up.
So, first of all, I disagree on its face that force is necessary for enforcement. The reason I disagree with this is because you can have social enforcement that is just as, if not more effective than physical enforcement. Obvious examples being Maoist China, where in order to enforce Chinese programs, they did what was known as struggle sessions, where they would take somebody who they viewed as not actually adhering to communist principles, and then they would basically berate them without ever laying a finger on them for hours on end in order to get them to agree with a specific position in order to get them more in line.
That's completely fair. Adam, can we take these one at a time? Let's start with Mao's China.
Well,
how many people were physically killed under Mao?
I actually have no idea. Now when you're talking about deaths,
What
under
would your
Well, hold on. I don't know the precise numbers. The most of the deaths under Mao were during the Civil War and also due to mass starvation due to the Great Leap Forward.
I completely agree.
But
I'm not
the
disputing
deal
that.
is the mass starvation stuff that was unintentional. The communists didn't intend
How do you
to
put a
starve
person in a position of social shame absent for force? How? Through
social rejection. Like this is something that women do.
Well,
Like,
that's
women-
weird though.
women-
But if
women
you're
have a form of
rejected,
social
if you're rejected and you come back and you say "fuck your rejection," what happens?
You're going to get shit on by the people because
And you think
so
that's more
in
effective
order,
than dying?
in order for this to work, there has to be a mutual want to be a part of the group. Like both sides have
Sure.
to want, or at least one of the two sides has to. The person getting
So
shamed
so you socially shame me.
Yes.
You give me outcast status.
Yes.
And I say, fuck you. Fuck your outcast status. I'm going to live here anyway and do what I want. What do we do there? What do we do then, Adam?
In that case, there was a bunch of ways to deal with that.
Okay, give me a single way absent force to deal with that.
Absent force, just the classic libertarian position. You shun them and you don't let them deal with any of your stuff.
How do you get them to stop dealing with any of your stuff, though?
You simply do
Like
not.
if I
do
walk
any
into your
business with
store,
them.
if I
You
walk
do no
into your
business with
store and demand service and you won't give it to me, what do you do?
You ignore them.
Oh,
What is
and
this
then
guy
and then you just
arguing
walk,
for?
and then hang on, and then I just
Eventually you need some force.
So wait, I can just walk out with the products that you have, or
Well, at that point, enforcement might be needed. At that point, force might be needed. But hold on, what you're talking about here is ancillary to the point. It's
not
true-
ancillary.
No, it is, because it is absolutely true, and I admit that there are scenarios that can evolve where force becomes necessary. That's true. Force can become necessary in literally any scenario, and you can present scenarios where force goes from unnecessary to necessary. I agree with that. But the case in which I'm talking about is one where what the person wants is to be socially accepted, because being socially accepted is generally something that people want. People generally want that.
then let me make sure I steelman your position correctly. People want to be socially accepted. Because of this, you never actually need to use force, because ultimately, with a rejection of the kind of social clique or social group, people will want to conform to that, and no force is needed. Correct?
In some cases.
Well, okay, let's just say
I'm not saying that this is true in literally every single case.
I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying it's always the case, but just that this is the case, that there's at least many cases where this is true.
Yes, at least some cases.
Do you have a society in which social shaming is possible?
We live in one.
Yeah.
Is that society possible without force?
Yes.
You don't need force.
Okay, can you explain how a society?
Wait, hold on. Actually, back up. So, Andrew, I need to clarify something. Are you talking about logical possibility or practical possibility?
Practical.
Yeah.
Well, I would say logically possible, yes. Practically possible.
Yeah. Okay, but is Superman logically possible?
I actually don't know, because when you get into
Is Wolverine logically possible?
Probably not.
No. Well, okay. Is Wolverine logically possible? We're not talking about probability. We're talking about logically possible.
No, I'm not.
Is Wolverine logically possible?
I don't think so.
Why? What's the contradiction?
I think that when you get into like actual deep physics, you would find that a lot of his abilities actually just
that has nothing to do with what is logical
and would actually present logical impossibility.
Logical possibility. Hang on. The only thing that's a requirement for logical possibility is contradiction. What's the contradiction in Wolverine?
This is I would have to do a lot of studying into Wolverine comic lore.
Adamantium, baby.
There's nothing which is adamantium's logically possible. So all of these things, when we're talking about this from a practical sense, when you say something is logically possible, almost everything is logically possible absent a contradiction. How can you have a society practically which is possible absent force? Just the ability for you to socially shame other people inside of a state, nation, tribe. How's that even possible absent force?
So, I can concede that force is generally something that we've seen in every society up to this point.
Okay, can you answer my question though? How could it even be possible for a society to exist absent there being force doctrine for the society to exist in which social shaming even exists?
I'm not entirely sure what that society would look like, but Andrew, you would also have to admit that social shaming is also a necessary part of every society.
But who disputed it? Hang on. Whoever made that dispute?
Well, the claim I'm making is both are equally important.
They're not.
Well, wait.
No, they are.
No, wait. Hang on.
How are they equally important?
Hang on. It can't be equal if the very infrastructure which is required for you to even have social shaming requires force doctrine, but the opposite is not true. Force doctrine can be used. Hang on. Force doctrine can indeed be used in order to maintain a social structure where there's no social shaming.
I would challenge you to give an example of that's ever existed, because
sure. I mean, the fact that there's transgender people at all alludes to the fact that there is a protectionist of a nation in which they can reject social shaming, right? Based on the fact that they have like a protectorate class which exists that's protecting the society. But inside of it, you can still have a lack of social shaming.
The existence.
I'd say there are trans people in countries that don't accept it, right? Like there are still trans people there. They're just not like able to express themselves.
Wait, okay.
Right? So then they don't exist there.
Well, hold on. So
they
first
do.
Of all,
they're just
I'm
like
not
being expressed.
I'm actually not entirely sure what this argument is, Andrew, but I'm going to try to respond to it by saying,
okay,
trans people, at least in the U.S., exist due to social shame via cancel culture. Like
you mean social shame from their aspect?
Yes. For a very long time.
But this makes that actually makes
people resisted you guys.
my whole point is the infrastructure, the box. Let's pretend nations are boxes for a second. The box cannot exist absent force for there to ever be the conditional of social shaming to begin with. And what I'm looking for is an argument from you of how that box can exist absent force for there being social shame or a lack thereof.
So, well, what I'm saying is that in order for force, in order to
You got nothing here, Adam. Come on, you got nothing here, bro.
Well,
there's
social
no way
shame
you
doesn't
can explain
depend
the
on people
box.
being forced into
No,
an in-group.
you're
The social shame
you're
depends
not
on
letting
people
me
wanting
fill
to be
out
part of the
the
in-group.
argument.
Yeah, we don't
So-
like exclusivity, right?
So-
Nobody wants to be.
Some of us do. Some people here do want to exclude people.
Well, hang on.
So-
Let
so
Adam
force-
respond. He's the smartest person on the
Effective-
panel, other than Jake.
Effective force has prerequisites. So in order to have effective force, what you need is organization. In order to have organization, you're going to necessarily have an oligarchical system where you have like a guy at the top who is able to command people below him. That's
So
a necessary
force.
thing.
So force is a necessary So force is a necessary
hold on.
prerequisite
Hold
for
on,
the
I'm
society
not
for
done.
the societal box to exist. Go ahead.
No, well, what I'm saying is in order for that force to be effective, and the force is necessary, that force relies on social acceptance into this group of people who are able to
No, it
effectively
doesn't.
implement. Yes,
I
it
would
does.
argue. I'm going to argue back that force actually can change the model in which what becomes socially acceptable being socially acceptable. Example: North Korea.
North Korea, yeah.
You would have to concede to me that North Koreans, through the adoption of brute force theory, have been able to change the minds of people as to what is socially or non-socially acceptable. Correct?
Okay, so does the North Korean military have a hierarchy?
Yes.
So are there other people within the North Korean military who rely on the people around them to accept them as part of the North Korean military?
Yes.
Okay. So do you believe that if they were not reliant on the people around, and if the North Korean military was a disorganized mass, that it
Yeah.
would be more or less effective at using force?
Less effective.
Okay. So organization, which necessarily implies social acceptance, is necessary for effective force.
No, it would be that effective force would be necessary to organization. So, example, the North Korean military has had to switch over to adopting women into the military because they had a birth rate crisis due to a famine. And this was done via force, which then changed the social acceptance of women being in the military altogether through literally brute force. The organization of this was done through brute force. I would say that was the rudimentary component which allowed the organization to begin with, was force.
Well, what I'm saying is these two things are interrelated and necessarily so.
Nobody says they're not interrelated. I'm talking about the foundation. I think the foundation is still force doctrine.
Well, the foundation of force is organization.
Yeah, but the foundation of organization can be force. However, the opposite's not always true. So I would say that force is always going to be the dominant factor for organization.
But in order for that to be the case, you're talking about like a ground level stuff, which is incredibly rare and generally doesn't happen. When you're talking about
like what?
Well, so when you're talking about like a base level formation of militaries, like
Yeah.
in the wild, where you're just
Force.
having a bunch of
That's all
guys
force.
getting to. But hold on. Yes, there's force involved, but the reason why that force is able to proliferate is you have a bunch of guys who get together and they're like, hey guys, we're all big fans of raiding. Let's all get together and raid all these people. And then you have the base foundation of what a society would then become.
Actually, this is a great point. So let's start with raiding. Is raiding going to have protocols?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how do you enforce those protocols?
The protocols would, on the base level of the people engaging in the raid, it would be due to social shaming. If you break the protocol,
Tell the truth, Adam.
Kick you out.
If you do something in violation, Adam, I answered your questions with yes, no, this and that. Is it not the case that any type of deviation from the protocol of raiding would be force?
It can be, but not.
It always is.
Not
if you even in the case where you're saying there's social shame, which is an aspect. What if the person doesn't care? What if the person doesn't care about social shame? What do we end up? What do we end up? What do we end up diverting to if they don't care about the social shame, Adam?
And Adam, you got 30 seconds, and then I boot you to the back.
So in that case, like I've said before, you can have scenarios where you have a situation where social shame could potentially solve the issue, but then it results to force. I agree. Any scenario can.
So
go
the
to
root
force.
of it
But
always
it's
is
not
force.
necessarily the case.
It's necessarily the case that for social shame to have the type of effect that you want, that it's backed with force. Otherwise, why would anybody adhere to social shame, Adam?
Because they want to be involved in a group.
Because if they're not involved in the group rejects them using what?
Not necessarily force.
What
Sometimes force.
else? Then what else?
Shunning.
If you reject all of the group's protocols and you reject all of their social shame, what are they left with?
Enforcement, like that.
Yeah, it just
it
just reduces to force, basically.
But it always reduces
Adam
Adam to where did Adam go? Adam's like my favorite person.
I know he got booted. He got booted, and I held it. I was trying to let you finish, but I held it for a
But
while.
he's like
if they want to bring
he's
you
a
back,
super brilliant guy. He's a super brilliant. I love arguing with him.
they could pay $10 to bring him back right now.
I'll pay it.
I don't
I'll
understand
pay
what
the
the
fucking
implication
$10 to bring him back.
I don't understand the implication
way,
of the way you're reducing force here. I don't follow how it like goes back to anything that like led us here. Can you like walk me
That
through
force is required. That's why the word enforcement it has the word force in it.
Things like if you guys like tried to step on people's rights, I would want people to force
I can
you not
actually
to.
tie it back. I actually have a way. So
Okay.
check this out, right? So if you take away people's right to vote and they feel disenfranchised from the system, you no longer give them a way to change the system. So guess what you get? Less peaceful protest.
Yeah, you breed force.
You mean men protesting?
Yeah, so no, if you hate when
Well, not
Antifa does riots and BLM does riots and all this stuff,
You
make
mean
sure
men?
that like you're protecting their right to vote and stuff.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you a question. You ever heard the name Rittenhouse?
Yes.
What sex
all
was he?
about it.
What sex was
Male.
Who
Male.
he? And
Were there-
he shot. Hang on, he shot 3 people. What sex were they?
2 men.
That's really weird. How come he didn't shoot any women?
Wasn't there one woman shot? Or am I
No.
misremembering?
No.
There was.
Were there women present?
No.
There was no scenario where a woman was approaching him in that like context, right? Like
That's
if there was,
weird.
I'd
Why
be
not?
shocked.
Why not?
Were there okay? So when he got confronted,
There
at
were
the,
women out there, like in the protests, right?
Yeah,
So,
Because
like,
men do
None
violence
of
better,
them-
and violence
none
is
of them
the
were getting
most
shot,
effective
Ryan.
argument.
it's because it's very simple. It's always reduced to men's force, and it's always reduced to force doctrine, no matter what. There's no avoiding this. None of you can
If a woman-
fucking
if a
avoid
woman
this, and
is
none of
alone
you
with
can
you-
make a fucking counterpoint to
alone with you
this
in a room.
because it's always going to reduce to force. Make a single argument that doesn't reduce to force. I can't wait.
if a woman is alone with you in a room and she has a gun and you don't, she has the force.
That's correct.
That's still proving his point.
So, but like, what does that have to do with men? What does that have to do with like the sex of it?
Well,
It's because here, actually, Ryan, this is a great question. So, allow me to steelman it and make sure that you agree before I answer it. Your question actually is, what if women have an advantage over force over men? In this case,
No, I'm
they have
being
a
very-
gun.
I'm very
Hang on.
Well,
Ryan, calm
you
down.
asked me,
Calm
you
down.
want a
Ryan,
steel man.
let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish the steel man, and then you can correct the steel man. Woman has advantage over man in force because in this case, she's reliant on technology. The man doesn't have access to that technology, in this case, a gun. She clearly has a dominating factor over the man when it comes to force doctrine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that not the case?
No, that is the
Okay,
case.
here's the distinction. If it is the case that you have a man with a gun or a woman with a gun, which would you prefer to have to combat, Ryan?
Probably the woman.
That's it.
It's on average, yeah.
Thank you very much.
So, but
That's
like,
the end of that, Ryan. That's the end of it, Ryan. That's the end of it, Ryan. That's the end of it, bro. Done. You got cooked. You got cooked. You got roasted. You got spit roasted. It was that simple.
I must be too stupid to understand how, but I guess. Yeah,
What
I
is it that you would prefer?
I don't feel like there was an
Why,
argument made.
Ryan, would you prefer that the woman had the gun over the man?
What?
Why would you?
If I'm gonna have to
why?
overpower someone, I would want them to be weaker, right? I would want a weaker person to overpower. I would also want like a twinkie guy over a big, strong, muscular guy.
Yes, and generally speaking, who's stronger, men or women?
Ryan,
nobody's saying
you're
otherwise.
genius.
Hang on. No, I understand.
I love this. You agree with everything I'm saying, Ryan.
No, but I don't agree with the implications of drawing from this, right?
Why
That's the
take
problem.
the vote away from women? This is a silly argument anyway. Why do we not want women to vote?
Why don't you want 12-year-olds to vote? Why don't you want 12-year-olds to vote?
Because they're not bright enough in the brain. They haven't developed
Got it.
enough.
So why do you want?
No, that can't be it.
Actually, I think that's a totally fair argument. So then why do you want? So hang on. Let me ask. Why do you want 18-year-olds to vote?
But do I assume that they've developed enough mentally, generally speaking.
Oh, really? You think 18-year-olds are developed? Hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. 18-year-olds are developed enough mentally to cancel your vote?
Cancel your vote. Someone else voting isn't canceling.
Well, I think
Yes, it is.
I think you could rally it down to the concept that at 18 you are now responsible for your actions and held accountable, like especially in the court of law with things like that. So if you can account to consequences as an adult, then I guess that would give you the right to that accountability of voting as well.
I would actually point towards drafting.
Hang on a second. Hang on, Sarah. That's bizarre. 15-year-olds can be held to account for murder, but they can't vote.
Yes, I understand that. I think that's the exception, right?
So then 15-year-olds should be able to vote?
And it comes into the concept. I'm not saying it's necessarily, I'm saying that's how we probably are viewing it, right? I'm not saying that is like right or the reason we should.
That's silly, right? If you just say, because you can do X, you should be able to do X. Or
what
Y.
I'm saying is I think that's probably why they have that at that age, because that's the age we've decided that you are held responsible as an adult.
That's the age that we've decided you can get fucked. Like, honest, I'm going to be completely honest about being age 18. And completely above board. Hang on, and stop. I'm going to be completely above board. Nobody's going to be able to refute this either, right? And nobody likes hearing this shit. The truth is, you give women the right to vote because that's the age we've decided that they're able to get fucked. They're able to get fucked by men who are older than the age of 18, and so we give them the right to vote. If anybody has a single fucking dispute to this, I want to hear it. Oh, I want to hear it. But the truth is, you only give them the right to vote at 18 because they have the right to get fucked at 18, and that's it. If anybody has a single counter,
the underlying reasons that we allow people to
Sarah,
start
I'm getting out of here. I'll see you guys another time.
The right to vote.
Hold on, Ryan. Jake's making his exit.
But Jake, without you, there is no panel. I'm going to have to leave too. You're the only reason I came on here because you're so epic.
And if Drew leaves, I'm leaving, man. I'm leaving if Drew
Andrew, I'll see you in. I'll see you very shortly for our not one step
in
back
one
recording.
SB, my friend.
All right, cool. See you guys. Good to see you all. Have a good night. Thanks, Sarah.
Take
care.
Andrew,
Thanks for stopping by. Jake.
I have a question about forced doctrine. A good faith question.
Do you? Can I ask, just for clarification? Do you mean getting fucked like by the system, or like?
I mean getting fucked and penetrated by males.
I just wanted to make
males
sure.
Inserting their penises into women's vaginas. This is the. We have decided that is appropriate for men to fuck women. And so therefore, that is the appropriate age. We have decided women can be able to vote. If anybody, here's the thing. Here's my argument. I'll make this really simple. Okay. If anybody can give me anything other than the arbitrary nature of the age of consent for why we decide on 18 for voting from a physiological or mental standpoint, other than the fact that men can fuck them at that age because we decided on that, I'm all fucking ears. Go ahead, Ryan.
Of course, it's arbitrary. I hope no.
Go ahead,
Ryan.
Was
lower before the voting age has been 18 since before the age of consent was 18.
So,
right?
So what?
So your logic doesn't follow.
How does it not follow?
Because if that were the case, then women would have been able to vote when they were younger. And
women couldn't traditionally vote until very recently, Ryan.
Until like 19.
Assume for a moment. Let us assume for a moment that 16 was the age of consent instead of 18. Would you say that women should have the right to vote?
16 actually is the age of consent in some states.
But hang on, Ryan.
So
don't divert. Hang on, Ryan. Don't divert. Let's say federally, the law was 18 or 16 instead of 18 for the right to consent. Do you think that 16-year-olds who can consent to sex as adults should then have the right to vote?
I think the reasons that we let people vote at a certain
Answer
age
my
are
fucking
similar or
question.
related to the reasons
I
that we
don't
let
want to
them
hear a fucking monologue, you piece of shit. Answer my fucking question. If it was the case that we lived in a nation where 16-year-old women were able to give consent for sexual intercourse for a man of any age, should they have the right to vote or not? You fuck. Answer my fucking question, yes or no.
I'm already open to people voting at 16, like I said earlier.
Can you answer the fucking question, yes or no, Ryan?
I think yes, but I'm not.
Yes. Okay.
But like the problem is you're packaging in the if statement that I don't agree with your I don't agree with the follow that you're assigning to me, right? Like I don't agree with the logic that you're asking me to embrace to answer the question. So like it doesn't really make sense.
Even though you just answered it the same exact way that I knew you would. If we gave the women, hang on. If we gave women the, hang on, Ryan, calm down, Ryan, calm down. If we gave women,
calm down. I've been quiet for so fucking long.
Okay, go ahead, Ryan. You know what? You spurg the fuck out. I'll sit here quietly and then I'll refute it. Go ahead.
We can all spurg out. You spurg out sometimes too. It's fun to watch. Okay,
I never spurg out. I'm always cool, calm, collected, and fucking epic. But go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, something like that.
So okay, so if you have nothing. I just want to point out to you. I want to point out to you
right to vote because they're not smart.
The fact that we had age of consent at 16, and the fact that you would go along with that. Now, let me ask you this, Ryan. What if the age of consent?
I don't want the age of consent to be 16. I would be okay.
I'm not saying you do, Ryan. I'm not saying
just to
you
be
do.
clear, I just wanted to clarify
I'm not making Ryan. I'm not making the correlate. I'm not making
Ryan,
that
take a breath.
Not making that correlate. What if the age of consent for women?
I heard Ryan wants it to be 16.
Hang on, Ryan. What if the age of consent was 14? So those women who can consent to being with any adult male they want past the age of 14, should they be able to vote?
Probably not. No.
Why?
That's not the thing that I'm not using that metric. Doesn't mean anything. Like whether or not someone can legally give consent.
Well, doesn't this come back to your argument from earlier, Ryan? And Sarcastic Saint, I'll kick him back in just a second, because you said about them being developmentally mature enough to make those decisions to vote, right? I think you said that earlier. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you made that argument about them being, mentally capable of.
By the way, $450, Ryan.
Hell yeah.
To making such a decision. So I think where Andrew's getting at is he's utilizing that metric and placing it in place of the consent, because obviously if you're old enough to make a mature enough decision to have sex with an adult, then on that metric you are old enough to vote. So he's am I right? Did I do that wrong?
Essentially, actually, hang on. Can I answer a fucking question, bro? I'm about to leave. Let me answer a question. Her question actually follows. If it is the case that women have agency to choose their sexual partners at X age, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, whatever it is, whatever the metric is, it's very difficult then to make an argument they should not be politically enfranchised if they can make the decision on sexual partners, but somehow aren't mature enough to make a decision on voting. And if you look historically at the record, this was actually an anti-suffragette argument that the age of consent would obviously be lowered significantly the second that a voter pool block was looked at as having agency based on who they could sexually consent to. Ryan, what I'm looking for is Ryan, calm down. I'm almost done. Ryan, calm down. What I'm looking for here is a refutation based on this fact. If women could consent to who they wanted to be their sexual partner at X age, let's say in this case 15 years old, can you make a compelling argument why they shouldn't be able to be politically franchised at that same age? A single argument.
I can make one.
Can you let Ryan talk?
I don't think that they would be. I don't think they should be. I wouldn't accept the. This is the confusing part. It's hard to engage with this question because I don't think they follow from each other at all. I think they have the same roots. The reasons that I want.
So Ryan, let me repeat the question. If it were the case. I'm not saying it is the case because it's not, and thank God it's not.
The age is 16.
But if it were the case, Ryan, that women at the age of 15 could select whatever sexual partner they wanted, and that was completely acceptable, could you make a case for how it could be that a woman could select for a sexual partner of any age, but could not be enfranchised in voting That's what I'm looking for.
I don't think I can make the argument you're looking for. I don't think I can.
There is no argument which can be made, Ryan.
I don't think I can make the argument you're asking me to do. I don't think so. So we can move on.
So can I ask? Hold on, Andrew. Is that you're saying that argument was utilized for the women's right to vote?
No, it was actually used against anti-suffragettes who said that this is against women's right to vote, that women would actually push for the idea of lowering the age of consent, which at the time was already very low.
Happened, right?
Hang on. Actually, it has happened. If you look at women's votes as being the deciding factor on degenerate issues, it's almost always women who are the deciding factor, not men.
Wait, you're lumping in like...
Can you calm the fuck down? I'm talking about sex. Sex.
Hold on, Ryan. I'm trying to figure...
Ryan will never stop.
Ryan, take a deep breath.
Just
breathe in.
Breathe out.
Ryan, I asked the question, so I would like to wait and listen for the answer. Learn to be more like a lady and listen. Okay.
Okay.
Take some breaths. Take some breaths, Ryan.
Yeah. So anyway, it is the case that generally a deciding factor on votes now when it comes to degeneracy is women. If you look at voting patterns between the sexes, if men were the only ones who were voting, there wouldn't be gay marriage, there wouldn't be trans issue, there wouldn't be any of that shit. It would be completely fucking eradicated. It's women who generally vote on the side of degeneracy. If you
but they don't lower the age of consent. That would
would you fucking calm down, Ryan?
Well, I mean, do you agree?
For 5 seconds. What? Okay, Ryan, where has there been a vote on the age of consent?
Do you think
legislatures like Tennessee?
Yeah.
Where?
There are states where that have engaged with this. Do you think there's more women voting for it to be lower, or do you think there's more men?
Okay, Ryan, would you calm down for 4 seconds?
I'm annoyed.
Yeah, so I'm trying to explain this to you. One of the arguments is that yes, the age of consent would go lower and lower if women had access to men of higher status who had more resources. And so that was the argument. If you look right now at current trends, right, there is a push on the left to lower the voting age to the age of 16, to the age of 15. How do I know this? Because Ryan, shut up. You literally just advocated for lowering the age of voting yourself, a leftist. Hang on, Ryan, calm down.
Okay.
The thing is, if it is the case that you lower the age of consent to 16 or 15, Ryan, from your own leftist view,
which I wouldn't do.
Shut up, Ryan. Shut up, Ryan. Then it logically follows. Shut up, Ryan. Then it logically follows, if you do that you cannot make a case by your own admission for why those people shouldn't be able to vote, right?
I think that people who are 16 probably could be able to vote. In I would advocate the voting age to be lowered to 17.
Why can't they fuck who they want, Ryan?
What does it have to do with age of consent?
Ryan, why can't they fuck who they want if they can vote at 16, Ryan?
I don't think that who you can fuck follows whether or not you can vote.
Ryan, why can't a 16-year-old who can be politically enfranchised not fuck a man who's 40 if they want to, Ryan?
Because we're not using the same logic here.
Can you answer? Can you let Ryan answer? Ryan, please answer my question.
I think that people who are 17 and 16 and etc., they probably do want to fuck some adults sometimes, but we shouldn't let those adults fuck them. We shouldn't let them take advantage of them.
Then why should they vote if they can't choose who they want to have sex with, Ryan?
Right.
They can still,
you're
still have the right to vote. That doesn't. Them voting. No one's taking advantage of them to vote.
The logic doesn't follow. Why are they not old enough to choose who they want to have sex with?
We're protecting them from the people.
No, why are they? Why are you
protecting
protecting them if they're smart enough to make a decision for themselves to vote? Then what do you need to protect them from if they're so
good question, Sarah? It's a great question. I can't wait to hear Ryan's answer.
So let me say it a little differently. So you're saying they're smart enough to go and vote, right? They're smart enough to make a very important decision that affects the rest of the United States, society as a whole, cultural norms, what we have to do. They are mentally developed. Their frontal lobe is in place and intact far enough for them to utilize their critical thinking skills enough to make a very important decision that the rest of society depends on them to make for the betterment,
It
right?
affects them very much. Yeah,
That's pretty fucking big.
Why can't they choose who they want to fuck, Ryan?
So what
I
he's
think there's
saying
more.
is,
I think there's more safety issues regarding that. I don't.
no,
I think
no,
we're-
no, 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 no,
it's
no,
not
no,
about.
stop. No,
We're
I'm
talking
gonna
about two
make
very
this
different
argument
things.
this
We're
time.
talking about the difference
Stop,
between
stop.
men.
No, we're not.
I think
You're
you're
running around answering
pigeonholing
fucking
Ryan.
question now.
I think you're
My
railroading him
panel,
right
my
now.
fucking voice on this one.
That's
So
bullshit.
listen.
It
So
was
what if
stockpiled.
Ryan?
War
What if?
is more
What
dangerous than
if they're
SPDs.
not smart enough? They're not smart enough to make
I
the
don't agree with
actual
that
wise.
claim.
Hold on a second.
Stop walking
What
into
if-
it.
IQ test for
Okay,
to see if they can
shut
vote.
up. What if, Ryan, they're making a decision to vote for something that they're actually being taken advantage of? Who's going to protect them then? If they're so smart, then like, how are we going to protect
Why do you
them
keep saying the so smart thing? It's not
Because
about that. It's about them
you're
being impacted by the
maturity.
rules around
being
them, right?
impacted? Okay, well, being impacted by either being
Or being
fucked
impacted
or
by someone taking
voting
advantage of them
or
when they're-
voting for someone who's going to take
Whenever Sarah
advantage
says
of
the
them.
word smart, replace it with the word competent. It means the
Sarah,
same thing,
is
and
someone
you
who's
can't quibble
18
at that
more
point.
mature? Is someone who's 18 more mature than someone who's 16?
Generally, no.
Generally, yes, they are.
Someone who's 16 is more mature than someone who's 18?
No, she said 18 is more mature than.
Oh, yeah,
16.
sure. Let me ask you a question, Miss
Barely.
Fox.
Oh, thank
If you don't mind, do you think that it's okay for men who are 18 years old to be sent off to war, but they have to wait until they're 21 to buy a pack of cigarettes or drink a beer?
I think both of those are relative.
Can you answer my fucking question?
No, I think to go to war, you should be much later.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, 25. So you have to have the prefrontal cortex developed.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, when the prefrontal cortex starts to not develop, it starts to erode, which is past the age of 25. This is the part that people
No, not
miss.
necessarily.
No. It's not necessarily true that people at the age of 25 have a fully developed prefrontal cortex either. But it is the case that by 35, it is already degrading. That is the case for every human being.
That depends heavily on your health, actually, and how much you use your brain.
No, it doesn't. It starts to degrade past the age of 25. By the time you're 35, it's going to degrade past 25. There's no doubt about that.
There's plenty of studies that show the mental age.
Show me one.
Of how much you use.
Show me a single one where the prefrontal cortex is not degrading by the time you're 35. Go ahead.
That's where the whole brain, 10 minutes a day brain age thing comes from.
That would actually make my point, not yours.
It holds off brain aging.
Yeah, that would make my point, not yours. That's showing that there's degradation.
Well, 35 is for the sample group that you
What does
didn't
any of this
test.
have to do with
who's doing
women
mental
voting?
exercises.
Well, the point is that
prior to you leaving, I want to say I wrote out.
Enough.
Will
I
you
wrote
agree,
out-
Sarah?
I
That was a
have to
question
fucking
on the
interrupt to
table
get
30
this in.
minutes ago.
I wrote out a formal argument which I want to
Adam,
present to
stop
Andrew
being
regarding
such
the
a
thing ahead of
bitch. You always whine about wanting to get something out on the panel. You talk literally all the fucking time. Joe, go ahead.
I do.
Go ahead, please.
I do.
The question
but I
was,
want
I
to
was
address
asking
the thing
Drew
that I was
why it is
interrupted
we
by
don't
getting put
want
in the
women
back.
to vote.
I don't care.
I think he was saying it's because you guys prefrontal cortex or whatever is not developed enough. Do you agree women shouldn't vote because you're not bright or whatever?
I think women should vote.
Sarah?
We're saying that women aren't competent or whatever enough.
Yeah, I asked Drew, why shouldn't women vote? And his analogy was like the same way kids shouldn't vote. What do you think? Women shouldn't vote? You guys are not bright enough, developed enough, whatever it is going to be?
Can I quickly point out?
If I can talk for Andrew, I think it came down to like the duty concept of women not having
the idea is simple. So here, I'll ask you this, Joe Cool. Very simple question. Do you agree with me that, generally speaking, men are in charge of procuring, refining, and protecting the resources of the nation, state, or tribe that they're in?
We're in agreement, yeah.
Okay. What is the equivalent duty of women?
Not to be in charge, but to participate in all of that.
What is the equivalent duty of women?
There is very few where they're in charge, and I'll leave.
What
it
is the equivalent duty of women?
I don't understand. Apparently, I thought I've answered it.
The equivalent duty of women. I would say, if it is the case that men are ontologically wired to do this thing, and therefore it becomes an ought that they should do this thing because those resources go to women and children over men, and they do, then what is the equivalent duty of women? I would say is reproduction.
So
would
when you say
agree?
wired, do you mean like if a man tried to do the same
is an
job
equivalent,
as a
I'll
woman?
go
Can
with
you let me finish my exchange? Go ahead. Joe.
I'll go with reproduction. If there is an equivalent, we'll
And
call
are
it
women upholding reproduction as a value?
Not mostly, no.
Well, then it seems like we have an unequally yoked society, doesn't it?
So they should not vote because they're not living up. Fuck that. There's a million reasons men aren't living up to their shit too.
Okay, what?
Anything. As leaders, we suck. We're the whores making them whores.
We're the best. We're the only. We're all there is.
We're pretty fucking lame too, though, right? We got so many flaws. It's dumb.
When our job, hang on. If it is the case that you agreed with me that our job is to procure, refine, and then protect resources, and then I ask you the equivalent duty of women, you agree it's reproduction. Men are indeed procuring, refining, and securing resources, and women are not upholding their end of the duty. Why is it that there's punitive damage where you say, but men over here, well, yeah, they're upholding that, but there's other failures they have. Okay, but what about the primary edict? Joe, hang on. Joe, what about the primary edict? What about the primary edict?
Andrew, let him
Joe,
answer.
what about the primary? Well, let me finish the fucking question before you answer it. What about the primary edict? The primary edict that you just said is men are to refine, procure, and protect resources. You said women's primary edict is reproduction. That's hang on, Joe, can I finish? Joe, I'm almost done. It'll take me seconds. It'll take me 2 seconds. Calm down. If that is the case, that they have that similar duty and they're failing in theirs, but men are not, why are we not holding?
That's why I was trying to stop.
Okay, well, where are men?
I have a
Where?
question.
Then I'll have to ask. Okay, Joe.
Suck at having kids.
Then all I have to ask you, Joe,
collaborate on these things.
are men failing at procuring, refining, and protecting resources? Go ahead.
They could do it better, the same way women can have babies better.
Show me how can men do it better?
Using them wrong the same way, the resources in foul ways the same way women are.
Show me where. Give me a specific example.
Can I ask a question?
The question on the table is where are men using resources for foul reasons? You know a million yourself.
One-on-one.
What?
Trying to ask a question, guys.
What are men doing that is not procuring resources which primarily go to women and children? Where is that the case, Joe?
That was your question. You're changing it to this small thing. I'm saying men.
It's the big thing.
Resources. They could get them
really
better.
not letting them answer.
They're not doing it perfectly. The same
How?
way women aren't having babies perfectly.
How could they be getting these resources better?
By not yielding them to billionaires like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, we're gutting them right now.
Sounds like they're getting resources.
Andrew, why
That sounds like they're getting resources. Like, what are you talking about?
Why are you heading
You see men are fucking up to get those
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
They got
Since your panel.
China, child slaves in China. They're fucking up to get those resources.
Hold on,
the same way
Joe.
women have shortcomings.
Mr. Cool and Mr. Wilson, I had a question. So so Andrew, you're saying the duty for men is for the resources and protection, right? And then the duty for women is to bear children,
No.
right?
The question on the table is this.
Okay.
There are duties to society, and they do have a distinct sex role based around the physiology of who can just even do what.
Mm-hmm.
Then it is the case, if we objectively look at the world, both historically and even right this second as we speak, that men are in charge of the procurement, refinement, distribution, and protection of all resources. This is, in fact, the case. And I can demonstrate.
Hold on. I asked a question. I want an answer, please.
Not only is this, in fact, the case, but we can look via just the jobs that women do versus men. When you have free market economies where they can get any job they want, it is never in the fields of procurement, refinement, and protection of resources because they simply cannot do this act. If this is the case,
on the
then,
resources.
if this is the case, then that men are the ones who can do this, and so therefore it becomes a duty that they should. And most of these resource allocations move to women and children and not men, which is in fact the case. What is the equivalent duty women have to society that men have? I would argue the only thing that a person could argue back is reproduction, the one domain women have over men. I think that that's completely reasonable. My question is, are they fulfilling the act of reproduction? The answer is no, at least not in every Western nation which exists. And so why is it that men should continue to procure, refine, and protect these resources on their behalf? Hang on, shut the fuck up. I'm right there. Shut the fuck up. I'm right there. Just shut up while I finish my point, and then you can respond. If it is the case that this is true, and it is true, then what obligation do men have then to continue to do this for women? That's my question.
All right.
So
My
it's not
counter
true.
was
Men as a
that,
gender don't.
Are there any men having babies? No. Women have total control over that. So
Agreed.
yes. All right. Cool. So
not Andrew's world.
So yeah. So what should women role should men play in what women do? This is his argument. Since men only make all the minerals, women shouldn't be allowed to vote. They shouldn't have any role because anyway, I'm phrasing his shit badly. But the same way men get these minerals and use them horribly, and they don't get them as well as they should and all that, and they have shortcomings. Women have shortcomings having babies, but they still get it done. The same way men get minerals done.
They don't get it done.
On even ground here.
They're not getting it done. And here's the thing. You avoided. Actually, hang on. Let me respond. You avoided my question. My question wasn't about voting. That's down the road from this. This is a fundamental question. If it is the case, this is a duty for men to do because they're the only ones who can do it. And if it is a duty for women to have children because they're the only ones who can do it, then it seems when we look at society, women are filling their role and men are not.
Why do you say that?
Because men are definitely procuring, refining, and protecting resources, and women are most definitely not having children at a rate which reproduces society.
Yeah, but Andrew, you don't understand. They don't need no man.
Yeah, can you let him answer?
Yeah, can I ask then, like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, did women stop reproducing, or did men stop? Like, to what degree did this kick off?
Feminism, sexual liberation, and in fact, I can track this. I can track this from the year
where women have to depend on a man to get.
I can track this from the year 1800. I'm answering your question, Ryan. Let me just answer the question.
You can answer everything. You're talking so much.
Yeah, because they asked me questions, Ryan. So to answer her question, we can track this from the year 1800 to current. We can see what the reproduction rate was from the year 1800 to right now. So we understand exactly where these things really started to tank. It was with sexual liberation. It was with the idea that body count doesn't matter, virtues don't matter for women, this type of thing. The idea I don't need no man, because fundamentally women think, because they're not involved in the procurement, refinement, and allocation and protection of resources, that they literally don't even understand how this is done. And so what happens is oftentimes they vote against their own fucking interest. Now, if you want to know if I'm wrong or right, look up the top 5 jobs for women versus the top 5 jobs for men. You'll see immediately that I'm correct.
Yeah, but Andrew, real quick, if we force conscription,
what are the top? Hold on. What are the? Sorry, I'm curious. What are the top 5 for each one on jobs?
Well, women have traditionally worked the exact same jobs they work right now. So you're going to find women in, you're going to find women in service departments, healthcare, secretarial work, things like this. Men, you're going to find in the building of infrastructure and the refinement of resources. And that'll be not just the top 5. That'll be the entire job scale all the way down. Education, healthcare, things like this for women, procurement, refinement, security of resources for men. This seems like it's not only a thing which only men can do, but a thing which society says they ought to do because that is how society runs. If that is the case, I would argue that women also have a duty to society for shut up, for the purpose of reproduction, and they are failing at their model, whereas men seem to be doing well at theirs.
So one of the big exceptions
real quick,
to this,
one sec.
real quick.
So in terms of like what you're saying is like that's a duty for men to protect, and we force conscription on men. So like we've seen the YouTube videos of like in Ukraine, all that kind of shit now. Would you force women to then get pregnant? No. That's their duty. But then it's always going to be unequally yoked. So when we're talking about duty, hang on, I'll answer this very quickly. When we're talking about duty between men and women, I often do bring up conscription as being a duty to the nation, not as an ought which must be done. When you're talking about reproduction for women, women have the choice not to reproduce. However, the ideal here is that we as a nation should be pushing people towards the patriotic idea of a family unit, of a reproductive unit, so we can replace our own populations the same way that we would put down from a top-down level that if the nation was under threat, that men stepped up to defend the nation on behalf of our women and children.
So what did
women
do during
obviously
that time,
hang on,
though, right?
shut up,
They
dude.
started working on
Women,
procurement.
I'm almost
They started
done.
working on
Women obviously
refineries.
agree with this.
Never
Women
done.
obviously agree
You just
with
shot
this.
yourself in the foot,
Yeah,
dumbass.
women. No, okay. I can't wait. Go ahead.
Because women took on men's jobs during the world wars.
When?
They started working
No, they
on,
didn't. They didn't.
started
They
working on
put screws.
refining,
Hang on.
procurement.
Yeah, they didn't. First of all, women did not. Women did not. Okay, I'll respond. Women did not procure the resources, and women had really low-level jobs. What they did was they put screws in packs, and they did very, very low-level jobs, which enabled engineers and hang on, shut up. No, okay, I'll tell you what. Give me an example of a job which women fulfilled that was at an industrial level, which created bombs, created things like this, where it wasn't putting screws in packs or menial labor. Can you let me actually ask the question?
No, we get the question. Who
Yeah.
do you think was
Okay.
refining
What's the
metals?
question? Repeat back to me so you still man my position.
Yeah, where are the women who weren't just driving in screws? Who do you
No,
think
no,
was
no.
refining
That's not my
metals the whole
question.
time?
That's not my question.
Well, then your
So
question
let
is
me ask the
ridiculously
fucking
elaborate.
question.
Then your
Let
question
me.
is ridiculously elaborate.
Okay, so
Who do
you want to let me
think was
ask the
refining
question?
metals?
You want to
Who
let
do
me
you
ask
think
the
was
question?
refining metals?
Andrew's in charge of the framing always. Andrew gets to decide what the narrative is for the whole fucking United States, apparently.
He can't help it. His narrative's always right.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
one sec, 'cause I was in the middle. I was in the middle of my thing. But like Andrew, like would you take away forced conscription then?
No, I wouldn't.
But like, is that not unequal though? Because if we're not forcing women to get pregnant, but we're forcing men to go to war.
Yeah, that's true. But so when you're talking about pluralism or the idea of Christian ethics, I do think that there is a duty that men have. I think there's a duty women have. They can be enforced in a separate way based on the needs of the nation. And I think that this is the case even at the tribal level. Can you use social shame? Sure. Can you use top-down propaganda? Sure. But I think if you have an enemy which is so aggressive and so plotting, and perhaps the government needs to keep this information away from the people for very good reason, that they can do a conscription for men via necessity, and it's for the good of the nation, and men should respond. Do I think that the government can also do top-down propaganda in order to push women towards a reproductive role and a familial role? Of course. I think that's a great fucking idea. I completely support it. But that doesn't mean we can have like rape clinics and shit like that. That's absurd. We don't need to. When it comes to pluralism, we both have different roles and different deontological duties which come into play. I'm just saying that women are failing at theirs and men are not.
But what I'm saying is, like, in terms of the, just real quick, just in terms of this,
I have a question. So if Andrew, if women appealed to men and said, we want to go back home, we don't want to work anymore, like, is there a hand that men could have in making that happen to
Yes.
like to some
Women
degree?
can do that.
And
In
how?
fact, instantly.
Hold the fuck on.
Yeah, go
Not
ahead.
you, Andrew.
Yeah, no,
And
go ahead.
Would like, what would that look like if all the women band together right now and said, you know what, we're tired of working, we want to stay home, eat bonbons, raise the kids, and be happy little wives? What could you do to make that happen for us?
Yeah, so there would be So there would be some short-term pain, and then there would be a lot of really long-term benefit. The short-term pain is in the healthcare field. This is, by the way, I'm granting the hypothetical of all women leave the workforce, which never has been the case. Women have always worked in teaching positions and healthcare fields. Nobody's ever said that they couldn't. They usually just took a more part-time role on behalf of their family. That's something more akin to what I would advocate for. But let's just assume for a second we just removed women from the workforce entirely. There would be short-term pain, especially in healthcare. There'd be short-term pain in teaching. There'd be short-term pain in these fields. However, these companies would have to necessarily change pay scales in order to incentivize people to come into those fields, and they would do it very, very, very quickly. And you would find that this stopgap would be filled very quickly. But you would have to have necessary protection roles inside it. Shut up. You would have to have.
I can never talk. There's 10 people on this fucking panel. Andrew gets to monologue for 6 hours.
But I asked Andrew the question.
Okay,
you know what? Actually, fair assessment here, Ryan. I never get to sit and just ask Andrew questions.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, this is my own show.
Why don't you guys do a one-on-one conversation then? Why are we
having a one-on-one conversation?
Is this what you hold
Yeah,
on.
Sarah, make it a 1v1. Make it a date.
Let me handle this for a second. Ryan, would you do this on Piers Morgan, where you just keep interrupting everybody?
Yes.
Have you seen those people and how they act, and then they
Have
get kicked off and never ask back?
you ever fucking watched the Piers Morgan panel? They talk over each other constantly.
That was a dumb question.
No, when Piers asks questions, everybody be quiet until that, and then sometimes he'll let people interject. But
Who gives
I'm
a
surprised
fuck?
more
Any
panelists.
UWM is financially viable. Let's go
Here's
with it.
ask questions to other people on the panel, not the same fucking person.
Point,
10 times.
well, the
Ryan,
point
Ryan,
is,
here's the
fucking
Ryan.
leave. It's her panel, man.
Hey,
Look, I'll make it easy. Ryan, the reason nobody's asking you questions, Ryan, is because you're not interested.
I'm not asking them to ask me questions, but first of all, people do ask me questions on this show all the fucking time.
Yeah, but you never answer them.
The only reason they're asking you the questions is because you're a much bigger creator.
It's because I answer them. No, it's because I answer them. Why? I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Can we
I'll give you an example, Ryan. You see how I answer questions? Watch this. Ryan, should 16-year-olds be able to vote?
I don't think so. 17 maybe.
Okay.
Be able to have sex.
Ryan, why shouldn't 16-year-olds be able to vote?
Sarah, may I have a chance to say something?
I haven't fully thought.
Yeah, see what I mean? I haven't actually thought about this. Answers to questions. You fucking don't
worry about right now than whether or not
ask me questions because I have fucking answers, you little fuck. That's why.
It's just not irrelevant.
Just shut up, you little fuck. I just demonstrated what you shit because you don't know shit about nothing. You don't know shit about anything, Ryan. Shut up, Ryan. You don't know shit about nothing. You don't know anything about nothing, Ryan.
My thoughts. I can't have a conversation. So what? Like,
Sarah, can we get a tampon for Ryan?
Both of them.
Good one, dude.
Andrew, you were
Like, period,
entertaining my hypothetical on if women just exited the workforce. But now I actually, because you mentioned presumably they would actually go into more part-time roles. So I would rather actually now entertain the idea if women backed off, right? We went into maybe part-time, or maybe we only worked for a little bit here, a little bit there. Maybe when the kids went to kindergarten.
Look at how pissed he is.
Ryan,
here's your attention, Ryan.
Oh my God.
Here's your attention, Ryan.
Oh my God. Shut up, Ryan.
Do you not understand the problem what you're saying?
I'm asking a question. You know what?
I know, but I'm telling you how stupid your question is.
Where is
Sisson.
this?
Do you see how convincing though I am, Ryan? Do you see how much more convincing I am through my charisma and gravitas and arrogance, Ryan? Do you see?
You got your time in the back. Sit in the back for a minute so I could. Can I please
thank
entertain?
God.
Can I have a chance
Dude,
to
I
ask
told you
something
this
again?
last time, Andrew. I don't even like you as a person, but you're very smart, right? So I find you very engaging. Like there's certain things that we just don't like about each other, but I respect you greatly.
What do you mean? I like you.
You don't even know me, but
yeah, but I think if I did, I would like you.
No, you wouldn't.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you saying?
I don't want to make this about me.
Feelings, man. You don't like me?
Pardon me?
You don't like me? That hurts my feelings, bro.
No, I'm saying there's certain aspects. No, I like you as I love you.
You should see this chat.
I'm sorry. Just go ahead.
I have
Sarah.
a chat.
I'm sorry.
Listen. I have a chat that is the most horrible fucking chat on planet
I know.
Earth,
I'm in there.
who endlessly fucks me over every chance they get because they're fucking scum. And here on this live panel where I can actually have a conversation with you, you say you don't like me. You know how
No,
much
you don't
that
understand.
hurts, bro?
No. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean.
I can't even take this panel anymore. This is so bad, dude.
No. I'm saying I don't agree. Maybe I misspoke. I don't agree with everything that you say. Okay.
Raising my paw.
I'm not trying to.
We're just teasing. Don't make it a one-on-one.
No, I just want the answer to my fucking question.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're going to go into the hypothetical. If women kind of like backed off and we went back to like just part-time, I don't need to work, or I'm kind of going to work, or I'll just pity putt somewhere, make a little extra cash for the family, whatever, but I don't have to.
Yeah.
How would we appeal to men to make that work? And if we could, how would that look?
Actually, I don't think you have to appeal to men at all. I think that men are moving towards this and gravitating towards this type of future much more than women are. And I think it's because women have been indoctrinated into the idea that men are rapists and violent and horrible. And if they don't have some sort of backup plan, men are waiting and plotting for their demise if they get married to them and instead depend on men for resources. And so what they do is they shift the burden to the state, depend on the state for resources instead of your own men. And I think that that's absurd. If you look at the historical standard, women were always in a support role to men. They lived in this, if you're a blacksmith, your wife assisted with blacksmithing and she assisted in your role, in your occupation. She assisted with the children. She assisted with these types of things. They had a role in society and they were elevated. They were considered matrons. They were considered, a real resource that needed to be protected and taken care of in that position. I think that that's a fucking great role for women. I don't know why they fuck themselves with political participation when all of the anti-suffragette arguments read like a prophecy. They literally read like a prophecy. You'll be used as political pawns. You will become nothing more than a political cog in the wheel, rather than having this great moral position that got the 18th Amendment passed long before the 19th and the women's right to vote was passed. It's like, there's no good reason why, except to say women can't trust men. To make the de facto statement that, hey, men should not be in charge of leadership, even though they're the only ones who have the capacity to lead and defend the nation. That's the absurdity of the whole thing. And it's really hard. Like, for people, when they hear this, it causes cognitive dissonance. It causes Ryan to spurg. Ryan doesn't even want you to talk. Fox doesn't even want you to talk. They lose their fucking minds, but they really can't refute it because ultimately it drives around force. We have to protect you. In exchange for this, we need to have something out of women in society. So what is that thing? It's got to be reproduction. I'm not saying women should be forced into reproduction. That's absurd. But rather that society should at least move towards the idea of emulating that, making that a good thing, and making that something that women should strive for.
Is it ideally, right? Because a man protecting just a woman, right? There's no kind of real stock in that game. She's just a woman, right? He would still want to naturally, but if she has his children, he's actually more inclined to protect and refine, and all those words you said. But
I think he would be in a society where women were viewed in their proper role. I think that they would still be very apt to protect women.
She is the potential thereof somebody's legacy. So in order to protect society as a whole, like another man's, this
becomes a duty, right? You get the lifeboat. Women and children get the lifeboat. Why do women and children get the lifeboat?
Because that's the future. That's the legacy that they're pushing. Like,
makes total fucking sense to me. Right? Makes total sense to me. That's the future. That's the legacy. But aren't you supposed to be procuring that future and that legacy? Didn't I drown in that ship to get you on that lifeboat for the purpose of you reproducing mankind? I think I did. I think that was what kind of our social deal was, right? Otherwise, why the fuck am I on the lifeboat? Fuck you, lady. You stay on the fucking lifeboat. My life's just as valuable as yours. And by the way, I can impregnate thousands more women then you can be impregnated by men. So why shouldn't I take the fucking boat? This is the fundamental question when we reduce it. Like, should women have this elevated status in society? Yeah. Should men be able to have access to complete political participation for the allocation of the resources which they procure? Of course. Of course. Like, that makes total sense.
Right. So is it like, then what is it in your thought process? Do you think women no longer care to, I mean, obviously, like, feminism, right? That's the kind of grounding where you're standing at, but what would make a woman not want to promote, like, legacy building?
They've never heard the alternative. They've only heard the one thing, which is that men are demonic, they're rapists, they're evil, their entire job is to abuse and hurt you, and that's all that they're there to do. And that the world would be a better place if there was a matriarchy, so that there would be no more wars and everybody would operate around empathy. But the thing that enables this mindset is the fact that most women get on the road in the morning and they drive on a road built by men to a Starbucks, which was built by men, to get a frappe latte, which was literally invented by men, to go to their office that has air conditioning, which it was installed by men, and all of the wiring and infrastructure that led to that installed and invented by men. And the fact that they can even go to these jobs, which is secured by the force of men, and all of the laws which prevents them from being assaulted in their day-to-day life, which is, again, enforced by men. They have never even had to think about that. Instead, they have been forced the indoctrination protocol that women are equal in society to men when it comes to everything, including infrastructure, protection, and everything else thereof. It's absurd, and it's fucking stupid. And by the way, Sarah, let me ask you this. Wouldn't you prefer a life? It is true you would have to depend on a man, but you would never have any debt. You'd never have to worry about property. You would never have to worry about working ever again for the rest of your life. And you could focus only on your children. And society reinforced that at every level. How the fuck is that a bad deal for you?
Yeah, and I would gladly take that. I mean, and I kind of already did that. You know, I was the stay-at-home wife. I did all of those things. I supported my husband.
It's not just a stay-at-home wife. You got to think about this. You being a stay-at-home wife in modernity still puts social pressures which are incorrect on both parties. Imagine a world which reinforced that your husband needed to take care of you, that he had an obligation to do so. He would be socially shamed and get his ass kicked if he didn't. That it was perfectly socially acceptable for your male family members to come in and beat the fuck out of him if he lifted a hand to you, right? But on the other hand, you had a duty. You needed to reproduce. You needed to give him children, and you needed to obey, and you needed to submit. Is that really such a fucking bad life? That sounds like a pretty good life.
Is it then? You mentioned the fact that, you know, that your family could come and beat the shit out of him if he lifted a hand. So then is it like a failure kind of in some of the family support, why some of these things happened, or why there were enough cases to
that
where
never failed.
feminism
This was all driven by female feminists who made the kind of bold claims that men only looked at women as chattel. And we never did. We never looked at them as chattel. We often did look at them as the prize. But think about what you were getting as a man. You were getting, even going back to the 1940s, most of the women who got married were virgins. Think about what that meant for men. No body count, no baggage, right? Virgin women, they got married to them, and there was a social enforcement and there was a legal enforcement. You didn't take care of your family, you got put in fucking jail. That's what happened to you. You had not only a social obligation duty, you had to do it. How is that a worse system? How? Like, how does that not benefit women? The system actually benefited women way more before feminism. It vastly improved a lot of lives of women. Feminism has completely failed in its promise of benefiting women. How are women benefited? More mental illness than ever, more single moms than ever, more divorces than ever. It's been a fucking disaster for them.
Yeah, I think it put more weight on women like almost like kind of what you were saying. Would you rather not worry about this, not have to worry about property or this or that?
Completely
like you're
gone. You
supporting,
don't even have to worry about it.
I feel like I will agree that the I'm an independent woman concept instead ended up just weighing our shoulders down when we already have the weight of the world on our shoulders with our children, right? Like that's our focal point, and that's a very heavy weight. So when you add in all of these other ringers that you have to attend to, it's like, well, now you can't be like the best parent you could be.
Well, let
if
me
you're
ask you a
busy.
question. A simple question, very basic question. What did feminism give you?
A headache. I don't know. I mean, I don't in my perspective, right? I feel like this is just society that I grew up in, right? I wasn't there when things were shifting or changing. What I'm seeing the changes are now are the transgender crap, or like men playing in women's sports and all of these things that like I don't feel like they even belong in this vicinity.
Did your grandmother have a better life than you?
My grandmother?
Yeah.
I think she had a great life. She's still rocking it.
Did she have a better life than you?
I don't know. How are we? I don't know. I don't know what I compare it to.
The thing is like if you look at your grandparents, they probably had a better life than you did, and they're looking down the scope of very just common sense roles that men and women play in the intersexual dynamic. Men are not monsters. Not only are they not monsters, but they procure all the rights and assets and everything that women and children get to enjoy. And all they ask in exchange is that women fulfill their social duty. And women and feminism has demanded that women have no such obligation. That's why you got fucked. You got fucked by feminism. You might think you got fucked by a guy. He fucked you over. He did this. He did that. Right. But he's as much a victim of feminism as you are. He's as much a victim of feminism as you are ultimately.
Knowing that it's almost like knowing that I have an out, like then he's not obligated to prevent that out, right? Like the safety net is no longer there.
Yeah, the safety net has shifted to the state.
Right.
How has that been beneficial to you? What if you had a husband instead who said, I have a duty here and a social obligation. I'm going to take good fucking care of you because I need to. It's not only reinforced by society, but by the government itself.
Mm-hmm.
But in exchange for this, you also have obligations. The problem is when you get into what are women's obligations, the answers I get are fucking absurd. They're Ryan answers. There's no way. Well, nothing. What if we lower the age of consent to 16? Is it okay for women to vote then? Well, I've never really thought about it. They're just evade it every single time because they can't give you the actual answers. The truth is that there's no good reason to divide households between votes, men and women, with a vote. Imagine voting against your husband. How's that going to create good relations between men and women if you have a house divided even on the same vote? That's fucking stupid.
I don't know how left and a right could even mingle, but a question though, with the women that are not reproducing, I'm assuming that they're likely like of the liberal mindset of such sort. It's to me, I'm kind of pulling the quality versus quantity factor here. Do we really, if that's the mindset, right, then that's going to do nothing but trickle down. And if that's going to continue on, if it continues. But if those women are choosing not to have children, or they wait too long and then unfortunate circumstances happen and then they can't, so on and so forth, or we have the transgenderism and all of these crazy things off the bat, then inevitably isn't that problem kind of going to end up solving? It's because you no longer have that mindset continuing in legacy.
You hit
right?
You hit the $100 million question.
You make me feel so smart.
It's not just the idea that the future of feminism destroys itself because it becomes a non-reproductive ideology. But what about this? Let me give you a better one. What if you had a reproduction rate in your nation which was so low that you needed to maintain a high enough gross domestic product that you needed workers there no matter what, especially to take care of your elderly? And then you relied on an immigrant population which came in, which literally rejected feminism. And then you brought them into a fucking democracy where they could vote and they could do all of this. What happens to feminism when you bring in so many foreigners who reject feminism in a democracy that they just simply get rid of it through the democratic process?
Right.
It's a self-defeating, self-destroying, self-destructive ideology. But let's just take an example of a transhumanist future of women have rights enforcement through murder bots. We're a lot closer to an artificial womb than we are to murder bots. Why is it that men, if they have the option of reproduction, wouldn't select for men? They would. This is also a very stark and dark future for women.
Wait. Say that question again.
Let's say we had artificial wombs.
Oh, wombs. Okay. I thought you
Wombs.
said weapons or something.
No, wombs. Artificial wombs.
Okay.
Why is it that you think that men would select for women?
Because they get to put it in the hole?
Their own daughters? I don't think so.
Oh, well, no.
So why would men who are selecting for reproduction choose women? They don't. Just like in China. When you had the option of a one-child policy, they selected for men. Men were far more useful when it came.
It's what you're reproducing. That's what you're. I thought you meant like artificial wombs and.
It's an artificial womb.
I thought you were saying
men can reproduce without women.
Right. I thought you were
Why do
saying
men select?
between
why do
a robot and a woman.
Yeah. So my question is, why do men, if they have control over reproduction now through artificial wombs, can you tell me why they would select for women?
Well, because you don't need as many men, right? You're saying
I don't know.
Select women. Are you saying choose between an artificial womb or impregnating a woman, or are you saying?
I'm saying that if it is the case that reproduction is no longer dictated by women, men can now dictate whether or not they reproduce themselves because there's artificial wombs.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they select for females?
I guess there's no purpose.
It's a very, very bad future for women.
So essentially, if women end up not reproducing kind of like on their own and voluntarily, or even giving incentive for why you need a wife, then essentially men can, if we have an AI robot that can
just an artificial womb, which we're very close to having.
Right. Then essentially, are women necessary?
Are they?
Well, it'd be much quieter.
Tell me why it is in China. They had a one-child policy there.
Mm-hmm.
And almost everybody selected for men. They selected for having a male heir instead of a female.
Well, that's because carrying on the name, your name.
Is it? Or is it because men, if you think about it, let's think about this objectively. Let's say that you were an alien and you had no idea about human dynamics and you were just presented with this option.
Mm-hmm.
You can have two different classifications of human. The first type of human has trouble regulating its hormones, is going to be down and out for 9 months at a time if they ever become pregnant, and is going to be half the strength of this other human. Or you can select the human that has double the strength, no trouble with hormone reproduction, and now can artificially reproduce itself. Which would you choose?
Right, I would definitely go with the second. Because it's self-creating, right? Essentially, and you're getting the stronger human, and you're not getting all of the.
So the future of feminism through technology, the very idea of technology being the thing that secured feminist futures, is actually going to be the same thing that destroys them. Feminism, all roads of feminism lead to death, destruction, mayhem, and nonsense.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, how would you rally that back in terms of if women wanted to incentivize men to not go for the artificial womb, right? What would be the incentivization to drag them back into
There's no
natural
incentivization.
reproduction?
What incentivization can women give if you were able to make a robot? If you had a sophisticated enough technology where you can make a robot that could secure women's rights, then you would definitely have a sophisticated enough robot that would be indistinguishable in the act of sexual intercourse from a normal woman. Why is it that men wouldn't go ahead and select out a woman with her hormone issues and all sorts of problems and baggage and this and that for a robot they could fuck, and also have an artificial womb where they could replicate whatever they wanted? The future for women actually looks very bleak, and the future for men looks very good. So the question becomes this. You ask, Andrew, how would you change this? Well, I would do it the same way I'm doing it right now, by pointing out that there is a lopsided nature in society based on preconceived notions of what actual sexes are supposed to do for each other and why they're supposed to do those things. And when people recognize that, like you have, obviously you have many, many times, you've thought about this and went, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. Women could actually be put on the pedestal where inside of society, in the correct context, they do obey men, they do submit to men. But on the other hand, all of their needs are taken care of. Most women, I think, in a vacuum would select for that. And yet we've taught them this great lie that they're equal to men in all realms. And that's just fucking nonsense and bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Is it because there's like the whole
By the way, I have drunk cherries. So inside my vodka drink, my wife's been putting cherries.
Why?
There's like snacks for drunk people. They're so fucking good. But anyway.
Snacks for drunk people. I like it. So then who's got somebody's got a mic
Like a
feedback
quick closing
going.
statement, because I'm gonna shoot myself, but I mean I'm good. Yeah, sorry.
What are we up to on the tooth? Hang on, Ryan, real quick. What are we up to on the tooth for Ryan? 500. All right, $500, Ryan. Can you think you get a new tooth for 500? I don't know if I want to give you any more than $500. Can you get the tooth for $500, Ryan?
I'll try. I don't know. Maybe.
Can I have 60 seconds just to sign off and say thanks for hosting and whatnot?
It was nice. It was nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, and you too, Andrew. Like, this is the first time we've spoken like this. We have dialogues before, but regardless of that, like, yeah, just to respond to your last comments about me, I don't claim only to respond with questions with questions, and just say that's a tactic that can be used in a skilled debate, and in a formal setting you wouldn't get away with the tactics that you've used tonight, speaking over and people and stuff like that. So I do challenge you to a debate regarding voting and rights and the semantics of.
That's fine. Pay me
as a Christian and logically. And
here, I'm willing to do the debate. All I ask for is $1,000.
If you want pain to be educated, right? That's not going to happen.
No, they want you to be their dancing monkey for free. They want you to be their dancing monkey for free.
Is that you running from the debate? Yeah, is that you saying no?
All I did was, so can I give you my reasoning?
Go for it.
Okay, so this is super simple. So generally during a stream, I make about $1,000 an hour. This creates the infrastructure which allows the Crucible to exist at all. All I ask from people who want to debate me, who are relative unknowns, who bring nothing to the Crucible, is that they replace the wages that I would make if I did not debate them. Now, because I have so many debate requests from people who actually have massive audiences who I can peel off of in order to add to the Crucible, I think it's completely reasonable and fair for me to ask for the same wages that I would accrue as a business from the very same people who asked for these debates. I think that that's completely reasonable. Can you tell me why that's not reasonable?
Absolutely. Usually, in this day and age, I understand that's totally reasonable. You run in a business, etc., etc.
Sure.
Even Jesus was a carpenter. We've all got food to put on the tables. But however, I refuse to be monetized. It's purely
Well,
about
can I ask
You're
you?
so boring.
Well,
How
no,
long
no,
do
no,
I
shut
get?
up.
Hold on.
Can I
10 more
shut up
seconds.
for
How
a
long do I
second?
get for a
No,
grand?
no, everybody
How
shut
long?
up. I will also inform you, EB3. Do you know how many messages I get in a day asking if I could set up a debate with them and Andrew? And I filter them out because if I gave everybody their way, then Andrew would be working all day for, and who knows if he'll make anything off of it. And I'd rather at least, that's why I tell everybody the same thing. Come join an open panel. That's your audition time. We'll see what you got from there and what kind of, crowd you bring in and whether I think you're worthy enough.
And
of
listen,
even showing
I
up.
come into these all the time to engage with various people who don't have the means to engage in other ways. I'm happy to do that, but I'm just asking you to look at it from a business standpoint. From a business standpoint, it's extremely reasonable for me to ask. I don't want to lose any wages that I would ordinarily be able to make in a live stream with me just talking to people by debating with a relative unknown. It's not because I don't think you're smart. It's not because I don't think you have good arguments. It's not because I think you're stupid. It's just simply an idea of finance. I think it's completely fucking reasonable to make those basic requests.
If I was to do that, how long do I get for a grand?
20
long?
seconds and a muff. 20 seconds and a muff.
Go ahead.
I
Oh my God,
respect
dude.
your position. I understand your reasons for not wanting to debate me because of monetary gain. Whereas I'm just coming from an educational Christian point of view, right? Yeah, I don't do what I do for money at all whatsoever. I refuse to be monetized, right? Yeah, I refuse to take Google's cash. It's purely about the education.
You can't be monetized.
It's purely about the education.
You can't be monetized. You can't. Stop telling me that you refuse. You fucking can't do it. Stop lying to me, you
Well,
fuck.
we could debate
You
about that. I know better
do
than
it.
you. I know better than you.
No,
do
you
what
know,
you do for
I've
money.
looked at
You
your
do what
channel.
you do for money,
You
and I
can't
do
be
what I do for
monetized. You wouldn't make any money. Stop lying to us.
I can promise you now, if I needed to beg on YouTube,
You're not begging. You're not begging. You fuck. You think giving a service is
rattle your
begging?
virtual tin can
Can
on
you
YouTube
tell me?
and you
Prove
need
me
to
wrong. You can
from.
prove me wrong.
I
Why
don't
don't
need
you?
money.
If this was about virtue, why don't you monetize your channel and then give it all away?
I don't need money.
You don't know, but other people do need money. Other people need money. Hang on. Other people do need money. Why don't you monetize your channel and then give it all
I'm telling
away?
you, I don't respect Google's principle.
Your 20 seconds
Yeah,
is up.
you got nothing.
Mel, you
Fucking
got
nothing.
your
The
time.
reason you don't monetize your channel and then give it all away is because you fucking can't. And I wish you fuckers would stop lying to me about this all the time. Oh, I just don't want to because I have a basic integral. If you had real integrity and it was about principle, then you would go ahead and monetize your channel for the same content you're making and then give all that shit away. The truth is you fucking can't. And you use this as a coping mechanism in order to try to shame me into fucking debating you with a 1v1. Fuck you. Anyway, Fox, go ahead.
I think you have a point, Andrew, by the way. I was trying to tell him at least make some content that he wants in an audience that he feels the need to respond to. Have some worth.
I think that's fair.
So I want to bring things back because I couldn't really get in, squeeze myself in. I'm just this little fox. And when you were talking about women don't do like procurement and refinement and stuff like that, like
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't, and you can reclaim your time here, but I can't hear you. Your audio is really low.
Is it? It could just be here, let me move into another room. It's probably just background.
I don't think that it's that. Maybe Sarah, can you turn Cosmic Fox up?
It's probably background noise. Is that better?
It's still low, dude. It's still low. Maybe but Sarah through StreamYard may be able to turn your mic up. It's just really low.
Do you think you can bear with me for now?
Yeah, I can. I can. Okay. It's just like it's unequally yoked, but go ahead.
Yeah, I formulated a logical argument, and that would be if women were incapable of procurement and refinery, then during the Second World War, we would not have enough metal to make the bombs we needed to win the Second World War. However, what we see is that metal increased, and so did the amount of bombs available to the military, which helped us win the war. Therefore, my argument is that women are capable of refinement and procurement.
Yeah, so this is a valid argument, but I disagree with the conclusion. Let's start with the validity, though. How many women were minors during World War II?
I'm not familiar. We all know it's like a higher percentage than men because the majority of men were sent
you can't give me a correlate Well, the majority of men were not sent off to war. That's incorrect. It wasn't even the majority of the people capable of war who were sent off to war. That's also incorrect. So let's start with this. I'm willing to grant the validity of the argument, but I would just like to start with the correlate. The correlate that you're making as a starting point is because there was more X, that means there must have been more women procuring X. I'm willing to engage that that's valid. All I need is the proof that women were procuring X. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my argument for that is that the majority of men were sent to war.
No, the majority of men were not sent to war. Not even close.
I'm going to defer to like all the history books and
go
my
ahead.
own
Yeah,
teachings.
I'll tell you what. I'm willing to go ahead and grant that too. Give me a single historical source that says most of the men were sent off to war in World War II in the United States. I'm willing to hear the number. Go ahead.
Oh, the number now?
Yeah. How many men were sent off to World War II?
If you want to provide proof of the contrary, that's fine. But I'm going to go ahead with my argument as if it is
well,
true.
hang on. This is your argument. You agree?
Sure.
Okay. Then I would just like to know how many men were sent off to World War II, since you claim it's the majority.
All I can say with certainty is the majority. I don't know exact figures.
It was not the majority.
Based on what?
Well, so that would be for you to give the demonstration.
No, I don't think so. I've already deferred to.
Okay. Well, during World War II, 16 million American men served in the U.S. Armed Forces. Are you aware of what the population of men was during World War II? And I don't think that you're going to say 16 million, right?
I'd be surprised if it was 100 million, actually.
It was, I think it was closer to 140 million.
Okay.
Well, not 140 million total men, but 140 million total in population. Even if you divided that in two between men and women,
that's 70 million. So that's
yeah, it's way higher than 16 million, bro.
But like the amount of jobs, the amount of like labor that we needed in every sector.
Well, hang on. Let's start with claim one. You're not going to stand by the claim that the majority of men in the United States were sent off to war in World War II, right? You're going to back off that claim?
60 out of 70 does sound like a majority to me.
Okay, I'm waiting for you to give me the proof that the majority of men were sent off to World War II in the United States.
Well, no, you gave me the proof yourself. You said that it was 140 population at the time. Half of them would have been men. 60 million went to war.
No, 60 million did not. 16.
Oh, 16. Okay, then I misheard you. Okay,
so
in
16 out of 60 is not even close to the majority, right?
Sure, but like people, like all men of workable age were drafted, right?
Right. So then it's not the majority of men. That was an incorrect claim, right?
Well, here's what I'm getting at: is that
hang on. Before we move on, I just want to make sure we get the claim right, so we can check the validity of your argument. The majority of men were not sent off to World War II. Is that correct?
Given that I don't have any better statistics, I'll give you that, but I'm still going to make an argument.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
That argument is that those men that got drafted are the men who were also viable for the workforce. And maybe I should have restated what I said.
No, that's incorrect too. Well, or you know what? I won't even say it's incorrect. I'll just ask you, can you show me when it came to the workforce, right? When you say it's only the viable labor force which was sent off, I would argue, in fact, that most of the draftees were between the ages of probably 18 and 25, and that actually still was not the majority of the workforce of the United States even, which was sent off to war. If you can give me a response to that and show me that it was the majority of working age men sent off, I would even accept that, but I don't think you can provide that either.
Yeah, so I'd have to come back to you with that, since again, I'm not like a historian to the level of statistics and stuff like that.
Well, why are you making this fucking argument? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Because again, the documented history is that women replaced men.
How is it the documented history? You don't even
let me finish
know
this.
it. How do you not? Well, wait. How can you say it's documented history if you can't give me the documents of the history?
So Collins Encyclopedia, virtually any textbook in high school.
Okay, Collins Encyclopedia. Where can I find that the majority of working age men were sent off to World War II?
Probably in the section. I'm guessing it would be in the section talking about women in the workforce during World War II.
No. Give me the section. Don't tell me where you think it is. Tell me where it is.
I'm going to make an argument here, and that argument.
Are you making a fucking argument based on? Listen. I reject the argument. It's not valid. You can't qualify any of it.
You're welcome to reject it. I'm saying that this is a well-documented thing. I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. Women replaced men in almost every sector, and that's the only reason the U.S. won the war. Based on that, it is clear that women are capable of procurement and refinement.
Okay, so let's examine the argument. I think that your argument is fine in structure, but do you agree with me that logically, when you're talking about a premised argument, that it needs to be valid?
Sorry, I was just trying to take care of the background noise. Can you repeat yourself?
A premised argument must be valid.
Yes, and I'm maintaining that it's valid based on the sources that I've looked at that say that this is what happened.
Okay, I'll concede that it is valid based on the sources you're looking at. Can you give me the sources you're looking at and exactly tell me?
No, not offhand. No. But I guarantee that if you look at any history textbook,
then tell me why I should not reject your argument and the validity of your argument if it's based around X sources say X, and you say I cannot provide you X sources. Why should I believe the validity of this argument?
Any reason? I guess like the same reason you think I should believe your argument when you magically contradict history textbooks.
Which history textbooks?
Virtually anyone that is accurate. I would say.
Can you give me one?
No, I don't know of any history books off.
And how can you say that I'm contradicting anything if you can't tell me where the source of which I'm contradicting it from?
You can't just find a history textbook in the wild?
So this sounds like what you're doing is you're making an intuitive argument. You're saying intuitively, I don't believe you, which is fine. You can say intuitively you don't believe me, but you're doing something worse. You're actually saying based on empirical data of X, you are wrong. I'm willing to concede that. I'm just waiting for the empirical data that you claim that you have for the validity of your argument. Can you fucking provide it or not?
Actually, if you pay attention, I never said empirical data. I said...
What else could it be?
Well, this is general knowledge of how history worked during...
General knowledge means nothing. When you say X amount of people went to World War II, that's an empirical claim, yeah?
So do you agree women...
Can you answer my question first before you ask me one? When you say X amount of people went off to war, that is an empirical claim, yeah?
So just to be clear, if the history...
If you say X amount of people went off to war, that is an empirical claim, yeah?
I didn't say X amount of people went off to war. You did.
You did. In fact, you said the majority of X group went off to war, in this case, men.
Yeah, that's not a specific number.
That's a generalization. The majority... means more than 50%, I would guess.
Yep.
Okay, great. So that's an empirical claim?
No, because that can still be a lot of numbers.
So it's not. How could that not be an empirical claim?
Because an empirical claim would have a specific number.
Or a percentage?
Not well, yeah, but like a specific.
Yeah, so like over 50% would be an empirical.
No, a specific percentage. That's a generalization.
No, you could just have an over 50% is a specific.
Do you not know the difference between an integer and a range?
Tell me.
Well, an integer would be a specific number, like 64 or 65, whereas a range can include 64 or 65 in its set.
Okay. So what range are we looking at? When you say majority, what's the range?
Just let me.
I'm just asking, what is the range?
I'll let you ask it when I land my plane. Empirical arguments would give a specific number, not a range.
Oh, okay. So you can't have an empirical number that gives a range?
I don't know what you mean. No, you're usually making a generalization or an estimation at that point.
Oh, okay. I'm
specificity is lost.
I'm confused. If I say over 50% of men have dicks that are larger than 6 inches, is that an empirical claim?
I mean, you can try to observe if it's true by looking at 50% of men, but that would mean any number in the set above 50% is true, and I don't think that that's empirical.
So that would be an empirical claim.
No, because it's not false. It's not empirically false. It's false along.
It could be empirically false. Yes,
it's false along the lines of logic, not empirics.
No, it would be even false along the line of empirics if you said, if I said 50% of men have a dick that's 7 inches or longer, and I falsified that, that would be an empirical claim.
Logic. Hey,
no,
Andrew,
that would be
just one
empirical. I could literally demonstrate this empirically, you fucking dolt.
No, the empirical argument would be there's a specific amount, and then it would be true or false.
Fucking
based on that
toddler.
number.
I've never.
Mel. So Andrew, there's a general consensus in the chat that 32% of eligible males went to the war that you're talking about. So that's not a majority. That's all I have to say for right now.
No, but it's
That's crazy. I never could have envisioned that was the case.
I know.
Like, I
See,
think
that's
Mel was
what I mean.
focusing on the.
Can we
There
go
was a
one
lot-
at a
And then,
time?
like,
Not a man
if
who worked in
you're
his job
gonna
before.
say things, if you're gonna say things, and then they go, well, give me a little bit of information. How can you come up here with
By the
this
way,
many
just
people
want
watching?
to to you.
Can be wrong about this.
Hang on. I just want to point out to you, Cosmic Fox, real quick, that inside of the rules of empiricism, at least what I have in front of me, that range-based claims from the scientific purview are definitely empirical.
Right, but an empirical argument would be a specific number.
No,
No, it's like how I reference.
What? Hang on. Even Coper over there, Radical Coper's like this fucking idiot. Can you tell me real quick where I could find that an empirical claim requires a specific percentile in order for it to be empiric?
When it's not an estimation.
Yeah, where can I find that?
No, can you demonstrate something that's not an estimation or probability that isn't just a range?
Sure, but it wouldn't be an empirical claim.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's exactly making my point, not yours.
So, like, the main issue though is that a shit ton of men who were doing jobs before went off to war, and a shit ton of women stepped
And
in.
then there was
and
a
did lot
shortage
jobs
of
men were doing.
all
It
metals,
involved
right?
procuring resources.
No, there
right?
wasn't, 10th man.
Yes,
It was
there
not
was. There was a shortage, and they had to bring
We produce
in
more
all
metals than
this-
ever.
Most of that was reclaimed. Do you not know about the shortages
did
of
the
metal
reclaiming?
during both World
Who did
War
the
II and
refinement?
World War One? Where are you getting your information from?
History textbooks.
There were
No,
your history textbooks are wrong.
10th man.
They're just wrong?
Hang on, I just want to ask Cosmic Foss, which history textbooks?
That's what I'm talking about because I've seen
Sounds like you've
thousands
never
of
opened up a history
documentaries.
textbook before.
Yeah. That's great that
I've
you say
read
that. That's
hundreds of
good.
books.
I guess that's fair rhetoric. Can you just tell Mr. Batman there, who asked a very valid question, which history textbooks can we reference for this information?
Any.
Yeah,
I've
can you?
watched
Okay, so
hundreds of
you have one on your
documentaries
bookshelf,
referencing
pick it
the
up.
shortages of resources.
within the confines of any, can you give me a single specific?
No, because I can't name one
No.
offhand. but
Yeah, so under the confines
have
of
read
any, you
more
can
than
give me
one.
a single specific. You fucking
I
what a
have read
fucking
more than
idiot!
one.
How is this possible
These are
that
the
you
people
fucking
that want to
dumb?
run our countries. These are the people that want to run our governments. They
Do you
make
think it's
things up. They
possible-
lie. And I'm a gay man.
Do you think it's
Andrew. I'm a gay
possible-
man that people like this took over the LGBTQs, where we just wanted to be left alone, and then they come out here and they destroy
womp.
everything we built.
Here, let me
Destroy
ask something.
everything.
The people who are trying to destroy everything you built are the Republicans who
How
want to
many
take away your
times have
rights.
I read
to
you
have
now?
your-
No,
How many
people
times,
like
Mel?
you people
Yeah,
that
some
can't
crazy
even
people take away your
argue
rights.
any
On,
points.
all of you, enough.
Okay, but Sarah, can
True,
I ask one
trans
question
people aren't
before I
taking
go?
away his rights. It would be
Can I
Andrew.
just
Andrew
can I
wants to
ask
take his
you,
rights.
Sarah,
Not
one
trans
question before I go? How many
I
times
didn't-
is this that I've wrecked Fox? This got to be. Is this like time 5? Fox, what are you doing?
Dude, if you have to-
Every
if you have
single
to act
time
like
we
that.
do, you just get fucking destroyed. It's not
This
even
is
close.
So performative. It's so pathetic.
There was nothing performative here. You just
You're being
objectively
so
got
performative.
destroyed. Listen, I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal with you. Send this to any third party objective human being who watches it. You got obliterated, and it was nothing to me. It was with
Cody's not
such
third party?
ease. I don't even know what to do with myself.
I mean,
you
I think
people
both
aren't
of you
even worth my
on a
fucking
point where
time.
you need to be.
Actually, I'd say
Hey, if you need theatrics.
Furby, I think what the issue normally is for you is that you present a claim, and then whenever people say, give me the data or the facts, you always
have it.
fumble and never have it
Mhm.
on you. And I think that that's probably where your troubles come in. And, you always refer to some generalized concept or something that anybody could really think of, or, I could Mandela affect it all I want.
That's a great way to make arguments. That's a great way to That's a great way to pigeonhole arguments into
that's great. That's great, Fox. Tell me again how range can't be empirical.
Here,
again, it's all avoiding the point. It's all avoiding the fact that Elle was getting at is that women stepped in and did the resource procurement that you keep saying they can't do. That's the
What Andrew done was Andrew asked for backup to the claim, and Mel's like, any history book. But everybody knows this.
I'm actually willing to grant this. What resources were women procuring?
Men's.
When women stepped in the workforce, Radical Coper, what resources were they procuring?
According to
they
Mel,
weren't
metals,
procuring; they were manufacturing.
I'm assuming it's true. I don't know.
You don't know. Just you fucking people. How does this happen? How does this fucking happen?
Because
I appreciate it very much. I appreciate the panel.
Andrew, before you go,
Ryan, I want to say something.
Andrew, before you go, the reason why this happens is because they don't listen. People tried to teach them this stuff in school and stuff. They didn't hear it. They turned off their brain and didn't learn nothing.
So based on the fact that you're getting into microspecifics, Andrew, does that mean that
these aren't microspecifics? These are listen. I'm not asking for microspecifics. Go ahead.
So based on how you're getting into microspecifics, if I can prove the macro true, which is the statistics that you're asking for, with something better than just a textbook, then you might be convinced that women actually can be involved in refining and procurement.
I can be convinced.
No, he just asked you for any data, and you said any history book.
Right, I don't have it on me right now.
I can be convinced of many arguments based on logical structure, the validity, and the soundness of the argument. I'm always willing to engage in those. I find it highly enjoyable. All I did was ask you, based on what you consider to be a valid argument, which you agreed validity required X. When we went into the validity of your claim and you were making the claim with your argument, you said, my argument is based on the statistical analysis of X. When I asked you, based on the statistical analysis, if X, if X was true, it turns out that you ended up agreeing with me. The very first part of your claim was blown out of the water when it came to the majority of men went off to war. That was completely absurd and stupid. And then when I asked for when I asked for further empirics, you choked. And you always will choke because your arguments are fucking trash. They're trash. They're garbage.
So here's what really went down, by the way. I came in with an argument. I did not specify clearly enough that the majority of working age, able-bodied men were the ones that were sent. No, I did not the first time.
You specified it was the majority. That's a specific.
I then conceded to you that I should have phrased it that way, which is not a huge faceplant. That's a soft concession.
Huge faceplant.
I then rested back on my original argument, which is that women did participate in jobs such as metal refinement and procurement. That is part of why America was able to.
I'll even grant this. I'll even grant this for you know what? I'll even let you change your argument because I'm so fucking charitable. Can you tell me what resources? Can you tell me what resources women were procuring during World War II?
Particularly recycling metal, because if we hadn't done that,
that's not a procurement of resources. That's not procurement.
That's not refining.
No, well, that's refining. I asked for about procurement.
Well, how do you get the metals that you need to recycle?
That's a great question. Can you tell me how women procure those resources?
You procure metals that you need to recycle, right?
Can you tell me how they procured them so that they were available to recycle?
Right. So if women were to work as like garbage or recycling collectors, that would
that's not my question. How did the metal get here to begin with for them to refine? How?
Well, that was probably done before the war for recycling it, right?
So done by who?
Men.
No, not all of it was
great.
procured.
So then during World War II, how were women procuring resources, dummy? That's my question for the 50th time.
Anyways, I don't have long.
You don't know. You can't answer the question. How did women procure resources during World War II? Answer my fucking question.
All I'm saying is I've blown your argument that they can't be involved in refinement out of the water.
Nobody said they couldn't be involved in refinement, but that the ultimate duty of men was to refine the resources. You fucking twat.
Never
good
forget
Lord.
one important thing. One important
I don't
thing.
know. It sounded like you were saying women were incapable of that. Maybe I
Food
misunderstood, but
comes
that's what it sounded
from
like.
the grocery store. Food comes from the grocery store. Don't forget.
I'm going to go and you know what, Radical Coder, I'm going to give you this. While I'm going to pay for your tooth, right? Because I'm a nice guy. I am going to fucking cope on my own stream after I leave this about how fucking stupid you fucking people are. How could this have happened? Now listen.
I'm sorry,
Ryan. I'm going to ask you.
Before you start,
I'm actually going to ask you this.
closing
I'm
statement?
going to ask you. You can get your closing statement, but I got to ask you a question first. This fucking idiot told me that a range of percentiles would not be an empirical claim. Ryan, how the fuck could you possibly back a moron who says that if you give a range in an argument, that it's not empirical? Ryan, please tell me how.
It seems like she's using the word empirical differently than I understand it. That's what it seems.
You
to be
mean
happening.
that everybody
it doesn't make me
understands
like
it?
this how everything someone else says. Like I don't know. I don't think so black and white like some people. I don't know. Like I don't know what to tell you. But I think over and over we're. I think this is like frankly.
Yeah. How dare you actually use the definition?
Okay, yeah, like people can have different definitions or understand things like words differently. Like that's
No, people can't have different definitions because if you have
I'm
different
not-
definitions,
I'm
then you're not speaking the same fucking language. You dumb fuck.
Ryan, didn't we
wait,
have this conversation the other day about randomly changing words' meanings and how that's
No.
bad?
You accused me of that, but that's not what's happening. It's just you haven't bothered to learn the change definitions.
Yeah, but
Some
you
words
just
change.
admitted Meld on
Words
that.
change over
Do you think
time,
the word
okay?
empirical
Just 'cause
changed?
You didn't learn. just 'cause
Ryan,
you
do you think the word empirical changed,
sex
Ryan?
gender, that's a whole different thing.
Ryan, do
Okay,
you think that the word empirical changed?
I don't know. I'm
You don't
open
know.
I'm open to there being a use of it that I'm not aware with. Or I'm not aware of. Rather.
A proprietary
Like, most of them I'm
definition?
not aware of. What?
Do you know what happens when somebody uses a proprietary definition when they put it to the validity of their
I don't
argument?
care- okay, I don't care about
That means
shit.
that means they just hang on, Ryan.
Right, no,
that
let me
means
get
they made it the fuck up, Ryan. They made it up.
Okay, that's fine. You can feel that way. I don't care.
It's not feeling. They made it up.
Okay, I think it is. I think I feel that you feel that way. Okay, that's my perspective.
Well, I feel that he's wrong.
I know. Thank you. My frustration is that we don't ever see actual conversations here. It all gets bogged down into bullshit like what we've seen all night, which I think everyone here can agree that there's been a bunch of bullshit that we've been bogged down on.
Yeah, you've been half of it.
Okay, maybe so.
Yeah, dude. If you were alone with me for 2 hours, I'd make you cry.
I have a question for you, Ryan. Do you ever do
so patiently for so much
Ryan, do you ever try to listen more than talk sometimes and like learn more than you teach in that aspect?
I sure did. I sure fucking do. Yeah.
Because I think if you're in a learning position, typically you want to be the curious little kitten. You want to ask the questions, even though we think we might know the answers. I think I know everything sometimes, but that doesn't mean I still can't stop and listen and ask more questions in order to either verify the information that I think I have or to prove myself wrong. That's part of critical thinking.
Stuff, Sarah? Is that
what
like
I'm saying is part of critical thinking would be to listen to all of the information as much as possible and then to analyze and produce an answer outside of that. Whereas when people give you information, it seems on these panels, you typically...
I'm keeping the tooth money, Ryan. I don't even, you know what? I'm keeping the fucking tooth money. Fuck my chat. I know that they wanted to do that. They wanted to just be cool to you, but you know what? I'm keeping the fucking tooth money. The grift
They'll like
has to
it. No,
continue.
they'll like it more. They'll like it more if you don't give it to them.
Yeah, I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. Fuck them and fuck you, Ryan. Sarah, I appreciate it very much. You have a wonderful night. Ryan,
nice.
Wait, can I cut me off? I didn't even give my fucking statement.
Brian,
like
you're kind of just not the brightest guy in the room. Respectfully.
Yeah, maybe that's
Oh my goodness.
Have a blessed day.
Not the sharpest tool.
That's fine. You guys can.
He is a tool, though.
So my frustration is that these conversations get bought. Yeah, exactly. Fucking coward, dude. You're
spurging.
It's bogged down into.
You're spurging like a fucking Shaniqua.
don't care. Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
Ryan, you knew he was gonna do that. Come
Fine, he
on.
can do that. I'm still gonna finish. I'll call you dumbass all I want.
I'll
If you're
give you
gonna
the
do that,
floor. The floor is
Right?
yours, Ryan.
all we do is talk about this gender war bullshit.
The
and
spurg continues.
It's a distraction. It's a distraction to prevent you.
Where you got
from talking about the
cardboard
fact that
boxes?
Oligarchs, that fucking oligarchs are robbing you blind. Billionaires are taking all the
God.
fucking money, and people aren't having kids because I'm sorry. God damn it. The reason people aren't having kids isn't because of fucking feminism. It's because they can't afford to have kids because they're broke. Because
because of feminism.
No, incorrect. Incorrect.
In the countries that do give these things, they actually have more kids. And if you want families to
No.
thrive, you would focus on
Poor
these things.
countries have more kids
Feminism.
than wealthy countries.
It's so fucking crazy.
If I was single,
Poor-
I would go
poorer
along with
countries-
everything he's saying. One second, buddy. If I
Yeah,
was
Ryan.
single, I would go
Yeah, so
along with
po-
everything he says. If I was
So
single.
he's wrong.
Everything.
He's
I'm
wrong.
single. He's full of shit, dude. Fuck that guy. Are you serious?
Yeah. But
He's
he's
such a
wrong in his
bitch.
statement. People can't afford to have kids because if you look at the third world, like objectively poorer countries, they have
Look
more
at India.
children
Dude,
than the
India has
rest.
too many children.
Yeah, so like this whole claim is, oh, we just can't afford it. And then he also brought up the thing of like, oh, we have like these billionaire oligarchs and all this shit. None of these motherfuckers were calling out George Soros. They were calling all of us conspiracy theories, all this kind of shit. But as soon as Elon Musk gets in office, then all of a sudden we've got problems with billionaires in
They
politics.
complain about
That ignoring the fact, by the way, that Nancy Pelosi makes $200,000 a year, but she's worth $200 million. How the fuck does that work?
Insider
Why-
fucking trading. That's how
Why
it
are
fucking
you trying
works.
to put your hands in those people's pockets?
What the fuck are you talking about, homie? Why aren't you trying to put your hands inside of those people's pockets? Like,
Pause.
No,
those
I'm
are the
just
people
saying.
who are supposed to be representing us. They shouldn't be having their hands in any pockets at all. They should be interested in representing the American people, not making themselves 10 times more valuable over the course of their fucking career. Which is ultimately the goal, right? Like no lawyer becomes a politician without the goal of becoming a rich motherfucker.
Are you
Why is that?
suggesting that people like Nancy Pelosi should have to follow the same type of insider trading laws as Martha Stewart? Is that what? Are you saying that?
Yeah, absolutely. She should.
No.
Can
they're
I say
oligarchs.
something real quick? If you don't mind. I think that there's a low birth rate because, of maggots like him. There's no way a woman would fuck a dude that yaps more than her. And I think that contributes to the low birth rate. Hot take.
Are
Low
you saying
IQ,
that
but-
most men yap as much as that some bitch?
Because, obviously, he's out there. It's got to be one of those, he's got to represent a certain group, right? That group
actually-
existing has to contribute to the low birth rate because ain't no way.
The
I'm
thing is,
still being
I
careful
think-
in my language right now, but
I think he says that he is not gay. I actually am gay. And I'm embarrassed. I keep telling these people, please stop representing the gay community to the public. It's very embarrassing.
let people saying on my stream from 2025.
Well, Tentman made a...
205.
Well, Tentman makes like a very good argument for this and all that, where it's like there
Okay.
was this whole kind of
Bye.
like the gay rights, liberation, all this kind of thing, right? Because like even like throughout history, 60% of men were the ones that reproduced. So technically, 40% of men could be gay, and you still wouldn't have any issue with the population. But when you see all this like trans movement, all this kind of shit get shoehorned in, and then they're under the gay umbrella, they're trying to make minor attracted people a thing, which we all know is PDFs. Like this is where you kind of destroy it. And then Tentman makes the argument where like all it takes is just like for the women to be like, fuck this, it's all over, and then you get a massive swing in the opposite direction.
It's
And it
happening
destroys
right
the whole
now. It's
fucking
happening
movement.
as we speak.
Let me
Exactly.
just do a quick voice confirmation. Dragon Rage, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I see you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Did you want to go back into avatar mode, or are you staying like
Yeah,
that?
I'm gonna go back in the avatar.
All right, go ahead. Okay. All right, back to you guys. I feel off center.
And then when I hear, sorry.
Oh, sorry. It looks like we actually got a Crucible raid. What's
Yes,
going
yes.
on with
Wonderful.
Andrew?
Woo-woo.
we don't.
Andrew,
He'll
we
probably
don't
come back.
I
Listen,
don't
and
think
I
I
hate
found-
that every
Crucible
time.
crew.
he may or may not be hammered.
I hate that every time I try to talk to him. I know I don't speak with the way that people like, but I said twice now, I don't really like him. I don't mean that I don't like him as a human being. I mean, I just don't like the way he presents
why would you
himself.
say that to somebody then? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just stop being antagonistic.
See, you're doing the same thing. I'm trying to say that I still respect him enough to let him speak. That Ryan guy, why does he get so much airtime just because he's cute? Like, I don't get it.
Well, I think because he, I think because he pushes back so hard in the other direction that it makes it more for an interesting, conversation, I guess you could call it.
I also like hearing him say the word depends 20 times. It's really fun.
I love Ryan to pieces. He's always a sweetheart. He's been nothing but nice to me. I mean, we like to have fun on panels, and I like to drop him when the chat drops him and stuff. But he's always been a sweetheart, so I have nothing bad to say about him.
You like to stomp on his fucking balls.
Yeah, he makes it easy.
I think he likes it.
Well, there's quite a few that I think come here for that purpose. So, it works.
I come to make jokes.
You come to tell stories about butt plugs.
No, stop it. I never even one time told a story about a butt plug. You made that up. Never one time. Lies.
But back to the point though, in terms of the whole kind of like gender war, all this kind of shit about kids and all that kind of shit. It's like you can go back to like first wave, second wave feminists. So it's not just this new age of feminism. It's always been a thing where it's like the saying, a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. When you're like talking like that kind of level of like shit, basically, you're basically kind of like saying to women, it's like, you don't need a man, you don't need to reproduce, and you're basically denying them their duty. So it's like this whole thing of like, oh, we can't afford kids and all this shit. It's just like excuses to try and justify having a toxic and cancerous fucking ideology like feminism.
Daniel McCauley with the big 5 says Ryan gets to speak because he is missing a front tooth. We all feel sorry for him. You know what? I would donate if Andrew does actually contribute to the tooth fund. I will happily, throw a little in there too. I think it's kind of a character like now. So we love it, We love the miss. It's kind of just a thing. It's who he is. It makes him fun.
The guy who won Big Brother Canada was missing a front tooth because he was a hockey player. He should have just said he was a hockey player from day one. He'd been fine.
Yeah.
Bro,
That's a good point.
Ryan doesn't like that missing tooth.
What happened? What happened to his tooth?
You ever meet him? Somebody probably punched him in the fucking face.
Oh no.
Well, and I wanted to talk about like the whole feminism thing. Like Andrew gives because often especially that one Kenzie chick on whatever, they always give their proprietary definitions. And
what is a proprietary definition?
Basically, the idea is that you are altering the definition of a word specifically so you can still have the weight of the word there, but essentially have a different sort of defense for the word.
It's like a false definition, though. But I mean, I think
a pseudo definition, then, right?
Yeah. Essentially, yes. So, like for example, when Andrew was debating Kenzie, like she literally redefined the word. I'll just say smortion because I don't know if YouTube's picky about that. She literally redefined it as just the termination of a pregnancy, but what she meant by that was that even if you had like a C-section, it would be terminating the pregnancy and therefore an smortion. And everybody was complaining about they had to hash out definitions for 30 minutes. Well, that's why, because when you use a bunch of definitions that nobody else uses, you have to clarify definitions. And so what Andrew likes to do is he, especially for the word feminism, he likes to give a definition that is basically the reduction of the position, which, and I may butcher this, but the idea is basically that it's a push towards egalitarian structures and a push towards the deconstruction of patriarchal ones. And this is why, like, whenever I hear like a feminist who is like, or not even necessarily, because here's the thing, a lot of women don't realize they are feminists, like what they do is they conflate the word woke with feminist, and it's not the same thing. But even
well, I will interrupt on that and for a moment. Bintalk came in with the big two, says contributing to the truth instead of the tooth.
W Bintalk.
But I will say most of us correlate the feminism as a no-no word anyways. Like I would be insulted if somebody calls me a feminist because I don't feel like I take that strong feministic stance, but idealistically or even like realistically, we are all feminist based on societal norms, right? I don't see anybody.
Wait, what?
What's the consensus?
I think about it. You're all feminists by sitting here letting me lead you in this conversation and telling you.
Come on, that doesn't make me a feminist. Right? I'm just participating in your show. Come on.
You're participating in a show that is.
It's not against feminism to let women work, Sarah.
It's not working, but it's merely allowing me to lead the conversation, to host the show, to be in charge of all of you, to tell you to shut.
I thought I was in charge.
Well,
let me squish on those balls some more. But
is the consensus that the gender wars are real or no?
I still don't think there's like an actual gender war out there, like in your face out there. I still think it's clung to the internet, the social media, kind of pushed. I still think it is kind of a propaganda piece, right? But not to say it doesn't have merit for being there, but I still think that it's not at least on the conscious level that people are reacting to it. Maybe subconsciously it's surviving.
Those kind of, are you trying to say like it's to the extent where people act differently online, but in the real world, it's not a real thing? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I would kind of agree with that to a limitation, right? I believe there are some people that come online and then they go out into the real world and they express these talking points and things out there as well. But as far as, is it like if I go into the grocery store and I have blue hair and tattoos and I say like I've had 10 abortions or something, like is somebody gonna look at me and be like, you're a feminist? No.
Well, I mean, if you did all that, yeah, you would be, right?
But would they be kicking off a whole narrative of like, well, this came from feminism and you're this and you're that, and it wouldn't. People would just look at you and say you're just weird.
I guess I would say to you, I think that sexist whether versus man or woman has always been a thing. So it's just like, what level is it at now? Is it increased?
I'd say you must have been one of Joe's girls. Not his girlfriends, but the ones he used to pimp.
Ooh. But I don't think, I think men and women are still out there. They're still dating. They're still getting married.
Yeah, I thought about it for a second.
They're still having sex. They're still doing all the things that they want to participate in.
I would say like maybe it's not a gender war, but you can look at NPR's been doing a lot of studies on this. I don't know who did them, but they were saying like differences in dating, and then when political ideology comes into it, people can't date anymore. So that kind of harkens to it a little.
This is actually a great point. They wouldn't call you a feminist. They'd call you like that's to me is like the insult, right? If like my dad does this all the time. Somebody's like out in the middle of the public doing something really stupid. And he's like, "Fucking Democrats," So I agree with that sentiment very much.
That brings to my mind this meme of a little girl crying, and the mom is filming her, and she's crying, and she said, "Daddy called me a Democrat." Oh.
Antonio.
And Marcus Antonio with the 20 gifted tomato memberships. That's incredibly
That's
kind
how you
of
grift, fuckers.
Yes,
That's how you do it.
It is the grift that keeps on grifting on and on to those in the lottery. And Michael Arnold says with a big 5, but Sarah, when the patriarchy comes on your show, you shut up, listen, and learn. So you are saying you don't get much patriarchy.
Oh, look out now. Look out now.
Well, here,
Oh my
I'll put it
goodness.
this way, though. Let's say this. Like 3 years ago, probably when I would have first interacted with Andrew, like I didn't care what he said. Why? Not that I thought he was wrong, but I didn't have any type of trust in him. I didn't know his arguments. I hadn't listened to him to like, and hold on, Soldier backstage. I'll bring you up in just a second. But to me, like, here's one thing I find to be a piece is that men on the internet just expect women to fall over and trust them on instant first panel, right? And we're not obligated to. That is the one learning tool that I've found that women have tapped into, where we learn not to trust you firsthand on shit you're saying, what you're doing, and we've learned to like back off and say, I don't know you, right? I don't trust you. We are learning that. That I think we failed at that for a while and just trusted any man, for whatever.
So
not to say
this is a benefit of feminism. This is a benefit of feminism.
it's not the benefit of feminism. I think it's just the benefit of being out there and experiencing it. And hold on just a second. Let me get some people up here. Soldier, are you with us, my friend? Hello. Soldier boy.
We've lost another soldier.
All right. Well, come back another time. Go fix your shit.
Sarah.
So, well, hold on. So what I'm saying is that, like, expecting to be submissive to random men on the internet, right? A lot of you are living at home in your mama's basements, eating Cheetos on a beanbag. Not all of you, but there's quite a few out there that.
You do not have to fucking call me out like that, Sarah.
So what I'm saying is I wouldn't even trust you to park my car, right? And then they just expect.
Well, I wouldn't trust you to park mine either. So
right.
You're saying Drew earned it, right, Sarah? You're saying Drew earned it.
Andrew has earned the ability for me to sit and listen and ask more questions. Like I was already sitting on his side of the fence to begin with, but the ability for me to sit and ask questions instead of make demands or make claims or make statements like, but what if, this or that? Like I throw all of that pushback back on everyone else because I know that they can't back their own arguments up. And so I like to throw the pushback at them because I know they're not going to back it up. Fucking prove it. Right? Andrew, I trust he's going to give me the answer. So that's why I asked the question. Everybody else can fuck off.
Did you agree with him when he said women shouldn't vote? You agreed with that?
I think he has a good argument for it. However, here's what I'll say. Here's what I say. No, here's what I'll say to that. You make, and I kind of said this early in the when I first opened the panel, we're expecting to apply like society F into where we're currently at society Z, right? So we're making all of these calculations based on a society that doesn't currently exist. If that society currently existed, yeah, fine, take away the right to vote. We don't fucking need it. If women don't need to do all of these other things, then no, we don't need to vote either.
Right
so
now, if Drew's stance is right now, women should not have the right. You agree with that, or are you going to give the societal isn't their argument?
If that society existed in order to allow like the lack of need for women, like I don't feel like
today's society right now today.
In today's society, no, I don't think that it would be agreeable, only because like the atmosphere doesn't exist for that to thrive in.
I understood that part.
Yeah.
I understood that part. I think Drew would say that, hey, we got to put the hammer down. Start now. Women don't need to vote. And I think you would fucking agree. I think you would believe in all the wizardry and the witchcraft. At some point, he was like, nigga, robots can do what you do. You were like, yeah, you're right. What the fuck?
Let me ask you.
Hold on. And to correct it, he was giving me the hypothetical of like, well, if they could do this, would they need women? kind of a.
But here,
He
hold on.
was like, there would
if
be
I
more
may,
people
if
for
I may
women, and
please,
you
Joe, let me ask you
ride
this.
that train. I'm sorry.
His hypothetical was that during the prohibition.
Man, I thought you was getting arrested. That's just a damn sign behind you. I'm sorry about that.
He said that during the prohibition that women had such sway they didn't need the vote. So if that would hold true, what's the difference that like why do women what's the difference when they have the vote? Is that they make the vote independent of man, which means they vote their own will?
So like today's age, like women, we just have it. Like it was never granted to us like in current times. We didn't have to fight for it. It's just this is what we were raised in, was this type of world, right? So we don't know that different world.
So Sarah,
But there needs to be a distinction, because if you had this way to have your will done, then what's the distinction when you gain the vote? Is it because you can do your will independent of man's will? Or is it that there's a higher threshold where you get more of your agenda passed, or what? I guess that's
What
of
do you mean by will? Well, let me
here's
read
the thing.
these. Let me read these real quick, and I'll kick it back to you, Teriak. Law Dog in with the Big 10 says this is Sarah's channel. Her channel is like her home. It isn't feminism for her to regulate the behavior of people in her home. From ancient times, she's allowed this courtesy. That's fair.
Fair to that. Fair to that.
And then Michael Arnold says with a big 5. So you're saying when you listen and learn, the shit comes naturally to the patriarchy. Just busting your balls. Enjoying the show tonight. Thank you. All right, Teriak, back to you.
Yeah. So here's the thing: like when people say like repeal the 19th, what on surface value, like people will be like, oh yeah, like we just need to stop women voting and everyone's gonna be okay. That's not the case. And to Sarah's point to this, there's a lot of like weak men in today's society. So if we just like blanket like to remove all women, like that, like by definition is misogyny, because you're literally just looking at it through the scope of a gender. Whereas if you have a meritocratic society where you have like some sort of like objective standard, so landowners and military are like that's
Service
basically
guarantees
the
citizenship.
Yeah, I agree with
exactly.
you. If you're saying
so
we
like this,
do blanket.
this is the whole thing. Like where there's a lot of men who hear repeal the 19th. It's like, yeah, fuck women, all that kind of shit. Those are weak men. You don't want those men. Like for example, like Destiny is another example of like a dude that it's like you don't want him voting because he's retarded. Do you know what I mean? So
Joe,
it's not as simple as just
minutes. You got 4 minutes backstage, Joe. Hang tight.
But it's not just as simple as just like labeling men and women. Do you know what I mean? You need to have like an actual like merit system in place, otherwise society fucking crumbles.
Starship Troopers, right? Service guaranteed citizenship. But Sarah, one thing
come on.
that you ever think everybody missed when you were talking to Andrew, I don't want to come at him too hard, right? He said that we're.
That's because you're scared of the fucking backlash.
No, I had enough of years of fighting. He said that we're closer to having a like ambiotic sac to make babies than we are a murder bot, but he's way off on that. We have murder bots right now, so he's a little off on that one. He might have said it backwards by accident.
And then just to pull it back a little bit, even if you took the argument that the force disparity and women aren't drafted, well then does that mean that women can vote for state officials because the federal level votes for war? You know what I mean? Like besides that, the state has National Guard, but these people aren't in like wartime.
Yes, they are. Yes, National Guard are in wartime. That's a complete false fucking perception of the
Not
public.
really.
Yes, absolutely, really. I was actually active duty Air Force. My cousins were National Guard Army, and my cousins got deployed. I did not. So that's a grave disparity that the people don't seem to understand. Is that most of our stateside operations are actually employed by active duty versus our deployable operations overseas are tend to be, for the most part, when you talk about numbers, like it's a lot of National Guard. Yeah.
Yeah, the National
All
Guard.
right, I'll look into it. Maybe I'm incorrect about that, but I didn't think I was.
Did he say that he thought that National Guard didn't go into combat overseas?
No. He said he didn't. National Guard didn't deploy.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they do.
The National
I'm
Guard.
Canadian, and I know this.
Yeah, but that's not a state policy, correct? So when these
It's nothing about state. It's called National Guard. So what's that
well,
say?
no,
Nation
but what
is
I
a
was
state.
talking about, hold on, 10th man. What I'm talking about is when you vote on going to war, the argument is that because women cannot be drafted, that they should not be able to vote on the ability to draft men to war. So if that's the case and that is vested in the federal branch of government, what I'm saying is, well, does that then mean that women can vote in state affairs because the state elected reps don't vote to go to war? That's the issue I'm saying. So
I am so
even if I'm
confused.
wrong about the National Guard, I thought the National Guard for the majority of it was always in house, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm looking into it. Real quick.
So you're saying women should be allowed to vote because they're not nationally drafted?
No.
All right, we are officially going into overtime times overtime. I can't believe I'm still awake, quite
Me too.
honestly, because I have been awake all day from very early this morning, and I didn't get an afternoon nap, and life is so busy right now. So what we're going to do, somebody's got an echo feedback going on. To anybody that's in the Raging Tomato chat, you've already grifted well enough for the evening, so I thank you kindly. If we could get just 2 more super chats to complete that last and final goal, that'll make me a happy camper, and we will keep pressing on for another hour. But we're gonna do the second hour over on the Gauntlet. So the mods keep dropping the Gauntlet link in the chat for that other show link. Start moving over there because I know you're gonna buy the last 2 super chats. I believe in you. It's just 2. It's just 2. It's $2, $20, whatever you want to do.
I don't believe in them.
I believe in them. It's just 2 more super chats. I don't care what the cost is. Just finish the goal. I hate like things that aren't complete, and that's not complete, and it's bothering me. So if you want to finish 1 more hour, I'll give you 1 more hour. All right, you just gotta do it over on the other. You gotta finish the goal. See, there we go. See, that's making me a happy tomato. We're 1 step closer. William's getting us there. We just need 1 more. I don't even care what it is. Just like something. If everybody donates $1, well, then I'll be a really, really happy camper. All right, see, we got him going. All right, beautiful. You guys are rock stars. This is why I love you. All right. I'm sure that should complete the goal if it catches up. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set up a raid. We're going to raid the Gauntlet. We're just switching. Everybody on panel, you just sit still. But we're going to go raid the Gauntlet. If you want to get ahead of it and skip the raid, the mods should be dropping the link in the chat now. Same host, same show. It's just we're boosting that second channel for future showmanship purposes. Trust me.
Yeah, we're allowed to use the N-word over there.
No, you are not.
Neighbor. He means neighbor.
But all of the
naggers.
No, we're not even gonna say it. But
wait, I'm all for the funny moment. You gotta calm down, man.
all of your D-Gen power hours will be hosted on the Gauntlet. All of the panel versions of the show, because eventually, once the Gauntlet gets fully monetized, then we'll leave the debates on the Raging Tomato and we'll shift the open panels completely over to the Gauntlet. And that article of separation will be better for showmanship later. Trust me on that.
believe you.
So if you could all start making your way over, keep clicking that link. All right. I'm going to go ahead and end the Raging Tomato side. It will raid you over to the Gauntlet, or mods, please drop that link for them and we can raid over there